Next matchup. Longzhu Gaming. Rocks Tigers. Samsung. KT Rolster. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another day of LCK. I'm Achilles. That's Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the games here today. Going to start things off with Rocks Tigers versus Longzhu. This is going to be a really crucial game for Longzhu right now. Sitting in 6th place underneath the Freak of Freaks. Need a win here today if they want to keep the playoff dreams alive.
And it's kind of surreal after the last couple of weeks that this is 6th versus 7th. You know, given where these teams were, Longzhu were 3rd not long ago, or 4th behind Samsung. And now they've fallen away. They've had a lot of struggles recently, and Rocks Tigers, easy schedule recently, apart from their loss to KT. But they have been winning. They have been looking better. Experimenting with the roster still. Linderung and Sungwon started for them in the 2-0 loss to KT. Today, going back to Shy and Mighty Bear. So another sighting of Mighty Bear, who hasn't lost a series in the LCK. So only played just the single one. But
it's going real well so
It's going
far.
pretty well for him. He was a good solo queue player over in EU, so I guess not too surprising. He still has retained those mechanics. Look good on the Graves. But let's have a look at the top, because once again, 5 teams make it to the Gauntlet. 1 feels really sorry for themselves in 6th spot, and right now, that's Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah. Longzhu looking for a 2-0 win here today over the Rocks Tigers. If you can find that, we'll bump them up over a Freak of Freaks, at least momentarily. But mostly it's the game score that they're after. The win will bump them up, regardless if it's a 2-1 or 2-0. But after having those penalty points coming through, they desperately need a 2-0 to help claw their way back in, stick ahead of a Freak of Freaks, and net themselves that spot in the playoffs, because right now it looks pretty good for Samsung and MVP.
And Rocks Tigers are 2 matches away from the playoffs, so if they are to mount a serious challenge, they need to be winning series like this. They played against Jin Air twice. They've played against Kongdu Monster twice. You know, it's got to hit that road, and you have to hit it fast if you want to make it to the Gauntlet. And still an outside chance for Rocks Tigers, but Longzhu are the team in form finally. Had a 7-game losing streak that they snapped in their series over BBQ. Starting lineup has not changed. I know people want to see BDD, but clearly he will not be playing, at least for game 1.
Yeah. The signs of BDD. We see him in the studio, but that's about it.
Yeah, some really good signs that he's alive.
Yeah, you know, we know that he is in fact alive and not just being kept in Longzhu prison. But,
well, I mean, the second part.
Okay, that's up for debate, I guess. We'll figure that one out as we get more information. But for now, will be Fly sticking out. And I mean, you mentioned massive losing streak that Longzhu is suffering since the swap of their coach coming in, you know, suffering the penalty point because of that. But they were able to take down BBQ. It was a 2-1 victory. They lost game 1 very convincingly, and then were able to, you know, kind of rein it back in and have a decent performance. We're going to see if they're able to do that here against the Rocks Tigers, who have looked in form very much so, even against lower opposition. They have looked quite strong individually, especially with Mickey in the mid lane, who's been having some very fantastic performances, especially on the Ahri.
And your eyes are naturally drawn to that mid lane matchup because Fly has been kind of one of the biggest defenders, having some really down games in that losing streak, and Mickey has definitely been the talisman for the Rocks Tigers organization.
Sometimes it's a cursed talisman, but
I mean, that's
other
the
times
thing about
it's blessed.
talismans, exactly. Like, he does basically everything. The heavy lifting for him in these series sometimes is impressive to watch, but he's fallible. That's the kind of duality of Mickey, in that he is both an outstanding hyper carry and he can single-handedly lose you games, but the risk is worth it. There aren't many true carries in League of Legends. You can't just pick up a faker around waiting to be picked up onto a team, and Mickey situationally is both faker and the worst mid laner in the LCK, and that's what makes him so interesting. Shy back in the lineup today. A bit of experience there, and Mighty Bear, you know, experience in his own right, has been playing competitive in different scenes for a long time, but he's trying to make his LCK career work, and 2 series wins, first against Kongdu, okay, but he has a 2nd series win over Longzhu and looks comfortable. That's a big boon for the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, definitely would be good for Mighty Bear and Shy to come up with a victory here today, if they could. We're starting in that Game against Kongdu Monster, lost game 1, won the second 2, as you can see here on your screen, and things look pretty good. We saw a different side of Shy as well. Tried some of the more aggressive top laners as opposed to just completely conforming to the tank meta. So we did see him bring out the Jace and then that on-hit Kennen coming in and then finish things off with the Nautilus. So he's showing some diversity coming into that top lane. We'll see what Mighty Bear's got for us as well. It's been Lee Sin Graves thus far from him. But if the Graves is taken off the table, you know, maybe he has to try his hands at something like the Rengar. Maybe we see Lee Sin come through. You know, mechanically skilled player, Lee Sin pick up, kind of makes some, a decent amount of sense.
Yeah, looking at his solo queue, the Rengar is of a lower win rate than his other champion. Doesn't seem like he's one of the big Rengar players, so we'll see if Rox drafts around that accordingly.
Oh, Mickey's KDA.
A lot of eyes are going to be on the jungle for Longzhu as well. We haven't talked about Crash, but if Fly was having some down series, then I don't even know what adjective is broadcast appropriate for some of Crash's games. Came up really big in their last win. 12 kills on the Graves, looking a lot better. We're looking at the Rumble, though, which has been exploding around the Rift. We saw a lot of players pick up Rumble for their first time competitively this season. Crazy, ADD, many different players. Expression's played a lot of the Rumble, but not necessarily having the best win rate. As you can see, that's his career win rate. Whereas Shy, you know, he's been playing Rumble since it was released way back when. He is one of our few links to the early seasons of LCK, still remaining here in 2017, and his champion pool has been pretty robust this season. His Shen is still something that he relies on. The Rumble is something he's capable on. The win rate between blue and red is intriguing because we see a lot of first pick Rumbles, but I think this kind of speaks to the fact that there's not really a hard counter to Rumble outside of the situational picks, like the Kennen, for example, like the Mundo that we saw yesterday attempted by Marin. So first pick Rumble will continue to be the norm. We've seen patch notes for 7.5, PBE for 7.6. I don't think Rumble's going to be hit anytime soon, so expect him to be just that reliable, low gold economy top laner that pushes lane, which is exactly what you need in standard lanes.
See how he manages going up against Expression in the top lane has been pretty decent.
It's such a cool matchup, so Shy versus Expression in 2017. These guys were battling it out in 2012, in 2013, so you know,
been around for a while.
Around 5 years later, you're still getting the matchup. Was CJ versus Najin back in those days. Both teams changing organization. That's Mighty Bear on your screen, speaking of changing organization. Long way away from Vitality now, back in the LCK. Fly's uninterested. Maybe he'll play something new.
He's ready to get into pick and ban.
I mean, Fly versus Mickey could really be the most off-the-ball, like, Zed versus Talon matchup.
I was going to say,
or it could just be like Corki versus Cassiopeia. You're like, why? Why?
I would love to see the double assassin mid lane, but odds on that one seem pretty slim.
Here's my request. Double assassin, both taking Ignite. No exhaust. Let's just go for it.
Sure. Let's just have the deathmatch in mid lane. No junglers. No ganks. They never leave lane. They just play it straight up 1v1 style.
I mean, they both do that at times, regardless of whether there's junglers or other lanes in the game.
First kill, first turret, first 100 CS, and then you have to AFK if you lose. So, should be a good one. Let's see what happens. Gonna go ahead, jump into the pick and ban here for game number 1. Longzhu starting things off on the blue side. And as per usual, will be that Malzahar ban coming out. And Graves gonna be taken off the table by the Rox Tigers. So Mighty Bear, we'll see where he wants to go with his jungle pick as we move down the draft. As Rengar is also unavailable, so at least might just be something that Rox decided to pick up early on since it's such a comfort for him.
Intel, obviously, to the Longzhu that Mighty Bear has been playing that Rengar in scrims, given the solo queue performance hasn't been of the same caliber. One of the bans the last time these two teams met were interesting. So far, it's pretty standard. It's pretty much 7.4 meta bans, what we saw a lot of last week, the double mid lane ban. You'll notice that Longzhu has had to return to banning LeBlanc on blue side. Samsung left it open, Fly snapped it up, and unfortunately for him, like with a lot of common meta picks, his mastery on the edge of the meta champions, the Talias, the Vlads, champions that he's famous for, Aurelion Sol, of course, is there, but LeBlanc not so much. Was a bit of a struggle streak for him against Crown. First picked Ashe, which Longzhu were doing earlier this week, and now other teams are following up. Even though Ezreal was seeming like the go-to AD carry, the pushing advantage that Ashe very often can establish in many matchups sees her prioritized, and Longzhu have looked best on pick comps, so she's also an initiator in her own right.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen both sides of the matchup as well. If the Ezreal were to come through for Songyun, seems like he's hovering over the Jhin at the moment, but we had seen that inverted just yesterday with Ashe winning and Ezreal winning. But they're going to move away from that. They're going to bring back the Jhin, which is something that wasn't really prioritized in our games just yesterday.
And it's more about the player, I think. Sungyun's best win rate by far, just outstandingly far, is the Jhin. I think 7-2 on the season when he struggled with close to every other meta champion. Played a bit of Ashe, but apart from that, he is an Ezreal player. Legacy has played it in the past, but I think just the comfort factor for Tigers on the Jhin makes it reign supreme. This is actually a pretty big reach when it comes to the Zyra, taking it this early in the draft. Obviously, both mid laners and everyone in the LCK has played it, but a surprise to see it taken in the first round.
This would also be a bit of a surprise if we return back to this Kha'Zix, and we will. They lock it in for Crash, so coming back in, haven't seen this for quite a few games at this point.
He's played 11 games of it this season himself, even that, as you say, in terms of the overall lay of the land, it's gone down in priority, but the top two are banned away. And we heard Beyond in an interview yesterday when he was asked about Elise saying, well, after the first two, you know, the Rengar and the Graves, everything's kind of fair game. So that's why you can go for what you're comfortable on. When you see both the Jhin and the Zyra, both of them are great targets for the Kha'Zix. So while it's a surprise to see it this early in the draft, you can kind of understand the logic behind it. And Nautilus, you know, Expression's been a tank role player most of the season when he hasn't been able to get access to Camille, which was the final ban. Speaking of that, Elise, only other champion we've seen from Mighty Bear, and his most played over in Europe was the Elise, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see it taken.
Yeah, like I said, just big comfort for him. They will go ahead and lock this in. Played this once in the first game versus Kongdu. Did come up with a loss, but then rotated over to that Graves twice and found the win. So still going to be a comfortable pick for him, so we'll opt into it.
Roxas drafting on the red side has been kind of curious. Usually when you're on the red side with a player like Mickey, you're thinking, okay, get in the counter pick, get in the counter pick. But they've actually been picking for top lane more than for mid lane. The last pick has often been for top lane or for a different lane than Mickey. You know, Mickey will draft the Cassiopeia or the Ryze or something safe rather than going for one of his all-in counter picks that he usually has a very, very high win rate on. So far, we're looking at the bans. Could also see something here towards fire. Aurelion Sol still available. But drafting Aurelion Sol into a player known for Zed is always a risky gambit.
Yeah, it sounds a little too risky there. But then again, Fly was the one just blind picking Talon several times.
And what about the Talon? That's another interesting one to consider. You could see Longzhu blind picking it. Faker was blind picking it just yesterday. Waiting for the final ban. It's going to be Zilean, so
okay.
It is a pocket champion for Fly, but maybe not one you would have expected given the draft so far.
Fly definitely better than Edge when it comes down to that Zilean pick.
We didn't see top tier Zilean like you said yesterday. I also think Orianna's just a horrible matchup for the Zilean to deal with.
Yeah, it was a really weird one, but Rumble will be banned out from Shy. So showing some respect there.
Shen's still on the board, and Maokai as well, both picks. He could also, so Shen was banned, so Maokai you could just go for, that would be an old standard for Shy. Pressure lanes against Nautilus, the strongest of the early game laners of the tanks, is difficult. You could argue Renekton, but Nautilus probably stands up to him better than any of the other tanks. But it is very much a legacy pick for Shy. They will lock it in.
There is the outside chance that they flex this Nautilus into the bottom lane. We don't have a support yet for Gorilla, and he's going to be familiar with playing that.
Lulu and Karma both available, though, so it seems less likely that we won't see a support draft, and Expression has played a lot of the Nautilus. This is a sick pick comp. This is basically Kha'Zix's wet dream when it comes to CC in the lanes for him to follow up on.
So Ryze for Fly. What do they want to close this one out with? Lulu, as you mentioned, might be a good one, but Tahm Kench is also available. Save him from the grasping roots as well as the cocoon. So plethora of things for Gorilla to scoop up his carries from.
Now, will Mickey look for something like the Ahri that's been a big favorite for him? Cassiopeia is available and been picked a lot by Mickey. It's good into the Ryze matchup. So we'll just probably go for the standard. We're hoping for the Ahri, of course, given his flair for the pick and the win rate, but Cassiopeia's one way. He's had a lot of individual success, but you actually remember the games where he goes 7-0 and loses on Cassiopeia more so than some of the other ones.
Well, we'll go ahead and lock this in. So on paper should have that favorable matchup, but as you say, has struggled with this Cassiopeia in the past. So we'll see which Mickey we get here today. Will we get the hard carry, or will we get the complete and utter mess?
And I'll actually revert your words and actually say that I think it's Cassiopeia's been good. I think Rox has struggled to play around Cassiopeia. Because you're short range, you need vision, you need to actually be able to overtake a game with the Petrifying Gaze threat rather than just long open fights where sometimes Cassiopeia can't get in range. So I think he individually has been good, but the team play around the Cassiopeia has kind of been the bigger question for Rox, which I guess shouldn't be a surprise. Rox still been building, but Longzhu, all eyes on them. Should be another match win for them based on where these teams were at 3 weeks ago. But right now, I think this is actually a pretty close matchup.
All right, I'll change my words. Which Rox Tigers will we
Yeah,
get? Is
that's
it the
a good
Rox
question.
Tigers that smashes their opponents, or the complete and utter mess that we saw at IEM, which was mostly Mickey? But that is going to be the question as we get ready to load up in here.
The fun
for
thing
game
about
number
Rox
one.
is, they're a bottom-tier team in the LCK, but they're a hot mess, Achilles, because sometimes you're just like, whoa, Rox Tigers, and other times you're like, oh, Rox Tigers. And we saw that both at IEM and often both in the same series. This should be a fun one, though. A rivalry match as well. Gorilla and Prey against their old organization. Let's get into it. Could be a 6-game night because it's got a big second set as well.
That's very true. It could very well be quite a long day compared to yesterday, which was a rather short one for us here in Korea at the Seoul East Stadium. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get loaded up for game number one, Rox Tigers versus Longzhu Gaming. Here we are. The fans still shouting their lungs out, showing their support for the teams that cannot hear them in the soundproof booths.
It's a Korean tradition, Achilles. One of the better ones, fun to have.
Yeah.
Fans so enthused about their charges, whether they're Rox fans, or probably some of them were there last year, not all of them.
Oh, Mickey, you're in a bad spot. Tongue Lash comes through. They're going to exhaust him. He flashes away. Can they pursue? Fly's got quite a bit of damage.
Blasting Plant hasn't even spawned yet.
Flash forward for Gorilla. They slow him up, and that is going to be a pretty devastating start for Mickey. First blood goes over to Rise.
And it's the perfect person to pick up first blood because he can back and pick up a tier at level 1. Oh no.
That's about how I feel, Mickey. Just,
And that's just a scouting report from Longzhu. They seem to have the intel that that's exactly where Mickey likes to patrol the early game. Probably just a bit of VOD watching and ends up completely in disarray. Crucially, because of the timer at 120, Fly decides not to back because leashing is more important for Crash than actually picking up his tier. But
that means the first back is just going to net him so much more than the tier.
exactly. Tier Catalyst much earlier than expected, or tier and boots very early, after one wave. So either way, still very comfortable stuff for Fly.
Yeah, should be getting the tier stacks, completed at the same time, just about, depending on when he backs. But it'll still be a very powerful buy for Fly.
It's actually a fun mind game as well because now whenever Mickey dumps mana into the Rise, it's even less effective than usual because he knows that if he trades HP for a back time, it's still going to be a great back for Fly because he already has the start of his scaling. So might actually lead to Mickey being even more passive or maybe drawing an early gank. Because speaking of early ganks, Mighty Bear's already level 3. This is a very fast gank because he did Raptors into red and cleaned up small golems, but Expression's hanging back.
Yeah, it seems like they might have had some idea. You can see those pings coming out, the warnings in the top lane. So recall does come through from Mighty Bear. Expression will be safe for now. And the Scuttle Crab will get taken by Crash just to give some added support for his top laner. And maybe even a gank.
He did give up Scuttle Crab control, did Mighty Bear, looking for that gank. There is the gank.
Yeah, leaping in. Nice stretch line, denying the slice and dice. Shy goes low, has to flash away. Almost a second kill for Longzhu.
Yeah, masterful timing on the anchor toss. Does force the flash, otherwise Shy would have been so safe. As Renekton, you're so much more likely to dip back into the lane to get the second part of the slice and dice, and mind-gamed by Expression. These old veterans tying it up in the top lane, and still some gamesmanship from Expression to force Shy onto the back foot.
Really good start already here for Longzhu, having that TP down. Expression can get a very nice back in a little bit here. Start stacking up the armor.
Given the camps that are cleared, Fly knows to play to the top side because Mighty Bear is likely to be on that bottom side. Every time a camp is warded, and you see it, because of the long spawn times, you get a pretty good idea of the pathing of the enemy jungler. That's why we see so many informed ganks and paths from the likes of Score, and the junglers who vary up their paths are the ones that often do the best. It's based on scouting from previous games and just little bits of information like level 1 wards. You can predict a lot about a jungler's path, and they are, of course, the great unknown of the early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that really makes a great jungler, is being able to predict the movements of your enemy. And then also, you know, able to vary up your own so that they can't guess where you're at.
And when the jungle meta gets more and more defined, it leads to that kind of multi-layered approach that I get excited about, where it's like, okay, well, we know he does this. We need to have this wave prepped at the right time for the roam, the backup for the jungle to invade to this camp as it spawns. And from there, it can be levels upon levels, all the big mind games where the enemy realizes what information they've shown and it becomes the poker match of, okay, well, who's bluffing? And even just fighting for Raptor camps becomes so big in this meta. We're going to see a fight for Raptors right now.
And Crash coming in does get the big Raptor. Mighty Bear can't get a cocoon out. The little Raptors are there to body block.
Might not know this from solo queue, but honestly, one of the biggest battles in competitive play, as it stands right now, is for the Raptor camp. If you can get both Raptor camps regularly, with the amount of specifically experience, but also gold loaded into them, it's an early game objective in its own that isn't Scuttle Crab or First Drake, but it's actually deceptively large given how it gets the experience so quickly onto the junglers.
Nice win there for Crash, almost to that level 6 spot. Already 5 over Mighty Bear, still resting at 4. So could see the gank start rolling in for this Kha'Zix.
I'm excited to see some more Shy on the Renekton. We haven't seen a lot of Renekton in the past week and a half.
Yeah.
It's been skipped over for a lot of other picks.
Fallen off a bit, same with the Kha'Zix. So we kind of get, you know, 2 picks that haven't been as popular in the last couple matches are coming back in here for us now.
And it was that last game before IEM where Shy was playing, was with Songwon on that day, but Shy was just beasting it up against BBQ when Rox Tigers, against a BBQ team who was flying at the time, came up with a really big upset victory, and off the back of some excellent play by Shy on the Renekton. His teleports were a sight to see on that day. Tier Catalyst, like we predicted for Fly, a little bit early, so early game build is accelerated, and he's focusing on farming, which relieves pressure from the Rise even further. Things do look more organized for Longzhu, which is good to see. Maybe that 7-game losing streak is well in the past.
I was just about to call Key Gorilla because I saw Rox and I saw Zyra. And old habits die hard, I guess.
Definitely, if you're looking at the bot lane, saying the wrong team is very likely. Gorilla was the heart and soul of the Rox Tigers organization, the first player picked up for the roster when they were building towards qualifying for LCK 2015 spring, the first ever split of LCK. Feels like both a long time ago and not that long ago at all. But it's a different world now, as we can very visibly see.
Yeah. Very much is. Now he's got to play against his former organization. Though it might not feel that way, given the, you know, massive amount of changes, the logo even.
Only person there is the owner, and I guess some of the backroom staff. Everyone else has changed. Coach Nofe over at EDG now, of course. Social media changed hands. So many different people changed hands on that roster and that organization. But hey, we have Shy playing for Rox Tigers, so that's bizarre in its own way.
Yep, some odd ones.
Madlife qualified for the qualifiers for NA LCS.
He qualified to maybe qualify.
He did. He qualified in first seed for the qualifiers to NA LCS. My 20-12-year-old self is crying.
What a bizarre world we live in.
Congratulations to Mad Life, though.
Yeah.
This season, one of the obviously the sub-story of the Rox Tigers is the one everyone holds dear, but a lot of CJ roster members from Summer have kind of relaunched their career in different ways. In spring, Haru on Samsung, of course, has gone on to get a lot of MVPs and dislodge ambition for large parts of the season. Kramer having a good season in his own right over at the Afrika Freaks. Mad Life at least achieving his goal in qualifying and finishing first from the NACS. So to different levels, at least CJ Entus is kind of shedding the horrors that were Summer 2016.
If they weren't full up on imports already, TL could have gone for Mad Life. Swapped out Matt Life for Mad Life. Got the original.
Matt Life to the bench. That's news
times.
from this week.
We'll see how things go. It'll be interesting to track TL now that they have double lift and Adrian starting in the bottom lane. It seems so weird on paper to me to have those two in a lane.
And having double lift on what was, effectively the Curse organization that he, to some degree, made his career on before he moved to Counterlogic Gaming. Yes, I realize he played a couple of games at support at Counterlogic Gaming before he went over to Team Curse, but obviously made his name and started playing the AD carry role over on the side of Curse.
Steve Aronson always ropes him back in. Now he's got St. Vicious back under his wing.
He does.
Just needs to bring Voy Boy out of retirement. He almost had Nine Jackie out of retirement.
Well, they talked about that.
Jackie,
That was
however,
something I did not believe, but
yeah, that was a fun little rumor that bounced around for a bit.
what's old is new. Hey, Cutie Pie was approached by a team this season.
That's true.
Team Liquid, of course.
How topical. I forget who said it, but somebody on Reddit, I think, commented and said that the TSM needs to pick up Cutie Pie so we can get the TSM versus TL matchup.
Gotta say, the recycling plan for NA talent has certainly been put to good use.
I mean, it only churns out so many good players every year. This time it was, the junglers coming out with Acadian and Dardoch.
Well, Dardoch was definitely
Contracts.
last year's, but Arcadian and Contracts this year for sure.
So, can't always just get those new talents coming out. So you need to recycle every now and then. It's better for the environment.
Same with Korean players, right?
Oh, Crash getting hit up by the Cocoon takes a lot of damage. The Devour is there, though, from Gorilla to take him out to safety, so it doesn't even have to burn the flash.
Yeah, vintage Gorilla. Him being in the right place at the right time is what we saw so often in 2015 and 2016. Alistair and his roams. Roam timings were one of the big things, but roaming has become a little bit less in the early laning phase, especially with how strong the 2v2 lanes are and range supports not being able to do things like Tahm Kench. But now that Tahm Kench is back, it's exciting to see Gorilla back on that pick. Did a lot of value. If you remember, last year, Rox were pretty famous for flexing the Tahm Kench, as they had Smeb played top lane Tahm Kench, and the bot lane as well, of course.
Well, we see a pick in mid. He does have the cleanse
No flash,
available.
though.
Yeah, no flash. Cleanses up. Could just try to shove him off the turret, maybe get some damage in, but it seems like Longshore are going to go ahead and peel back, bottom lane returning. Mickey will be safe for now, but a Missile Voyage coming through. Songyun flashing away from the Ash Arrow. Gets himself out to safety.
Feels like Longzhou feeling pressured to make something happen with their top laner, given that Expression, as often the way against a Renekton lane, has been suffering in CS. Down about 30 at points, and about 25 now. Bigger than I might have expected, given how strong Nautilus's early laning phase is, but Renekton has a Black Cleaver, so they're not really interested in extended laning trades against a Black Cleaver Renekton who can also slice and dice and reduce armor that way as well.
Yeah, it's definitely rough times for Expression right now, but if you can be impactful around the map, then that'll more than make up for it, so that's what Longzhou has been aiming for at least. Just unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to pull anything off quite yet, but gotten summoner spells, so it's not like they're coming up completely with losses. They need to transition that into kills, into objectives. So far, just the Ocean Drake they were able to pick up, and Cloud going to be following up, so.
The bigger impetus is probably there for Rox Tigers. If you think about it, lethality will lose effectiveness over the game. there will become a point when Nautilus can kind of ignore both the Renekton and the Jhin in the terms of the front line, and that's probably where Ashe and Ryze will take over the game. The mid game is definitely the big fighting ground for the ROX Tigers, and the fact that they didn't pick up the first Drake and no other objectives have gone their way is probably a little bit of a concern on their behalf.
Professionals still have to worry about Mickey with consistent damage that the Cassiopeia can output. So even if it is slow and steady, she can whittle him away with those twin fangs.
Can be hard though. You know, Cassiopeia does suffer from ranges when her team isn't ahead. If her team's ahead, then having a Cassiopeia will solo and get picks, but if her team's behind, just a flash ult to initiate.
Sure, she doesn't have the ghost, so Mickey won't be able to kind of skirt around the fight as easily as normally. Especially getting locked up, stunned into the cocoon. He's going to pop up Mighty Bear with that depth charge, but he will go down. Shy picks it up with the Q, and now ROX might just get a shove on the turret. They don't have the wave with them yet. It's still ways away.
But it's great to see little times like that where rotating in a completed duo, which in this case is top and jungle the last couple times they've played, you see obvious synergy between Shy and Mighty Bear. They've been able to duo Q, they've been able to build up their synergy, probably split scrim time with Linderung and Seonghwan, and very, very clean from those two to get an advantage around top. And while it won't be stopped probably by Fly, probably will be first brick to Tigers.
Yeah, a couple more hits. There we go. They get it. Cocoon lands on the Fly, but they don't want to commit in. TP comes in from the backside, Expression dragging Shy back in with the dredge line. Fly just unable to get in range. So they'll just commit the TP. They come up short, can't find a kill, and they lose the turret. So nicely done by ROX.
Yeah, depth charge was already on cooldown and wasn't going to lead to anything in that particular case anyway. Shy and Mighty Bear both had flash, and Mighty Bear can pop the depth charge with Repel. So, bit of a waste to teleport from Expression. They can make a secondary play with Shy, that'd be big. Speaking of plays.
Mickey, Petrifying Gaze in onto Gorilla. Fly flashing forward, gets the root, but the cleanse comes through for him to keep him alive. Now maybe trading back TP completed by Shy. He's just going to slice and dice back towards the turret, arriving to keep his Cassiopeia safe.
Just a defensive teleport from Shy though, so when you see Expression wasn't able to make much of his teleport, that's a great timer from Longzhu to open up as well, countering out the enemy teleport. Scaling game has begun by Fly. Scaling has also been opted into by Prey, who's actually cashed in his cull already. So happy to play a longer game along Longzhu, especially if they can add some Drakes to complement the scaling.
Yeah, which looks like we'll be able to do. Mighty Bear's hovering around in the mid lane, but doesn't want to walk down into the river where they have limited vision. So Cloud Drake will go over to Longzhu, stack on top of the Ocean Drake. So very early Dragon takes that we're seeing here in this game one. Infernal will be the next one to follow up. So 22.5 minutes just about. Might have a big team fight coming out for that objective.
It might be a 5 Drake game, which as you say, we don't see too frequently. On course for that at this point. They're all taken on spawn. Shy is now devastatingly powerful as he has the Tiamat on top of the Black Cleaver.
I can recall what might have been the last time Longzhu had a 5 Drake game, and it took him a couple Elder Dragons in order to close that one out.
You think of the Jhin Air series?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
How could I forget? I try, but I'm regularly woken in the night by the nightmares.
Jhin Air Green Wings. They're a fun team to cast. I mean, recently they've been good, so they haven't even been hanging around for the late game in the last couple of series they've played. Took KT, who we'll be seeing in our second series tonight, a lot of effort and time to be able to be taken down, as Jhin Air put up a spirited fight and took a game off KT Rolster.
ROX looking for something in mid. Fly's gonna walk around. Nice hawk shot coming through from Prey just in time.
Also defensive the vision here for ROX Tigers though. And Longzhu, very low on vision in general, but they're much happier than ROX relatively to have an extended laning phase, to have defensive vision. They're not looking to get too angsty, given that they've actually picked up more objectives than ROX Tigers in the early game, and are happy with where their scaling is at for the late game.
Oh, you're not going to connect. Fly's all right. Could have been a kill, maybe. He might have had to flash in for that Petrifying Gaze. Come up with it. Gorilla in a bad spot, stuck inside the pit, but actually Ash Arrow comes down onto Mighty Bear. He's going to go low. gets devoured before he can go in with a repellent. He's just going to die inside Tahm Kench's stomach. Gorilla will fall, but now Prey just hammering away with the volleys onto Songyun and Key, ripping through this bot lane duo. They both flash the wall. Can they make it out? Prey says hell no, flashes over the wall to chase them down. Will get one, can't come up with a second. Crash is on the hunt. Can he find it? Shoots out the Void Spikes. Won't be able to take down Songyun, but 3 kills on the board just for Gorilla's life.
Bit of vintage Prey on the outside and the outskirts of the fight, getting the most damage impossible. Slight hesitation meant no double kill on the flash over, but still plenty of objectives as Shy just wants to hold the mid lane turret, and that's why he pops his ultimate.
Yeah, pops the Dominus, just keeping this alive as best as he can. Wave is coming through. Fly will be hitting this down steadily with some auto attacks with the help of the minions, but likely won't be able to take it here. The wave clear from the Renekton will be too strong, but meanwhile, Prey with some alone time in the bottom lane takes out the tier 1 turret.
When I see the replay, and your first thought is, okay, Gorilla, you're caught, nothing you can do, had flash up, but turn around, the Ash Arrow accuracy always been a thing. And they actually take down Mighty Bed during the CC duration, which is a surprise. Can't even get his repel up, as you noted. But Prey's target selection here, starting off on Mickey, turning when he realized that he was dead, and DPSing down the duo lane. His first thought, to get as close to the wall as possible. Didn't want to fail flash into that wall, and thus doesn't pick up the double kill, but still, Longzhu the big winners in that trade. About 1,000 gold lead, and as we said, the scaling has already started for Longzhu as well.
And Mickey looking for a gank. Gorilla going to be walking in blindly.
Doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, Cocoon comes through. He's going to get rooted down by the Deadly Flourish. Ash Arrow comes out to try to keep him alive, but it's just not going to do enough. He falls. Now Prey maybe in a bad spot. Call shots coming through. Crash gets locked up in the Petrifying Gaze, but there's not enough follow-up to take him down. He'll be okay. But a nice pick off by Rox.
Good sign to see they're still trying to make plays. Mickey going for the pick comp. We talked about how hard it is to make those pick when you're not winning the game, when you're not winning the Vision War, but they kind of established a mobile pick by putting down the control ward.
Oh, Mickey gets dredge line, and Expression just comes up, finishes him off the depth charge, popping him for so much damage.
Just assassinated. Expression on a walk and spots out Mickey and takes him out. We already saw some Assassin Nautilus from Prophet. And earlier this week, I mean, actually late last week.
Soul's got PTSD from that.
That's true. This time it's Songyun, the other AD carry.
Oh, Prey now going to get pinched on. Dashing forward, Shy finds it. Deadly Flourish comes out. Gorilla tries to close the gap with the flash to get the Devour, but is just unable to do so, and he's going to die as well. Kill picked up by the Jhin, and now Rock should be able to knock down this tier 1 turret. They are losing the tier 1 in top and the tier 2 in bottom lane. So Longzhu are desperately trying to trade this up as best as possible, but still, good pick coming through for Rox Tigers yet again, and they're going to be looking for more potentially.
Now Crash has a bit of AoE wave clear, but will it be enough? 2 turrets, the minimum here for Rox Tigers to make it worth it, but they're going to get it anyway.
Yeah.
And Expression's actually forced off the turret, so big win for Rox Tigers. Just surprised by the amount of burst onto Ash. I mean, look at Gorilla. He flashed for the Devour, and still Prey died for 50% health in an instant during the flash animation. To get Tigers the gold lead for a moment. It's now arrested. It's only 300 gold lead to Longzhu, though, and we're back even after it looked like Longzhu were opening up an advantage when they took the early Drake.
Yeah, things are starting to look really good for them, but now it might just all be culminating up to the spawn of this Infernal Drake in 30 seconds. Unfortunately, Rox were unable to push into that lower half of the jungle and get vision down before this is spawning. So they will not know the avenues of approach from Longzhu unless they come up the lanes. See Gorilla already clearing out the control ward that was thrown down, so vision priority and control will be there for Longzhu.
You will notice they walk down Expression to try and guarantee the pick onto this Drake. If you're teleporting in, that's time where you can't, as a team, move forward and put down the vision.
Shy is now starting to roam down, but the dragon spawns.
And they got so much control that Shy roaming down isn't as relevant.
They're cheating up. They're going to threaten this Baron if they decide to commit in for the Infernal Drake.
So they should be able to two-man the Drake with just Ryze and Kha'Zix, and they have a semi-global to get there faster.
Oh, Ash Arrow coming through. Gorilla gets locked up off the bat. Shy dashing forward. They just completely eliminate the Tahm Kench. Expression, big pop-up with the depth charge, does lock down. Mickey's dredge line comes through. Heal comes out, but a Petrifying Gaze catches Expression, catches Crash. Fly is able to finish him off, but now Prey getting jumped on. The heal comes out, but Shy just slices and dices his way to a kill. Fly able to follow up with a double, but has to hightail it out of there. He's too low to try to fight Songyun right now. So Longzhu going to lose 3 members, able to find 2, but that could be the Infernal Drake going over to Rox.
And we're seeing the development of Rox, understanding that, okay, because they walked down Expression, we can't actually fight for Vision. So let's create our own Vision around Baron, force Longzhu to face check. They go 3 for 2, Songyun. Oh, that was a risky back, but gets it off in the end. Key backs as well, so if Longzhu picks up the objective, I think Rox did a lot of hard work to only get a 1-kill advantage and still lose the Drake. Flash will start it off. Shy keeps turning back the clock recently. I'm so impressed with him recently. And speaking of Shy,
it's been really good. TP comes through from Shy. Expression has not started channeling his yet. He's clearing out in the top lane. Now will come through right in the thick of the fight, cutting off the rest of Rox Tigers. Gorilla saves Fly's life. Ash Hero comes out to try to zone them, but they get the Infernal Drake. So double TP committed, canceled out by Expression, so he'll have the faster TP up. Infernal goes over to Longzhu, and there's a second on the way.
They're going to move towards Baron again, the Rox Tigers. You see how powerful Shy is. Titanic Hydra, Black Cleaver. They have a fast Baron. They have Cassiopeia, the fastest Baron taker of the mid laners. They're probably going to start it. Yep, they started it already.
Yeah, they start this thing up. Already down to half
Kha'Zix
HP.
far away,
yeah,
but they have
Crash
Realm Warp.
is not nearby. They're going to have to try to get him in there or go for the steal. Can they find it? The answer is yes. Expression takes away the Baron. Shy solo has to dash away, trying to exit through the top. Looks like he will make it out, but Mickey cannot say the same. He goes down, and Longzhu come up with the such an unlikely steal. Expression finding Baron.
That was exactly the right call from the Rox Tigers, but a poor Smite answers all of it. Smite's too early, and I believe it was just a Riptide coming through that stole it away, which embarrassment here for Mighty Bear, making his second ever competitive series debut in LCK. Exactly the right timing. Even with Realm Warp, Kha'Zix couldn't get to the Baron pit. But against all logic, as is the case with Baron, you know, 2 HP memes still stick around. Look at where Kha'Zix is, never going to be there. Smite's at 747, and
there's no Riptide.
that might have just been literally the Sunfire Cape.
Really? Wow.
Sunfire Cape stealing Baron is an old LCK meme from Monty and Doa days. I think it actually just happened right there. And then the rest of the fight, you know, doesn't really mean anything. That was very, very unlikely stuff. And perfectly, the decision-making to take the Baron in that window was perfect. You know, usually we see 50-50 Barons. Expression's laughing because that was something that he's going to be credited for that he didn't even know much about. But again, we've seen some Fiesta Barons where Beyond was stealing 2 Barons away from Longzhu, things like that. This was a perfectly timed Baron because there was no way for Kha'Zix to be there. And then the Smite just makes it look silly.
I mean, that's really disappointing for Mighty Bear. You have that quote-unquote execution for release, the Spider Form Q into Smite that does so much damage. It's so easy to kind of confirm that Smite takeaway when there's no other jungler nearby, and he just botches it, and Sunfire Cape comes up with a steal.
And everyone else has to pay for it because it was a great team call from the Rox Tigers, but you know, mechanical misstep. That's the thing about Baron. It can be about smiting Baron. It can be so fickle. The difference between getting it and missing out on it could be a single HP, could be 2 HP, and it can actually cost what was, in other ways, a really good decision. In hindsight now, looks like a poor one because of one mechanical mistake.
I can imagine after this series, when Score is coming out to the booth and Mighty Bear's leaving, he's going to put his hand on his shoulder and just say, I understand.
Slightly different stakes, but I completely understand.
And Mighty Bear will be like, thank you, Hal. Thank you, Hal. Thank you so much.
Rox have done so many things right this game, but now 5,000 gold disadvantage. Now Shy, who is on course for an MVP performance, you know, 3-0-3. The Renekton's always going to get outscaled. Remember the scaling. Longzhu getting Baron should never happen given how powerful Rox are in the first 20 to 25 minutes. But words like scaling mean so little when you get this bonus injection over the side of Longzhu.
Yeah, and now the gold lead, they're just starting to run away with it. 6,000 up at the moment.
Although, they are sitting on about 8,000 worth of gold, so
yeah.
The Baron buff, though, is a lot of stats that probably reflects that 8,000 that's in their purses.
It's helping out quite a lot. First turret goes down in the top lane, so Inhibitor now exposed. Expression going to get locked up in the front. Guy dashes forward. Devour comes through from Gorilla, keeping him alive, and Fly is just chipping away. Couple more hits. Realm Warp out. It's like that Inhib will stay standing for a little bit longer.
This 1-3-1 just wouldn't have been possible. Neither Nautilus nor the Ryze could have performed the 1-3-1 that you so commonly see with Ryze when Renekton was as strong as he was, but the Baron buff makes it all look so trivial.
And
It's a
now
heartbreaker.
they're gonna go spend all that gold that they've been sitting on.
Yeah, as you can
So,
see.
massive items
in.
going to be coming through. Yeah, Void Staff completed here for Fly. He's already got that Seraph's Embrace completed. So that is going to be one beefy Ryze.
Yep. Everything's ahead of schedule on the side of Longzhu. And now Rox, from a good decision, and now seem to be in the damned if we do, damned if we don't boat. If they initiate a fight, it feels like the item timings are now such that Longzhu will win a 5v5.
They want to go for Gorilla here.
They do, but he's too far away.
Maybe Crash would be a decent idea. Nope. Moon comes out. Say, well, not walking in there.
But what's an item timing they can hit that actually turns the next fight is kind of the question for me. If they can just hold their vision, get a pick, delay the game, maybe that works. But
So Voyage into the bottom lane. They're going to be looking for Shy. Locking him up. Ash Arrow comes through with the Dredge line. Depth Charge. Just committing everything onto the Renekton. Trying to get that GA down. Stranglethorns will come through from Key. Trying to dissuade Longzhu from pushing further. They might be regretting this now as Gorilla goes down and Crash has to hightail it out.
Ray.
Firing away over the wall. Flashes in aggressively. Helps come up with 2 kills. Songyun going to be the only one running out of here with his life. And then Shy, who was able to exit on the backside, had to flash out, but never mind, Fly. He wraps around, Realm War brings him into the base, comes up with a triple kill, and now Longzhu with super creeps getting ready to be pouring into the base in the top lane as this inhib goes down. Could be looking to finish the game in the next couple minutes.
so much was dumped into specifically Gorilla and then Crash that Prey was free hitting.
They might not
going
even
for
need
those
the super creeps.
aggressive flashes. No, they don't. Achilles. I think they've got it here. Prey's still alive. Not much Shy can do. He'll soak for a moment, but only just a moment. And Longzhu have stolen one away from the Rox Tigers in just the most unlikely of fashion.
And that gold lead just absolutely exploded forth. 10,000 to finish out the game as the Nexus will crumble. Mighty Bear desperately running in, but there's just nothing you can do. With the most unlikely of Baron steals, Longzhu swing back into this game, and they take a hold of it. Do not let go.
Longzhu looked bemused, but I'd love to see the camera shot from the Rox side because Sonya so far is an overused adage, but very apt for this particular game one. Stolen away from Longzhu. They probably would have gone on to win in a 40-45 minute game, but the manner, the early victory, the game timer does not reflect the fact that Rox were finally playing to their draft, making a smart call, but losing the Baron in such frustrating circumstances. Look on Key's face, kind of how I imagine most Rox Tigers fans feel about this game. And there are, of course, substitutes available to Rox, but I think one mechanical misplay is not enough to sub out Mighty Bear. I think they, in general, had a pretty good performance. Mickey, of course, died a few times more than he'd like to, but that's not necessarily a new thing. But Longzhu pick up the victory in what was a very entertaining game one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the one thing you got to say is that Shy really starting to earn his spot on this roster despite the loss, was an absolute monster on that Renekton.
I mean, Shy probably got his spot on this org for reputation alone, but actually having performances like that, reminding us of 2012, 2013 Shy. Vintage Shy is a cool thing. We haven't got to say that too many times in the past year, arguably 2 years, since about spring of 2015, but he looked really good in this game.
Definitely did. Longzhu, they got to be happy with the win, but they can't be overexcited about it. They definitely were so close to losing that one if the Baron had gone over to Rox Tigers, so still have an uphill battle in game 2. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have that game.
fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast. grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll.
Welcome back, guys. Gonna take a look at the damage charts here. So Fly and Prey did quite a bit of damage, you'd have to say. So did Expression on the Nautilus. Still bringing up the charts with that one, and man, what a Baron steal.
Yeah, it was a slow and steady game that looked like, okay, probably be taken by Longzhu in the late game, but we never got to the late game because it was artificially accelerated by a single Baron fight where, whether it was a max range Riptide or a Sunfire Cape steal, that part was unclear, but Expression was the one who stole it away. And he will pick up the MVP as well, partly because of that Baron steal, but Nautilus has been a standby for him. Moves up to 600 points himself. It is really crowded at the top of the MVP standings because the difference between, what is it? Let's have a look here. About 11th place and first is 200 points.
Yeah, so really big tie right now for that 4th place spot. Figure with sole possession of 3rd. And then we're going to see Crown and Score maybe duking it out for sole possession of 1st later on in our 2nd set. But Expression, I mean, getting the assassination in onto Mickey, consistently landing those dredge lines throughout the duration of the fight, having an excellent target selection, constantly providing CC for his team. It's just a good game overall by him. And the Baron steal was just a cherry on top.
I guess the unfortunate thing is that Rox played a good game here, you know? Like, sure, they could have been more proactive in the early game, but Shy had an outstanding game on the Renekton. The Baron was perfectly timed. You can see on the mini-map that Kha'Zix was not going to be there for the Smite steal, but this definitely feels like the 1 in a million chance of lightning striking you when you're walking on an open field, because it was a pretty straightforward, good decision from Rox, and everything after that was kind of heaping shame onto what was mostly a good Rox performance. Prey in this fight was very smart on the outskirts, fighting around terrain like he and Deft, the best in the world, are known to do. Bang as well. And then finishing off the game from here as Shy had to die eventually, right at the last. So Longzhu, against the run of play in many ways, pick up the game 1 victory. They need 2 zeros left, right, and center to get over their -1 game score, and this was a good start.
Yeah, definitely was. Showed some promise, but Rox also did as well. So we'll see how things are going to go here as they enter in for game number 2.
No roster changes. Didn't hear the signature music track. Could see Shy and Mighty Bear in the booth. I think you give them another go. They've been so far exclusively using each duo in the last 2 sets. So this time Rox Tigers on the blue side. Let's see how they draft, because mid-game versus scaling was the story in game 1, and we'll see the shared identity or differing identity in game 2.
So far, nothing surprising. Malzvarus taken off the board by either side.
Will we see the jungle bans? Looks like less likely when we have Ashe actually banned as the 2nd round ban for Rox.
I think if you're Prey, just say, okay, I guess I'll play Ezreal then.
But what this means for that Rengar Graves double ban is that we probably won't see it, so we might actually see that as the jungle matchup here. LeBlanc still available as well.
And Rox have been known to ban that on blue side, so we could just see them go ahead and take that one away.
Unless Mickey wants to give it a go, because is an assassin-minded player, has played it in the past, clearly isn't just a champion that he has no practice on. And they'll tempt fate by banning away the Rengar, setting up a LeBlanc or Graves first pick. Mighty Bear 2-0 on the Graves. So, given that, do you give Mickey LeBlanc?
The answer is no.
Surprising, actually, given that Tigers have moved away from it so much, but of course firms the Graves as a first pick. Could have argued other teams would have taken Rumble in that spot. Rumble is now available. Expression could be just taking that on the side of Longzhu. Ezreal Rumble's a possible first-round draft, unless they are willing to run something like the Cannon into Rumble, which I guess both these teams, especially Shy, has shown he's happy to do. So given the Cannon is on, does that actually delay the top lane pick further than usual? Ezreal's the highest priority AD carry with the Ashe off the board, although Sungyun will probably happily go into Jhin again. So is it Rumble in this spot, or is it just a support or an answering jungle? That's the kind of the question for Crash to consider.
Looks like they might be looking for the jungle, and they will go ahead and just lock up the Kha'Zix.
A single game of Cannon, and now people are like, wait, I don't know if I can play Rumble. With that being available, given that Longzhu have access to first pick in the 2nd round, that does leave them in an obvious spot to take the lead to force a top lane mismatch. And for now, action is over onto Rox Tigers. You probably pick up your duo lane here with so many AD carries banned away especially.
Seems like that might be the plan. Might just go back over for this Jhin. They will lock it in for Songyun.
Could also just take the Nautilus here and flex it if necessary. I'm sure Key, given his proficiency on other hook champions like the Thresh, would be happy enough to take the Nautilus into support, though we don't see it flex too much. I think it's really comfortable, given its flex-pick nature, and it will be locked in.
Last pick here for Longzhu before we go into that second ban phase. Which direction do they want to go in? Do they want to just snatch up a support right now?
Could take Tahm Kench if they were happy enough with the laning phase in game 1. Or you could just go for an answering to what is perceived to be a Nautilus top lane. Take the Shen. He's been one of the best performing champions for Expression. The bans will be interesting because do they buy into the Nautilus being a top lane or not? That's kind of the question mark here. Remember, Rumble's still available this late into the draft. We could already have our 2 top laners locked in. We may not. Rox could definitely put Shy on Rumble. For now, we're looking into the second round. No supports taken unless we have Nautilus flex, so there'll be double support bans coming through on the side of Longzhu.
Longzhu definitely feeling like this is going to be the top lane Nautilus for sure. And then Karma off the board as well. So Tahm Kench is still available for Gorilla unless banned away by Tigers the second time around.
You keep banning supports, and Tahm Kench looks like basically the prized support, which often gets overshadowed by some of these strong laners, but Malzahar, Karma, Lulu, all off the board. How deep are we going on the support bans? Nami might start being considered as a ban, which is kind of crazy. But Cassiopeia taken away, so that's been a comfort pick for Mickey when it comes to blind pick mid laners. The other one is the Ahri, that with that Ignite selected, we might be seeing from Mickey this game. Would make sense with the Jhin Nautilus for a pick comp on the side of Rox Tigers.
Potentially has to take it in blind.
Speaking of blind, if we're going to see a blind mid lane picked up in the first pick of the second rotation, Taliyah is an option for Fly. That's been a big one for him.
That's true. I mean, clock running down. We could see Taliyah banned here last couple seconds, but no, it will be that Tahm Kench.
I think you take Taliyah and then work out a support pick as the last pick, because Cassiopeia can be that difficult matchup into the Taliyah. So Taliyah's looking pretty damn golden in this spot, but Ryze is still available as well. Well, they're fighting pick comps into pick comps, it seems.
Fly had a pretty good game in the first there, so could just go back to this Ryze and try to replicate that. Seems like that will be the plan as they lock it in. So no Taliyah
Yet.
here for us today yet.
The thing is, Rox could definitely take Taliyah as well.
I don't think Mickey, has Mickey even played Taliyah this season? I don't think he has.
He might have played one game, but I'd have to look over the statistics. Ahri has been his bigger pick when it comes to pick mid laners. Well, we have a very powerful pick comp here. We're waiting on what Mickey's answer is to specifically
He's
the
not.
Ryze.
He has not played it, but something that he has played is this Syndra. So could be looking to go ahead, pick this one up yet again. They will lock it in alongside the Zyra. So Mickey still not going to be showing us the Ahri, but we'll go back to the Syndra pick.
Yeah, it slipped in priority a little bit, but great comp to run it into, and great comp around it as well. Could be very powerful, and because of all the support bans, may have to be a melee support answer to the Zyra. But there is one meta range support available, and Gorilla realizes that it's going to be too painful laning the Braum into Zyra, so just will go for the Nami. Ezreal Nami was the lane that we saw have so much value from Bang yesterday. That can be a winning lane. It's what really took down the Afrika Freaks in Game 3, as Bang and Wolf just obliterated Kramer and Tucson in the 2v2, even though the matchup on paper looked unfavorable.
It was pretty brutal, to say the least, if you haven't seen those games.
Don't say obliterated lightly. Dumpstered is another synonym there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, those
enjoy
ones
that
go hand in
KDA,
hand.
Kramer. Unfortunately, your team loses because of all the pressure that was caused by Bang and Wolf. But this is a fun one. There's a lot of shared identity between these two comps. Reliability a little bit higher on the side of Rox Tigers when you have things like the depth charge and just Nautilus having CC upon CC. But some comfort also for Rox, getting the Mighty Bear back onto the Graves. He's already picked up 2 victories on. Not that Crash hasn't played a lot of Kha'Zix himself.
I mean, it was a really good game 1. Game 2 is anything like that, then I'm happy to go see it closed out here or go to game 3. So could be a very good set of games here today.
Mentality for Rox Tigers under the microscope. So close, but so far with the Baron that basically guaranteed Longzhu the victory after Rox had made some smart moves. Can they shake that off, enter game 2, and make this a series? Because it could certainly go all 3 games.
It definitely could. We'll see if Rox can bounce back from that crucial steal that came through by Expression and come up with a victory here, or if Longzhu can just close this out with a desperately needed 2-0 win. We're going to find out right here, right now, as we go on to the Rift for game number 2. Oh, that intro cut. I cry every time.
You and the world at large when it comes to the love for the Rox Tigers? Mickey hasn't played that in a long time. 1-0 Korea on it. Would have loved to see it here, but the Syndra is certainly something he's practiced on. It feels like Mickey and Ian have been the big Syndra pickers in LCK Spring 2017. And
It's fallen away by everybody else.
Well, he certainly has. And speaking of champions have fallen away, the first pick Ezreal has fallen away, but some of the later pick Ezreals are here, and we get to see Prey on the Ezreal. So a week where we've seen Bang, Deft, and Prey, the 3 best Ezreals in the world, in my estimation. Jump on the Ezreals, a happy time. They all have different chromas as well, which is fun. Which is your favorite one, Twitch chat? Whether chroma?
We won't know, but
there's Dongjun, one of the Korean casters, for some reason.
I think they might be saying that Ezreal with that skin looks like Dongjun.
They think everything looks like Dongjun. They say the same
Hey,
thing.
there we go. Korean
Pool Party
Cypher
Tarek.
Prey.
That's a really good Prey.
It's pretty accurate.
Scanning
their power level.
Known for the Pulse Fire Ezreal, but moving away from it today.
Yeah. I remember being around C9 when they were scrimming before, and they were scrimming against the then Rox Tigers. And I remember the frustration of Sneaky in lane. She's like, Prey does not miss a single Mystic shot. He's like, I don't know how this guy does it, but he doesn't miss. And he just kept getting pushed out of lane repeatedly.
I'm still smiling because you said Sneaky in lane.
That was in 2016. Now it's 2017 Sneaky in lane.
That's true. It's a whole different ball game. But Double Lift's back, so maybe it's a similar ball game. Mighty Bear playing for a quick level 3 gank. Cleared his bottom 3 camps, and he's walking up.
And Prey and Gorilla are very far forward. He hasn't shown yet.
It's got a nice angle.
They're going to be looking for the root here if they can find it. Prey gets hit. See that Deadly Flourish coming out. Now finds Gorilla, but he's back in underneath the turret. Mighty Bear goes low. Can't chase in. Prey has been dealt a pretty significant blow to his HP. Had to pop the heal as well during that exchange. So
And
no
Mighty
first
Bear's
blood.
happy to take the brunt of the damage because he's not the one he's the one that can enter the jungle and largely be safe. Crash now looking for an angle.
Yeah, Crash is coming in. Gorilla, can he find the bubble? Jumps away from the roots, jumps in onto Key. Will get rooted down by the Deadly Flourish, but Key still goes down. First blood going over to Prey. And like we saw in game 1 for Fly, that's going to be a very early tier for this Ezreal.
And because Key couldn't pick up a kill when he used all his summoners, not having them available on the gank from Crash really shuts them down. Surprising pathing from both junglers. You don't often see both junglers level 3 gank bottom. But both of them cleared out their bottom side jungles and went for a gank. So modifying their paths. This does mean that Mighty Bear will be able to steal away the red buff because he had already recalled prematurely, and he has Shy causing pressure in the top lane. So single objective is certainly not an ideal trade, but it's something for the side of Rox Tigers. But you blow everything trying to make something happen in bot lane, and sometimes you get your just desserts, and this time it was in the form of Crash successfully ganking onto Key.
Yeah, very nice pathing by him, identifying that he could come down, wrap around, and find that kill. So we'll see that his red buff is taken, so that'll be sad times. for the Kazakhs, but overall I think you have to be pretty happy as Longzhu. So no tier start actually for Prey. He just wants to go straight in for the Sheen.
It's been a bigger and bigger development this week. It's been Sheen delayed.
I mean,
So
we noted yesterday just how crucial that was.
The weakest of laning phases was when, in Game 1, between Afrika and SKT, we saw Kramer go tier Cull and just get overwhelmed by BF Sword from Bang on the Ashe. And now we're seeing more and more Sheen to have laning control because people are getting more and more used to laning against Ezreal, given that it's jumped up in priority. Mickey's cheating towards the side.
Yeah,
Crash
pushing
on.
forward. Fly's going to root him down. He cleanses that one off. Crash jumping in. Flash comes through from Mickey, but he gets slowed up by the Void Spikes. One hit would do it, but he just can't close the distance. Mickey gets out with his life, but loses both of his summoners.
Doesn't have the range of the Evolved Claws either, not level 6. So able to walk away, saunter away on almost no HP at all. He's going to overstay in some ways because he has Mighty Bear to help him push up, but Ryze spots it as well. No flash on either mid laner.
Let's get a shove in under the turret here. Flies low on mana, so the wave clear. Not going to be fantastic from him, but should be able to get all these last hits in.
Most of them, at least.
So steadying things out here for both sides. But second kill, barely evading Longzhu. That would have set Mickey back pretty significantly, and yet again fast track Fly on his build. So good on him to get himself out alive.
So the cool thing I like
now
about specifically the Sheen when you're with Nami in the bot lane is that now you win trades about as one-sidedly as possible, because between Sheen auto attacks and the ebb and flow, both damaging and healing, they're going to win trades that you would not win if you had a tier Cull or a tier looking into boots on the side of the Ezreal. So you're sacrificing a 23-minute power spike for, sending that power spike back maximum 5 minutes, probably about 4, and just having a stronger laning phase. So whether this becomes the norm or it's just a situational thing, we wait and see, but it's a very dramatic development on the same champion in a short passage of time.
Mighty Bear trying to find entry here into the mid lane. Was spotted on the ramp. So Longzhu are very well aware of his pathing. He's got that level 6 ready to go to try to pop somebody with that collateral damage where he can, but he's not really finding a way in for a gank. So looks like he's just going to go ahead and recall on Vision.
Big call for Rox to find a way to start picking up this Infernal Drake. They can get a control ward on it and stop Scuttle Crab Vision from being there. Gray's one of the safest to solo down an early Infernal. Syndra often usually has kill pressure in bottom lane, so Ryze doesn't have the latitude to roam down, as you can see those Mystic shots are really falling, and let's see if he can do what we know that Prey can and hit 3 or 4 in succession, because if he does that, you're basically chunked out of bottom lane. Oh, Crash isn't spotted here.
Poking in, we'll find the red buff now, jumping onto Mighty Bear. He's going to flash the wall. Crash doesn't yet have his flash available, so he can't pursue any deeper. But comes away with a steal, takes a summoner away from Mighty Bear. Nicely done on the invade.
Crash actually accidentally ulted as well when he wanted to evolve, so doesn't have access to that ultimate.
That's unfortunate.
But not relevant, given that they're just zoning away the bot lane from the turret. They're going to try and bring Graves and stop this from being first brick for Longzhu.
Yeah, he'll have the wave clear to offer up. Mickey now starting to roam down from River, but he is spotted out. There's a lot of vision running down through the jungle here for Longzhu, so they will stay safe, but they're unable to come up with that first brick for now, but Dragon might be on the menu very shortly.
Maybe if there was more mana on Prey, could have been a consideration, but we noted already, doesn't have the tier building just yet. I get pressure. Usually the team with Syndra is creating these invades rather than the team against Syndra, but because the trades have been going so well in bottom lane, Prey and Gorilla have lane control. Maybe we have to reestablish how strong Ezreal and Nami as a duo can be, given they've consistently been winning trades. Crash, if he gets face checks key here.
Okay, jumps in, has so much damage, the roots come down. Does have the flash, he's going to commit it, but Key flashes away and will stay alive. And now with the arrival of Mighty Bear, this could be bad, but Stand United comes through, the stun will not land. Crash goes down, Stand United interrupted in the top lane by Shy. True Shot Barrage won't find a hit. And Rox put a kill on the board.
And amusingly, Expression is probably relieved that the Stand United didn't go through, because he would have been heavily outnumbered and probably died as well. sort of split-second call you can't really make in comms usually, but could have been a second kill over to the side of Rox Tigers. These are sort of invades that we were just saying seldom happen against a Syndra, because Syndra usually has the pressure, but this time Syndra able to punish. There, didn't actually get a kill involvement, was there to mop up otherwise.
Very nicely done there by Tigers. And just a bit too over-aggressive by Crash, flashing in for a kill on Key. Definitely not the sort of decision that you want your teammate making if you're anybody else on Longzhu.
And we'll see if Rox can turn that particular pressure advantage into more, because I'd love to see them being the team on the front foot and invading. They have Nautilus, they have Syndra as well. They have probably the strongest skirmishing 3v3 you could ask for in terms of the top side of the map, and the reliability that can cause. But for now, just going to be a back for Mickey. Gold lead of 800 in the bot lane, thanks to the early kill. The tier, as we noted, delayed about 4 to 5 minutes, but if the Mana Moon comes in quick with a rush, it's not going to be the biggest factor. Now just holding lanes we see from Mighty Bear. Everything calming down after all the action of just a moment ago, and as Fly picking up blue buff as well, so we were set in many ways, 1-1, 10 minutes in, still all to play for.
Yeah, just gonna move back to slow and steady as the pace and see who wins the race. So for now, Longzhu just gonna have that very slight lead. Infernal Drake has not been started by either side yet. Ward getting ready to die inside the pit here for Rox. So we'll have to reapply some vision. But don't think we'll be seeing it taken anytime soon unless we see a pick come out from either side.
In terms of comp identity, it feels like once again we've returned to Rox having the earlier power spikes. Especially the top side of the map is massively powerful at 1 to 2 items. That said, because their tank doesn't group, there still is the potential for picks onto Kha'Zix, Ryze, Ezreal, and Nami in the later game when the 4-1 is established. So while you give the advantage to Longzhu in the late game, it's not quite as ironclad as some of these other comps. But you wonder what's going to happen with the Ezreal. If he does have a tank to absorb the initial CC, you can imagine Prey hopping, skipping, and jumping around the back line and taking over some of these fights. There is that Mana Moon at 11 minutes to help the stacking.
Yep, so should be coming through rather quickly. So definitely not going to be set too far behind now with that power spike. Expression has Stand United ready to go yet again. See if something happens around Dragon. Right now, Longzhu have quite a bit of vision. Control ward thrown down in the brush in the river. So they'll spot anybody coming through from the ramp. The ward in the back of the pit is all that Rox has been able to establish. They haven't really been able to move up into the river until right now. Even then, Mighty Bear getting distracted, sees Fly and Mickey trading out. Shy roaming down. Fly's going to push forward onto Mighty Bear, sitting inside his own smoke screen. Power comes through, Fly down about half HP, gets popped up, gets rooted down by Shy, dragged in with the dredge line, and he goes down. Mighty Bear coming up with the killing blow. Longzhu trying to pull the trigger, and they pay for it with Fly's life, and now with the Infernal Drake.
There's the Ezreal ultimate, gets Mighty Bear very, very low, but does have Shy here to tank up. Infernal Drake will be a nice prize, but Crash is still in the area as well. We're not done.
Expression roaming in, dredge line not going to connect onto the Kha'Zix. He's roaming back, and looks like Longzhu got what they wanted. They just show some face in the river, and Rox peel off the Infernal Drake, so they'll just delay that objective from being taken.
Fly made the right initial move when he saw the gank coming through. He kited downwards to open up space, but he had to keep kiting towards Rox's side of the map, and in general, after the Shen Shield had gone down, he was so likely to fall when the pinch came through from Sungyun and Key, so does give up his life, but crucially not that Infernal Drake. Yet, at least.
We say that, but this is vision, yeah. So, ward thrown down by Longzhu after that. Does spot this. I don't know how low Mighty Bear is, but no one's roaming up to stop it.
We know that Mighty Bear is staying around 500 HP. Smites early, but truly. They just weren't in position to do it, Achilleo, especially with Crash hugging the top side of the mid lane bush.
No True Shot Barrage available for Prey yet either. Still just on that rank 1, so it doesn't have the shorter cooldown, so couldn't toss that out to try to check. Would have been a pleasant surprise. Could have very likely come up with a kill.
So the learning point for Ezreal's, for some of you guys take away at home, is the current Korean build is, oh, Prey is caught.
Taking a bit of damage, Songyun pushing forward, looking for that crit shot, but won't be able to get it.
But we've seen this from both Bang and Prey this week, is Sheen first into completed Mana Moon, then finishing the Triforce. The Triforce spike is a little bit later, but the Mirror Mana transform, if you go for just a late tier into a Trinity Force, is so late that it's like losing out on a window of power, so you just need to complete that Mana Moon earlier, which was situational before, but now becomes necessitated if you want that Sheen first.
Seems to be the way to go. Got a couple changes for the builds coming through. The Ninja Tabi taking over for the ADCs. Now this alternate build here.
Oh, you haven't seen nothing yet. Wet for Blade the Ruin King on 7.5.
See how much priority goes to that. Crash though getting jumped on. Stranglethorn's coming down. He gets popped up. Exhaust coming through. He leaps to the side, but collateral damage finds him through the wall, and Mighty Bear picks up a kill.
Bit of a solo invade at a weird time. Prey was not with any mana. Some of the disconnects between Crash and the rest of his team were clear in sets before the last one, and kind of rears ugly head there. You need to invade when your bot lane has pressure, or at least mana, or the ability to react, but wasn't there for Crash that time, and gives up his life needlessly.
Yep, 3-0 here for Mighty Bear. Has all of the kills for the Rocks Tigers at the moment. Mickey dragging the blue buff for the wall, making sure the Fly has a 0 chance of taking that one away. And looks like he didn't even spot the control ward, or just doesn't want to take the time to clear it.
And having all your gold on a jungle Graves is actually pretty happy when it comes to jungle scaling. It's not the Elise where you're like, oh god, she's going to fall off. Graves turns into a frontliner, gets the Black Cleaver earlier to help out the lethality rush from the side of Songyun on this Jhin. Scaling's been pretty delayed for Longzhu. Consider that Rod of Age is still not completed at 16 minutes for Fly.
Yeah, definitely a late one there. Crash yet again being found in the jungle. Takes a lot of damage. Mickey throwing out the stun. Won't find it, but just tosses out a Q, and the Unleashed Power comes up with the kill. Now Mickey's got double buffs. Life is going to be hellish for Fly.
This was all a multi-step process. We see Expression turned on to as well, but only Zyra backing him up. But what happened there? Let's pull it back. What happened there was caught when he was invading on the bot side. Forces Ezreal. Ezreal was going to back already, but Ezreal backs, Nami backs, and then they just shift their Zyra to the top side of the map because there's no vision of where the bot lane could be. They didn't have control. And thus just find the Kazakhstan the only other part of the map that made sense, which is that top side. And now look at how many objectives are stacking up. Great map movement from the Rocks Tigers. Not something we've necessarily seen in spades from them over the course of spring, but just predicting the pathing of Crash and massively profiting from it.
Yeah, for sure. 2 turrets picked up. They weren't able to get the first brick. That was acquired by Longzhu in the bottom lane, and that's really the only thing keeping the gold lead within 2,000. Had it gone over the Tigers, would have been so much more massive, but they open up that top side of the map completely, can get deep vision. You can see a line going from the top lane near that tier 2 turret all the way straight down towards the Raptors. So they will see anybody on Longzhu entering the jungle, and that can get them prepped, for maybe the Rift Herald, or maybe even just get set for a Baron that'll be spawning in 2 minutes.
Baron this early with a Syndra, and a difficult. Don't have the Cassiopeia from game 1, but the control is certainly there for the Rocks Tigers. We wanted them to establish control and make the aggressive picks in game 1 that their comp allowed. Didn't do that. Game 2, they certainly have been able to react well to the mistakes from Crash in particular and make those picks, and now suddenly, second Drake spawn could be a bridge too far for Longzhu. Tigers already have an Infernal. The Ocean is more of a stack towards the Elder Dragon, but gonna be nice nonetheless.
Shot barrage, not going to find it. Right, just trying to get that steal away. So now Rocks, the map is pretty much theirs to do with whatever they want.
Yeah, the vision is actually, ironically, too aggressive from Longzhu. They need defensive vision, and the 2 wards around the red buff of the enemy means they don't have any spawning of this.
Oh dear, TP coming in the back. TP will be matched by Expression. But Prey all on his lonesome right now underneath the turret. Fly coming in, dragging the Shen, and with that Realm Warp, so Longzhu will get safely underneath the tower, and seems like Rocks might just have to peel back. They'll take the opportunity to get some more vision deep inside the jungle, but now they have the fast track on this tier 2 in mid.
They didn't spot the 1 ward, but that 1 ward isn't going to be the side of a fight like you say. Just going straight into this inner turret. Nami ult used.
Tidal wave coming through. Bubble not going to connect. Turret still getting focused down, and Shy can stand under this for days. Even tosses out the dredge line, hoping for a hook. Won't find it, but they still get the inner turret, and Tigers just keep pushing their advantages.
And the biggest loser when they lose these two turrets is Crash, because suddenly the wards can be so aggressively placed in his jungle. He's very, very squishy. He's 0-3. And Syndra will one-shot him, Graves will one-shot him. They'll all have the invader's advantage. So Crash has to find a way to not fall woefully behind in this game, something that Kha'Zix can always do, a bit of a feast or famine jungler. Yep, second Dragon stack. This Drake's going straight over to the Rox Tigers.
Nothing Longzhu can do to try to take this one away. We'll try to get some damage down, if not take the turret here in mid. Shot Barrage tossed out. They won't get a whole lot done. They run out of minions, so they have to peel back.
Yeah, Mighty Bear's level 11, so smashes down the turret instantly. And yeah, speaking of turrets,
Mickey just taking the one in bottom. So that is going to be all of the outer turrets taken away, plus the inner in mid. Rox have such strong control of the map right now.
it's what they drafted. When you have Nautilus and Syndra as your solo laners and no pseudo counters between Shen or Ryze, you can take over the game, and the only person who can really impact that is the jungler, but certainly not something Crash is going to be doing anytime soon. He is free kills for Mickey in particular, going for the dueling Ninja Tabi into Black Cleaver build that also Mighty Bear is going for, but Mighty Bear is massive. He has a Black Cleaver already very early in, wants to go for a third victory in a row on this Graves. Wonder where that dagger's going. Could be something like a Phantom Dancer. That's a bit of an old school build for the Graves.
Pretty classic. As classic as, you know, the current iteration of Graves is, I suppose.
It's just one of those things where when you're this far ahead, you can kind of build whatever you want. You know, you're not trying to slowly piece together team utility items, Graves. You want to do damage, so a lot of options available for him.
Now Rox have a plethora of damage. I mean, the Luden's Echo with Sork Boots and Morel and Amacon there for Mickey. Already seen him pop people, just, you know, Q Unleash power onto Crash coming up with the kill. So it's going to be pretty disgusting if we see a fight break out here where Longzhu are significantly further behind. Fly going to try to clear this out. True Shot Barrage comes through. They will clear the wave. Crash jumping in, has Stand United on top of him, but now the Shen's going to be a bit further away. Big Strangledord will pop up, especially in Crash. He has a Shadow Dash backward to try to just get away. Curse Call coming through. Last hit would kill Fly. Catches Crash. He almost goes down. Meanwhile, Prey getting popped up. Dredge line comes through. They lock him up, and Mickey finds the kill. Can they get more? Is going to be the question. Longzhu desperately trying to hightail it back into the base. Fly will successfully retreat. But now Rox, they get a big pick on the Prey. Where do they want to go? Looks like it might just be the Baron.
This comp, when it gets ahead, is disgusting. Achilles is a full burst comp, almost no sustained damage. And consider the comp. We talked about it. Shen can only ult one person. Any one of the other four walks up, they die instantly. So they turn on to Baron. They still have the unleashed power from Syndra.
Here we go, Gorilla. The Miracle Steal with the Nami. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Crash gets stunned up. The Baron goes down. Nicely done by Mickey, gating the Kha'Zix out of the pit. Rox get the Baron cleanly. And now they can just do whatever they want with the remaining structures of Longzhu.
And compositionally, like I was trying to explain, there's nothing that Longzhu can do. Shen ult is not enough to stop a single person getting picked when Black Cleaver came early. The Luden's Echo came early. Jhin has all the lethality. They don't get the initial pick, and then that is about the biggest grasping roots you could ask for in that scenario into the Stranglethorns, and Mickey doesn't have to ult for them to win this team fight about as one-sidedly as possible. They turn on to Prey. He falls, even though he is that Ezreal, deleted with just a QW. And then if there was ever a turn, Unleashed Power was still available. Baron is picked up, and Rox has put on a clinic so far.
Yeah, Longzhu trying to get a kill in onto Shy. 3 members down here locking him up. He's going to try to trade one back on the Prey, chunking away at the Ezreal. Riptide doing quite a bit of damage, but they can't find it. Arcane Shift comes up with the kill. But they have to commit so many people to the bottom lane just to get rid of the Nautilus.
Is the right time to commit them, and they get the buff off of someone with Teleport? As you can see, Rox will get control over red side, but probably not too much more as the back timers are allowed. They really do want to get another inner turret, as you can see.
Gorilla and Expression here at the moment. Fly could roam up, pulling out some vision, but yeah, they just have to go ahead and concede this one over. So Rox just going to keep pushing forward. 6,000 gold now in the lead. 5-1 on the turret. So much standing gold for Longzhu, but they haven't been able to get anything outside of that bot tier 1 turret that got them the first brick.
I mean, they can't force. They're against so much pick power. Any aggressive Realm Warp is a party warp in this game because you will be deleted where you stand, whether you're a single person or a group, by this accelerated Syndra. Even in a perfect case, I do wonder who will be Realm Warping in, given that Shen will be split pushing. No one, it appears.
Probably going to have to save it for the exits, try to get people to safety. Seems to be the most likely of scenarios.
Longzhu still have a chance if they can pull the game. Every easy objective is down, barring the inner turret in bot lane, which seems to be what Nautilus is bringing up the minions for now. They could still mess up a dive. They're not very tanky outside of the Nautilus, so all's not lost yet for Longzhu. 10 stacks of Rod of Age is still 2 minutes away. They do get stronger with items than Rox after this point, after about 3 items, but you know, easier said than done when you're getting zoned away from inner turrets at 25 minutes.
Yeah, Longzhu just can't even try to defend those outer turrets. So now all of them gone. Now maybe losing the inhib turret. Expression going to be channeling the TP. Tidal Wave running in. Knocks up 2, the carries of Rox.
But what now for Longzhu?
Fortunately, I don't have the answer, and I don't think they do either. There goes down, Dredgeline in on the fly. They pop with the depth charge. Crash goes low. Fly will get popped as Shy claims the killing blow. Prey just trying to kite back into the jungle. Just poking where he can with the Mystic shots, but one member dead. No consistent damage coming out from the Rise. And this should just be the inhibitor falling. Now Prey, can he get out of here? Jukes out on 2 shots, but third catches him. Now getting rooted. Finds a kill onto Mickey. They're going to turn on the key. They pop him.
Prey.
Oh boy, this could be the turnaround for Longzhu. Songyun going low. One more hit will get him. The Void Spikes find him. Crash coming up with a kill. And now Mighty Bear just threatening a kill onto Crash, but there's nothing he can do against Expression. He's going to get taken down. That's going to be the near ace for Longzhu, and they might have just got a second lease on life. Will be moving over to that Infernal Drake. They're keeping themselves in this game.
So unlikely that Prey, as low on mana as he was, for them to turn around a fight, but they do. Is it enough to win the game? That much remains to be seen, but they finally get what we could constitute as a fight. Pick up 4 kills and an Infernal Drake. It's something over to Longzhu because it felt like we were on that inevitable train towards the 1-1. And suddenly, the train had an emergency stop if you're a Rox Tigers fan, and they're going to hope that the team can get back on the train, because for now, Longzhu's starting to steady the ship. Still 5,000 gold. Still a lot of questions about if they can make things happen, because this was more about an overstepping from the side of Rox after they got a pick rather than anything else, because they could have just gone for the objectives and stopped. But Mickey really wanted more. He wanted to take down Prey and cement the game, but Prey was just a one-man army here, opening up space, dodging away from skill shots, and the skill shot finally hitting from Songyun is what caused Mickey to overextend. He walks up, couple of autos, falls down. Expression can turn around as well. Bit of a fiesta on the back end that was completely unnecessarily and avoidable by the Rox Tigers, but 4 kills on makes this a different game.
That does. Like you said, players off the train. The train is still on the tracks for the moment, but a little bit more of that and we'll completely be derailed. Longzhu get themselves that Infernal Drake is going to help them out considerably, but they're still 5,000 gold behind. We'll see if they can win yet another fight. That's pretty much what they're going to have to do. Prey getting popped up with a death charge coming through Redemption, dropping onto Longzhu, trying to heal them up, but Prey has already gone down, as has Crash. Mickey coming up with a double kill. They're looking for more inside the base. Fly having to take the shortest Realm Warp I've ever seen straight into the face of that Syndra. Nearly pops her, but still will have to retreat back to the fountain. TP coming through, keeping the minion wave alive. And that will be a second inhibitor going down. And maybe even more. 20 seconds out here for Crash and Prey. Rox Tigers, can they finish the game and take us to game 3 right here? Fly gonna have to be the big damage dealer for his team. Nearly gets Shy knocked down from that GA. That might be enough to dissuade Rox. Looks like it will.
Prey dying took away a lot of the hopes, but they get inhibitor. They get the inhibitor turret and they go back. So they still get the objectives they're looking for. Minion wave wasn't big enough for them to finish the game, so not really a reprieve for Longzhu. They do lose out in multiple different ways in that particular fight. Rox go and get some more shops. You know, all the hopes are on Prey. He has almost all the kills on his side. He is able to open up space, but died through, crucially, the Stand United. The Redemption wasn't quite finished casting when he went down. He still would have died. Would have been only on about 200-300 health, but regardless, difficult for Longzhu to make it through these fights alive, unless Prey is the last one standing.
Now Baron coming up yet again. Super Creeps shoving in both the top and bottom lanes at the moment. Rox have so much available to them that will distract Longzhu. Crash. Oh, he's going to get caught. He's just going to go down. Unleashed Power plus collateral damage takes out the Kha'Zix. Now the hopes of a steal are all but gone. Be so unlikely by Longzhu. TP is coming in from Expression from the bottom lane. True Shot Barrage coming in. Not going to get a whole lot of damage down. Tidal Wave coming through as well. Expression trying to push in, but the smite comes through. Baron goes over to Rox. And now Longzhu going to have to try to minimize the losses, but Prey gets caught up by the Dredge line. Expression going low. They're just popping him down steadily. You can see that Redemption heal coming through. Prey will pop his as well, just desperately trying to keep that Shen alive. They will do so. But now the Super Creeps are pushing up towards the Nexus turrets, and Longzhu just have to get back into the base. But with Baron empowered minions coming in yet again, 2 inhibs down, you have to think that Rox will be able to finish the game.
Yeah, Expression had to be the one to try and hold the Nexus turrets and buff, but he's also the only one that can put down wards without dying instantly to just some of the burst-fed members of Rox Tigers taking someone down. Crash thought he was slippery enough, but nope, not to be. Doesn't have the magic resist, armor, or Guardian Angel to make him a face checker. Support like Nami can't do it either, and that's why the Baron this time goes over as expected to Rox Tigers. Game 1 Rox Tigers wishes that could have been game 1.
Yeah, no kidding. Might have just been a 2-0 for them if that were the case. Expression going to get locked up, has to Shadow Dash backward. Third and final inhib now exposed. Will be taken down by Rox. The bottom one has respawned, but the Super Creeps still being nearby in that bottom lane, shoving up, I believe. So Rox still have a good amount of pressure. Seems like they're going to play this one patiently, rotate down, bring the minion wave up, and then go for that third and final inhib yet again. Just have as much pushing power as possible. Flashboard on the Shadow Dash finds Mighty Bear. The bubble won't connect from Gorilla. Meanwhile, Prey getting jumped on by Shy. Mickey takes out the Shen, and Prey falls as Songyun pops him with that final crit. He'll just go ahead, take out Gorilla as well. Curtain call. Fly will dodge out on these shots, but it doesn't really matter. Dredgeline pulls him in. Mickey finds yet another one for the Syndra, and Rox Tigers will be taking us to a third and final game. Longzhu not able to get that 2-0 that they so desperately wanted.
And Rox had a lot of wins recently over lower place teams, and you never know what that means when you 2-0 Kongnu Monster, when you beat Jin Air. But this was a much improved performance again from this Shy and Mighty Bear iteration of the Rox Tigers. Ordered play, drafted for the early game, prayed around the early game, and made Crash a complete non-factor. The Kha'Zix was so well held in this game. When they caught him in bot lane, that was a mistake of Crash, but catching him in the topside jungle just moments later was the genius of the Rox Tigers. Great macro call from them, and from there, no one could face check, no one could get around Barons, and then the game went over to Rox Tigers, and we definitely had that series we were hoping for. It's going to go all 3 games, and I don't feel like we're any closer to knowing who the better team is between Rox Tigers and Longzhu. If you had to ask me who played better on the balance of the 2 games, it'd probably be Rox.
Yeah, I mean, really only losing game 1 because of that freak Baron steal. That came through, so Rox looking overall pretty clean. Their map rotations here in game number 2 were definitely on point, and they just shut out Longzhu in the end. So really nicely done, but can they do it a third and final time? You can see that Mighty Bear looks really strong on the Graves, and the chances of him getting his hands on that, now that Longzhu rotates over to the blue side yet again, seems almost 0.
Want to see Fly move away from the Rise. Game 1, it was good. It felt like it was over-prioritized in game 2 with Syndra available for the side of Mickey. Mickey got a good matchup, and the rest of the map felt the wrath of Mickey in form. And Shy, you have to imagine he helps with the shot calling, because it looked a lot better in this game than it has in recent times. 2 steps forward, 1 step back for Longzhu. We'll find out in the 3rd game exactly how many steps that is, because it's still very close.
Yep, still have to figure out who is going to be the victor here in our first match of the night. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, We will find out, so don't go anywhere.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back. Rocks Tigers coming off of that win in Game 2, taking us to Game 3. And as you can see, Mickey doing some heavy lifting there as far as the damage is concerned on the Syndra. And just a lot of priority put on this pick of the Rise, and Fly is just stuck on the ground.
And ended up being pretty much a team performance on the side of the Rocks Tigers. Very clean stuff from them. The macro was good. Shutdown Crash, as you mentioned. Some of that Crash's decision making. Some of that just really good capitalization when the game has a shift over to the side of the Rocks Tigers. That makes the MVP pretty hard to judge, I would say, among the members. With some nice kills from Mickey. I think Shy was actually the quarterback of a lot of this game, and it seems like the voters agree, as Nautilus picked up the MVP in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, third win for Shy, which is pretty good considering how many matches he's played so far for the Rocks Tigers. 1-1-7 on the Nautilus. Kill contribution's not great, but still playing really well. So double Nautilus MVP here today.
I like that you pointed that out. With minimal game time, he's looked a lot better somehow than he did in 2016. Extra level of performance from Shy. He was in the right place at the right time multiple times during the course of this Game 2. Capitalizing onto Prey, who died with Flash and Arcane Shift available. That is the power of the Nautilus depth charge, and in general, decision-making was good, capitalization was good. You know, we watched Kongdu Monster yesterday, a team that's also down the bottom, just kind of roll over and die, and Rocks Tigers and Jin Air are not doing that. Both of them are pushing opponents up the top of the table in ways you wouldn't expect for the second round robin as we get closer and closer to the season being over, and Rocks Tigers still have those faint hopes of making it to the gauntlet. Is it likely to happen? No. Is it possible to happen? Yes. And with performance like this, you can see the Rocks still believe they can do it. And they're in with a really good shot of taking down Longzhu in this series.
Yeah, which would be very devastating for Longzhu and almost potentially shut out their chances of making it into the playoffs. But we have a roster swap coming through.
On which side, though?
That is the question. Looks like it will be on the side of Rocks Tigers. So Mighty Bear going to be swapped out for Seongwon, which is really surprising, given that he had a very strong performance there on the Graves in Game 2. So interesting decision being made here by Rocks.
I would evaluate Rocks as being the better team overall over the course of the first two games, so I'm also surprised to see Seongwon come in. There is something to be said about the fact that this is happening, the Rocks Tigers on the red side. This might actually be relevant when it comes to champion pools for junglers, because we saw the Graves certainly is something you can first pick. Getting it in second rotation last week, the week before, maybe.
Yeah.
This week, no. So I think with such a high priority on Graves and a question mark on the rest of Mighty Bear's champion pool, this is a strategic thing that Seongwon has shown multiple different junglers he can play, and they just feel like his champion pool fits this spot, where they just need a single best-of-1 victory in many ways to win the series.
See if it pays off for them. For a second, my heart jumped. I thought maybe we were going to see BDD coming in.
Nope, no
But,
BDD.
I looked down to the booth and I was like, wait, no, that's still Fly. So something changed on the Rocks Tigers
You
side.
cheated. You peeked.
I did peek.
That's the same as doing a final exam and checking what your mate's writing. It's not allowed. No peeking.
You gotta get the passing grade somehow, Pop Smithy. No, I do not encourage cheating on your final exams. Don't do that. That is bad.
Well, Tigers can ban away Graves. They're not going to live in a world where Graves slips over to their side, so they're just going to deny it. Does mean that we get closer and closer to something being left up, and I think if Longzhu want LeBlanc to not be in the game, they need to ban it on blue side, Achilles. Still a chance Rocks will ban it anyway, but Fly looked unconvincing, and that's why we do see a blue side LeBlanc ban.
Yeah. Let's go ahead, get rid of that one.
What about Camille? Still up?
Might be risky to give that over to the hands of Expression, so they will go ahead and ban this away. So nothing too shocking so far off the board, but the Ashe is available for Prey. We saw this first picked in Game 1. We'll see it here in Game 3 yet again.
Does Shy want to play Rumble is the big question, because again, first pick Rumble is not evaluated as being important enough for Longzhu to take. And they'll probably stick with the Nautilus, which again, very likely to be top lane, but outside chance it is flex to the bot lane. I don't know about going back to the Kha'Zix Crash. You're thinking about it. I get it. It fit the comp last time, but
Gotta do it anyway.
I didn't know about that one. And they flashed the Leona, that I don't think is going to be a first round draft, but is a possibility.
Seen it. from Wraith. But seems like we're just going to keep things a little bit consistent here. So far for Longzhu, what with Shen drafted into that Nautilus that's expected to be in top. And then, yeah, the Kazakhs yet again. So Elise will be coming through from Songwon.
So it is a shared champion pool between him and Mighty Bear, but Songwon has looked really good in competitive play on Elise from time to time, so it will still be sticking with something familiar, but a different player in the jungle role. Now we get to the excitement. Second round here, when we're going to be looking for specifically the mid lane matchup, which has been pretty pivotal in both games. Not a big fan of Longzhu sticking with the Rise 3 games in a row, especially because Fly is certainly a great Taliyah player. And surprised to not see it at all in this first set, given it's been a pivotal pick in multiple sets of the past week and a half.
Jace banned away, as well as that Talon on the side of Rocks Tigers. Interesting. Mickey hasn't really been playing the Jace a whole lot in recent matches.
Shy actually played it recently as well.
Yeah, he was the most recent. But I mean, unless they really think that that Nautilus is going to be flexed into the bottom lane. But you can see the Assassins going to be targeted here. So no Zed, no Talon, no fun.
No Rise, though, interestingly, as that's banned as well. Cassiopeia has been a common blind pick for Mickey in the past, but already lost a game on that this series. So they're going to go with the most standard of supports possible in the Karma to help the Jhin with pushing in bot lane.
So with both of these Assassins off the board, this could free up Fly to maybe go for something like the Aurelion Soul again.
Aurelion Soul is a possibility. Taliyah is also a possibility. I think one of the two is pretty necessary here.
Okay.
I'd like to see the Taliyah. I was surprised to see no one take it in the last couple of games. Fly is excellent on it. And it suits his playstyle because, you know, Fly isn't going to solo kill people. He's often going to fall behind in CS to superior laners, then roam. And it's his team play that he should be celebrated for. It's definitely the best part of his game. And suddenly, Weaver's Wall into the Stand United. They can make some great map plays with the Taliyah. Have their choice of supports. Could just go for the Lulu that's been skipped over this whole series, surprisingly.
Yeah, we only saw the ban in game number 2. Wasn't selected in game 1. But Zyra will be coming through for Gorilla, so something that he's very comfortable and familiar with. And we'll have that very aggressively pushing bottom lane alongside the Ashe. So final pick for the Rocks Tigers. What does Mickey want to bring to the table to go into the Taliyah? And yeah, I think that this is going to be it. Currently undefeated on the Ahri, the split 4-0. And he will lock it in. Alrighty.
It was between Ahri and Cassiopeia, but they have a pick comp, and he's already lost on Cassiopeia this series. I think Ahri is the more flexible pick, can match the Taliyah in a side lane as well. And like you mentioned, he's in form on the Ahri. So finally we see Mickey with a sort of aggressive and elusive pick. We love to see him playing. Ahri has certainly been on a tear in recent weeks in the LCK, and we're going to get to see it again.
There we are, but will we see the first loss for Mickey on this Ahri so far, or will he just make it a 5-0? Ian made it all the way up to 8, I believe, and then suffered his loss on the Syndra. So all good things must come to an end at some point.
It feels like the game will be...
Faker.
Yeah, that's true. Faker does manage to keep the streaks going, although even the LeBlanc had to lose eventually. But the jungle and mid lane are where I'm keeping my eyes on. Crash needs to have a much smarter performance. Better is not the word I'd use, but smarter, specifically around vision, allowing himself to get caught, really set behind Longzhu in the past game. And then the mid lane, it's a tumultuous matchup. Definitely solo kill potential for both pre-6. And then the roaming is going to be the biggest story post-6. Longzhu can go all in on map plays, but you can even lose out on those if your lanes aren't in the right spots in terms of minions. So a lot of evaluation to be done on both sides, but I do have a feeling that if Crash doesn't step up, there's no reason why Rocks can't take down this series, but it'd be important for Longzhu to show a good performance as well, because, hey, they might even make it to the playoffs regardless if they win or lose today, but they might not go any further than the wildcard match.
Yeah, they want to be starting in above that wildcard match. We'll see if they can close this out here at Game 3, get one step closer to that. Rocks Tigers versus Longzhu. Let's see who's going to win. Fans desperately trying to transfer their energy via their voices.
They're looking
See
to
if
actually
it pays
catch
off.
Key here.
Yeah, Key might just have to burn the flash. Will get slowed up by the volley. Goes out the Q, taking a lot of damage. Goes low. Ooh, last hit. Not going to find the kill. The heal comes out from Songyin. But yet again, another really rough start for ROX Tigers.
Adaptation from Longzhu has been really good in terms of level 1s. They spotted out the Key, who we've seen so many times be ruthlessly aggressive, holding minions or invading solo and dying. Outside of lane was always Key's happiest place, but even though this was kind of outside of laning phase, given the minions hadn't spawned yet, he was still caught, and even his AD carry has to blow a summoner to get him out alive.
So another rough start, but not going to be fast-tracking any builds this time around is the ROX Tigers. So this does give them a better start, at least compared to last game, but having it, or not having rather, that flash in the bottom lane could definitely cost Key if we see one of those early roams down like we saw in game number 2, the level 3 ganks coming in.
All
Get
eyes
Fly
on the
back
mid lane.
this.
As you can see, they're already trading pretty extensively even before anyone hits level 2. Both of them have looked great on the champions they're playing, but I've been really impressed with Mickey's Ahri, specifically his ability to judge when to use Spirit Rush for mobility, when to even flash first to get all 3 of the Spirit Rush charges for damage. Been able to judge this champion better than maybe any other Ahri we've seen in LCK, given that he's played it the most at 4 games, 4 victories already.
Yeah, it's definitely been really on point for him. And I mean, Mickey there in game 2 had quite a day out on the Syndra. So if he can have a similar performance on the Ahri, could be just as, if not more impactful here in game 3. Help his team come up with the win. Jungler's operating around the opposite side of the map at the moment. Songwon starting to work his way up. See some trades coming in for Fly, landing those seismic shoves, really helping him win out.
That's why I say there's kill pressure pre-6, because those trades do a lot of damage to Kilios, and specifically if Songwon shows up, there's Ignite on the side of Mickey as well for potential early rotation of damage being enough to take down the squishy Taliyah. Nice seismic shove.
Forward, Charm does come out. Fly still has that cleanse available. Ignite coming down, he's gonna cleanse it off. Couple more hits would take out Mickey. Trying to force the flash, there we go. Throws out that threaded volley, has to flash away from the minions for fear of going down. Songwon nearby as well, but now he's gonna find Crash. Takes a lot of damage, Cocoon lands onto the Kha'Zix. Crash would have to flash in to try to pursue. And likely would just be met with another one, but already lots of action coming out of this mid lane.
So I already have a wry smirk on my face. I did say pre-6 kill pressure, and clearly both laners agreed. As before the junglers could even show up, before level 2 was even showing up, they were trading very extensively in mid. Mickey tried to play around with his bigger minion wave, but the moment that Ignite was cleansed off and it was just the healing debuff, he realized he was boned and needs to get out of there. And now they've got no summoners and no abilities, so doesn't mean the ganks stop here. You can already see the on-the-way ping from Kha'Zix.
See how many creative paths Crash can take to find his way into this mid lane. Is spotted out by 2 wards.
I thought you were
Taking
gonna
a
say-
lot of damage.
I thought you were going to say how many wards he can be spotted by on his way to the mid lane.
I mean, it's a mixture of both. The one will go down, a control ward will regen for now. Just too risky for him to try to take at the moment.
Item advantage, actually, for Fly. I guess because he didn't pick up a control ward. He was able to buy the boots because they were pretty much equal in CS. See if that is important. Boots, too, is pretty important against Taliyah, as we've been seeing a lot of these seismic shoves in laning phase hit.
As well as just outrunning that threaded volley. Well, now Fly can strafe that much faster. Try to keep those shots coming in. So for now, just going to be going back and forth with the farm. See the recalls coming out of both the bottom lanes. Going to be a bit of a rough one here for Prey. Goes back, just has the Berserker Greaves and a longsword that he had to start. So
By the way, in the late games, in this one is actually pretty tricky. You know, both of them are pick comps. You could argue Kha'Zix over Elise, even then. Hard to say. Speaking of
Not
Kha'Zix
if
and
he gets
Elise.
caught by those cocoons. Knocked down below half HP. Keith follows up with a little bit of damage.
Taliyah vs Ahri is also pretty line ball, depending on build. So, snowball game very likely to be found in game 2. That's what happens when both comps share an identity. Both of them best excellers pick comps. Even the laning phase is going pretty evenly across the board. No big CS advantages being observed just yet.
Crash just having a bit of a rough time so far. Keeps getting chunked out. Songwon, does he want to go ahead and start this up? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
The division doesn't spot them yet.
Yes, they don't know that this is going down. Spiderlings will help juggle this out. Mickey's here to back him up, so should just be a first dragon going over 6.5 minutes to the Rocks Tigers. Cloud Drake, so not the most detrimental for Longzhu, but still a very good start for Rocks. Finding that opening.
Ocean for the second one as well, and Mickey can even top up some of the mana that he used, taking down the Drake to re-enter lane.
Go get that honey fruit to be all right.
I do wonder if we're going to see a return of the Elise soloing down Rift Herald that we saw in the MVP series yesterday against Kongdu Monster, where a level 11, admittedly pretty snowballed Beyond on Elise, was able to solo down the Rift Herald.
He had quite a bit of damage.
The Andrews are already complete on top of the Runic Echoes. I wanted to say Runeglaive again, but I was like, no, that's not it. It's the one that's like Luden's Echo, Runic Echo. Remains to be seen if Songwon can have a day out like Beyond did in that game.
So far, just going to be working their way through, trying to poke around this mid lane yet again. Control ward is still there. No one from Longzhu has cleared it yet. Now Songwon in the brush. Don't think they spotted each other. Fly throws out the wall. Songwon can just repel up, come right back down. Threaded volley. Will just chunk away at them. Seismic shove has to be flashed. Get out alive, but Mickey's taking a lot of damage. One more hit would do it, but just cannot find it. Threaded volley runs out, flies out of mana. And there's no way for Crash to follow up to try to jump in underneath the turret, so he will barely get out with his life yet again.
Look at what happens here. It's kind of reminiscent of what happened when Crash fell in the previous game, because at the same time, blue buff spawns, a great time to contest for Longzhu. Steal away that objective. You overstep against a Taliyah, and she was effectively 1v2ing there. Wasn't like Kha'Zix was doing anything relevant in that chase. Felt like an extended lane, even though the turrets were up and it was mid lane. Crash, the big winner, gets to wear double buffs and donate over the blue, ostensibly over to Fly if he so chooses.
I think he will. Be that many more rocks to be tossed at Mickey's face. Already been doing quite a bit of damage, so Mickey will have his flash back up. So next gank that comes through, he'll be that much safer. Barely was still on cooldown in that exchange right there, but
Didn't have flash like you said, but now has flash and ultimate. He didn't even ult during the course of the escape, so that's why they feel like they can invade. But on the other side of the map,
Crash Air comes down. Songyun gonna get hit up, gets rooted. Crash trying to poke it from the back, is exhausted at the moment, waiting to go in. Bray taking up a couple turret shots as Inspection arrives with the stand united. Meanwhile, Crash just solos out the remaining HP. Comes up with a double kill in the end, and that is gonna really start things off quite well here for Longzhu. Two kills on the board and looking for that first brick. They should be able to get it. They're racing an Elise and a Nautilus.
we saw an emaciated Kha'Zix. This one is definitely the buffed up Kha'Zix. He's had plenty of time in the gym. They do pick up the first brick, as well as you mentioned, Achilleos. Very different proposition for Tigers to deal with now. But the Kha'Zix is coming up to 900 gold ahead of his opposing number. Really good turret dive as well. It looked like it was a mistake putting the Stand United onto, I believe it was Gorilla. It was either Prey or Gorilla, but on the bottom side.
Prey, but yeah.
But the only way for Songyun to get away was to isolate himself, so Kha'Zix is able to pick up the kills anyway.
Songwon getting collapsed on by nearby. So I think the blast cone. Seismic shove will not connect, so he makes it out safely.
Game not decided, but first salvo over to Longzhu. And the ult did go over again. It's off screen, but not as relevant. And Songyun, well, he had to isolate himself.
Oh, and he flashed right at the end, too.
Awkward.
Oh, feels bad.
Evolved Claw's range, counting against him as Expression doing the team thing. Being pumped, happy with how that went, but Rock still trying to make things happen on this mid lane turret.
That's the happiest I think I've ever seen Expression. He's usually pretty bland with his emotions.
I saw him smile once during a post-game interview.
Just once.
Just
Oh, Rocks. Posture up in mid. Oh, barely. Cannot get that turret. It will stand for a bit longer here for Longzhu. Seongwon goes dangerously low. Ash Arrow coming through. Mickey gonna flash to the other side of it. Would have been embarrassing if he flashed into it.
there was so much terrain that it was hard to judge, and then it was more of a reflex flash than anything. And I think it'll actually stay up a lot longer, Achilleos. You're going to have to get your minion waves in the right spot to be able to put down the auto attacks onto a turret, and there's always the potential of a turnaround with a teleport from Expression, so...
Yeah, the wave clear is so strong just from the Taliyah alone.
Taliyah, Zyra, and the Ashe, and hey, the evolved W soon from Kha'Zix. No joke from Longzhu.
Now Longzhu, we'll see where they want to press their advantages. Dragon spawning in about 50 seconds, but it's the Ocean Drake, so they probably aren't super excited about taking that objective. Mountain or Infernal, they would definitely want to turn all their attention to that side of the map. But for now, like they're going to try to find a pick, and Mickey might just be it. The charm doesn't connect. Gorilla comes in, gets the root, throws down the Stranglethorns for good measure, and comes up with the kill. Nicely done. That is 2016 Gorilla right there.
Yeah, the brick on the grasping roots so useful. Maybe they'll be the first one. It's
Double
more
seismic
damage.
shove. Songwon goes low. He gets popped. Gorilla finds another kill, and Crash follows up for a third as Key goes down. And now that mid-tier 1 tower will be taken out. Expression and Crash sitting in the front defending Gorilla with their lives, with their bodies from that fourth and final shot of Songyun. And Longzhu have just blown this game wide open at 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Taliyah's being a pick factory in this game, getting pick after pick after pick. They got the first kill and then got the double seismic shove for a couple more. Get the Ocean Drake as a bonus objective. Super close series where arguably Rox was the better over the first 2 games. The Longzhu's waking up. The Dragon is angry. They got 5 kills on the board to 0.
Yeah, speaking of Dragons, they go ahead and pick up their first, so that Ocean Drake does go over to them. Cloud will be following up. Rox going to try to answer with a turret. 1 crit shot, I believe, from Songyun, and maybe a couple minion hits would take this out. They will be able to get it for themselves. But still, just a slight little reprieve when it comes down to the gold. 3.2 thousand is the deficit for Rox Tigers at just 13 minutes.
I have a question for you, Achilleos.
Go for it.
I need some of your expert knowledge. Are you a fantasy reader by any chance? Do you know much about fantasy?
Sure.
So I'm not. I usually I'm a science fiction man. So fantasy is definitely not where I excel.
I know some things.
What's the difference between a Drake and a Dragon? Is there a difference?
I believe a Drake would be like almost like a whelpling type, like a teenage.
So I
dragon.
know the term whelp, right?
Yeah, I think whelp would be like.
I
baby,
played
and then
Hearthstone. I
always
cast Hearthstone, so I've heard whelp and Drake and words like that. But knowing the actual specific difference between a Drake and a Dragon so far eludes me.
I always kind of took it as it was like not a fully matured dragon, whereas like you call it Elder Dragon instead of Elder Drake, and then they're the youngins. It's kind of how I took it.
So would someone like Cuz, who's not on the roster, be a Drake on the side of Longzhu Gaming? Because they are the Dragons after all.
Good point, Fly though. Taking a lot of damage. Mickey dashing forward. Dreaded volley not going to go to the correct direction. Crash is nearby. Flash over the wall from Fly, trying to keep himself alive. Hits coming through, but Mickey, he just can't finish it off in time. And Fly stays alive. And now Crash, he might be in a bad spot. Songwon gets a big hit in, but he's isolated. The damage coming through. This chunks him down. Actually, not even the isolation damage. The minions are there. Now Key just trying to retreat, but Expression comes in on the backside off that TP. Will be able to lock him down, takes him out, and just like that, 3 members of Rox Tigers disappear from the map.
Can I introduce you to the concept of Snowball? Because Mickey outplayed Fly in almost every way and just didn't have the items to be able to answer Fly, who still had Flash up, was able to turn it around, had the cleanse on the Ignite once again, just not enough damage away from Mickey. A victim of just how this game has gone. Longzhu in full control, 6,000 gold ahead. We can watch the replay and hits the charm. Watch how he holds on to the last charge of the ultimate, waiting for Fly to flash. Cleanse on the Ignite. Crash even has backup. You know, you have an extra amp tome there, and certainly Fly dies, but sometimes your team, and honestly, even selfishly, Fly has had a really good early game this time around. With this picks onto the teammates of Mickey, and Mickey kind of baits in his jungler there as well, so this grows the lead for Longzhu.
The damage coming out of Crash is absolutely disgusting. And now things looking pretty grim here for Rocks Tigers. Longzhu have just shut the door in their faces when it comes to winning this game.
They shut the door.
8-0.
They've shut the door, but will they hold?
That's the question. Thought you were a fantasy man.
I make exceptions.
All right. Game of Thrones is the exception.
It's not really a fantasy show if you think about it. It's pretty much a political drama, really.
It's a fantasy show to me. I still haven't seen it. I'm on the outside looking in. I see dragons.
You're like the one guy who hasn't watched Game of Thrones.
I know.
In the world, actually.
I've seen episode 1 and I just haven't watched it. I know.
How do you watch episode 1 and not keep watching?
I keep getting flagged for it. I know. I just need to sit down and start doing it.
No, but like literally, episode 1 has like a cliffhanger, let's say.
I know.
And you were just like, yeah, I'll just hold on to it. You know, I'll go back to my normal life.
Well, Songwon getting caught by the Ash Arrow from the top lane. Gorilla will go down trying to defend this tower. Now Expression might be the same, but Fly arrives, riding in on the Weaver's wall. Mickey goes low, seismic shove on a key. Can they pop them? The answer is yes.
It's the pick factory.
They come up with that one. Charm connects on the Fly, can't pursue deeper. In for Mickey, is trying to chase, just delaying the backs from the Rocks Tigers as the inhibitor line is about to be broken. As Prey and Crash just shove in the top lane.
All they need to do is keep running at them. And get free objectives. Nowhere for the recalls to be channeled for Rocks Tigers.
And there we go. Turret doesn't go down in the bottom lane. And Longzhu just trade up so heavily getting that inhibitor. 17 minutes for the inhib to go down.
And Fly has been the most creative player with builds for champions in recent memory, but in this game as well. Remember, he's the guy who goes GLP on the Taliyah more often than not, this time going more for the Crown build, which is the Abyssal Rush. But he's just realizing, okay, I'm super accelerated. We're going to win every fight. We're against a pick comp, so it's pick comp versus pick comp. Goes full flat magic penetration early game, doing true damage to multiple members of Roxen. These threaded volleys are 3/4 healthing people with just one rotation.
It's just disgusting damage coming out of Fly right now. The Weaver's Wall, of course, being on point. Mickey flashes away from the roots. Barely had time to react to that one, so good reaction period, but still loses out on the Spirit Rush and the flash just for Gorilla poking in from the side.
Great performance so far for Longzhu. I didn't know if this Longzhu still existed. It reminds me of Longzhu from a month ago.
Yeah, this is looking like the Longzhu that were like, yeah, they're definitely going to be in playoffs. And if they can maintain these level of performances, pushing forward in their future games, then they very well could be in that top 5. For now, though, Gorilla getting locked up, flash sword from the Deadly Flourish, so will not get rooted. Certain Call just going to find a little bit of damage onto multiple members of Longzhu, but they're still relatively healthy. You can see that they're willing to stick around. They have the Ocean Drake ticking them up, as well as various potions from a couple people. So they're just going to go wait for this wave to come in and look for their inner turret line to be broken.
That is
very deep TP coming through from Shy, wandering up the river.
He's going to be spotted on wards as he comes into...
Yep, especially going in, finds Mickey, locks him up. Strangledoors come down, but don't even need to pop him up. Fly already finds the kill. Stand united on Gorilla to keep him alive, and Crash goes in, takes out Key, and Shy is just now arriving to the fight. Longzhu saying thank you very much for making this a 5v4. We'll take your turret. We'll take another inhibitor perhaps, maybe even your life. Shy gets a massive depth charge, but it won't be enough. He goes down as Fly puts yet another kill on the board. An Expression split in the top lane. Longzhu poised to win this game.
In a different game, that was the right teleport, but with your team 10-1 down in kills, this was not the time. They're going to go for the 20-minute end.
They're going to find it. Nexus turret number 2 goes down. The Hail Mary has to come through from Rocks, but Mickey has already been popped solo, has to retreat back to the fountain. No ultimate charges remaining, no Key alive. The Nexus will be shattered, and Longzhu have one of the most dominating performances that we've seen in LCK so far. This spring split 14-1, 12,000 gold, and a 20-minute victory.
20-minute 11. 2011 was before we even had LCK, and that's the fastest victory I have seen in a long time. We've seen pre-20 minutes before, but not in recent memory. And Longzhu, so far in this game, this series even, were a bit of a basket case, but in the final they get it all together at the same time, and you remember power on the Rift, lots of winners between Prey, Gorilla, reigning LCK champions, Fly, so close to a championship himself in the 5th game last season. And I guess what you take away is that when Crash has an advantage over the enemy jungle, Longzhu looked pretty damn good. When he falls behind like he did in some of the other games, that may be where the problems creep in. So it's weird that they kind of live and die by how strong their much younger jungler Crash is. But this time, Crash got ahead. Longzhu turned on the acceleration, and there was nothing Rox could do.
I mean, not only that, but, you know, Fly goes back to that edge meta pick. I mean, Taliyah, I guess we could kind of consider her meta at this point, but still not one of the more popular, more contested picks in the meta at the moment. Goes back to that and just absolutely excels. The damage that he was dealing with this Taliyah was just so huge. And the Weaver's walls weren't even the big shifting point for Longzhu. He was just so far ahead that he didn't have to rely on the ultimate for much more than arriving to a fight.
I mean, the seismic shoves, as you say, the bigger important skill in this game, and obviously the threaded volley, but his damage output. And I love the build. He's always so flexible on builds. Very often he will play the same champion 3 times and have 3 different builds. Aurelion Sol, he was one of the first to vary that up as well, and changes the build to fit the situation. And wonderful performance from Fly. Wonderful performance in Game 3 from Longzhu. And they, along with Afreeca, are the hardest to evaluate killers. It feels like we know Afreeca now. They seem like they are a contender at the top. Longzhu, we thought we knew them, and then they went away. They got a change of hair color. We didn't know if they were the same people that we saw earlier, but they're back to being the Longzhu that looked so strong in the first round robin, and they have to hope that this is the start of good things for them, because it does actually keep them much cemented in the top 5.
That it does. We'll bring them to a 0 score line, so perfectly neutral at the moment. Still behind Afreeca in that regard, but will bump ahead of them because they have played 1 additional game and came up with that victory. And just look at the damage here. I mean, 20-minute game, almost 13,000 damage dealt by Fly, and just leaps and bounds ahead of anybody else.
Yeah, the numbers are small because the game was just so damn short. 12,000, 13,000 in 20 minutes. No slouch from Fly. And yeah, by far the shortest game we have seen in Korea in 2017. Not sure where it stands in the world, but it's going to be one of the shorter ones for sure, as Fly certainly will win the MVP. I called him a pick factory, and he certainly was. It felt like every time someone came near, there were multiple people on the enemy team dying.
Yeah, 4 wins now for him, and seismic shoves are just so on point, often catching multiple members in the team fights. And Gorilla, especially MVP for that fight, getting that massive predict.
Double seismic shove.
Yeah.
I mean, Rox should be respecting that ability a lot more than they are. 2 people shouldn't be grouped up in range of the seismic shove, but this one, I don't know if it was a Fly highlight. This was more Mickey in Elo Hell.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, the seismic shove over the wall was a little bit bizarre, but still, it's good play by Fly, good cleanse on the Ignite.
This is where they needed to buy time, and they bought time by killing people at the start. As you say, Weaver's Wall wasn't about the terrain, it was about the gap closer, as another seismic shove hits onto Key, and you hit a couple more, let's try to volley, multiple people die, and then at this point we were looking at what led to the close of the game. Super aggressive turret diving. Shy decided that he wanted to see the other side of the map one time before the game ended. Finally did, but only really accelerated the game from his insanely deep teleport. Congratulations to Fly for your MVP in Game 3.
Yeah, really good. And I have to say, probably a bit of an unsung hero in that game was Gorilla. Set up so many plays for his team. So really good job by him on that Zyra, as per usual. But Fly comes up with the MVP alongside Expression. Let's throw over to their interview. So Joel, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. We are here with Longzhu Gaming, who are looking much better, picking up a 2-1 victory against Rox Tigers, and we're here with Expression and Fly for the interview. Congratulations on the win, guys. How do you guys feel? I think the last game was pretty surprising, as you know, as how easy it turned out to be. With the contribution of Fly dominating that game, you guys really finished the game really fast. How do you feel about that? Yeah, I really enjoy these kind of games where it's so dominating for me. First game is what we want to talk about first. And with the Nautilus pick, is something that a lot of top laners really prefer in the top lane. And we have seen the champion lose in some matchups, but how did you feel throughout that game? Yeah, it contributes well to team fights. It's a good laning champion, and I think it has a lot of utilities that really contribute to the team victory. And I think, you know, Rocks, we're really trying to go for the DPS kind of composition, and I think Nautilus is good at, you know, helping my teammates cut off each champion one at a time. And as long as, you know, you get ahead in the laning matchup, Nautilus is really a fantastic pick, you know, to help in pretty much all aspects of the game. So we have a video highlight of game 1. So what happened here actually? The only thing I was thinking about, you know, going into that pit was, you know, I was trying to cut off at least 1 or 2 members in the best way possible. Didn't know I was going to get the Baron right there. I was really surprised. Yeah, I thought Expression was going into suicide right there, but it turned out much better than what we have expected. You had no idea that was going to happen, right? Well, I mean, yeah, I had no skills available. They were all on cooldown. I don't know why my icon popped up as the Baron taker, and I still have no idea right now of how I took it. Yeah, I think it might have been a Sunfire Cape and or just something else that would happen. It's still amazing to think that I stole that Baron. And another funny story was that, you know, Expression and Shy is, you know, we see that matchup that we've seen from so long ago. How did it feel to face off against him? Yeah, Shy had as you guys know, he had a long break from competitive play last season. And I feel like, you know, him trying to recover back, you know, is something that I really want to cheer him on for. And I really just hope that, you know, he really comes back to his old form. Because I know that, you know, as a respected player, he's a guy that, you know, really could contribute to a team. Fly, we want to talk about the third game. And we saw a change in the jungler position from Rocks Tigers going over to Seonghwan. How did that impact you anyway? You know, I think, you know, the change in jungler didn't affect me that much. I think those two junglers are pretty similar in a lot of the aspects. And didn't get that impacted from that change. I think, you know, Crash was really happy with the change because someone has a lower solo queue points, and he really likes to have an advantage on that. And another surprise was that we saw that Rocks pull out the Ahri, which was currently undefeated before that game. You know, I really don't have no idea why Mickey plays that kind of champion. I feel like it's the complete trash of a champion, to be honest. I don't know really why Mickey plays that champion. I'm really baffled by it. And it's a champion that I feel like, you know, I was questioning over why he picked it, and I was feeling happy to go up against that matchup. Yeah, I think Fly was feeling pretty overconfident of that. We have a video highlight. Another play. And this was a really interesting thing where you didn't use the flash until he used the ignite on you. What was the decision? It's a weak champion, like I'm saying. You know, like I was waiting for him to use the ignite, and that's enough for me to, you know, get that last tick off. And I think Crash and, you know, really contributed well to the mid lane, ganking multiple times in effective ways. How was that interaction? Yeah, I think Crash did play really well today. But I think, you know, when Gorilla kept picking the Zyra, I was pretty frustrated about that because I wish he picked something else. But glad we got the win at the end. Especially, getting a comeback win from 1-1. Would you like to say something to your fans out here today? I think our team is showing not the best performance by throwing away some of the key games, but we want to be more confident and be more consistent as we pick up the more wins for the rest of the season. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, as per usual. So yeah, no one really knows what took that Baron out, but it seems like it was a mixture between Sunfire Cape and that Riptide.
No one really knows why Fly hates Ari so much. He had lots of mean things to say about the Nine-Tailed Fox, but he actually managed to kill her quite a few times, so that's at least going to be cathartic for his side.
Yeah, some anger management to deal with it.
And
so
anger
don't worry,
management unnecessary for Longzhu Gaming, who continue to be a top 5 team. Now forcing a Freak of the Freaks to win their next game to catch up.
Yeah, they just barely ahead of a Freak of Freaks, who are actually going to be playing the Rocks Tigers on Sunday.
Funny
so
how that works.
A chance for Rocks to bounce back, or maybe they'll just be the punching bag for these two teams fighting and vying for that 5th place spot at the moment. We'll find out later on this week. But for now, Rocks Tigers, they have some VOD reviewing to do, and Longzhu can revel and bask in the glory of that victory. Coming up, though, as Riv would put it, it's a bit of a barn burner with Samsung versus KT Rolster. Gonna have a very, we actually should start this one right about on time, you'd have to say. Players should have enough time to go into the booths, get their settings all squared away, so we should be in the pick and ban at 8 p.m. here in Korea, so in a half hour's time.
And
Don't quote me on that. Look at the timer. The timer's always telling
It'll be around 8, like you say, whether it's broadcast will be live at 8 for certain, but it's going to be a good one. Last time was a perfect game. This time, who knows?
Yeah, we'll see how Samsung manage and see who they're starting. That's going to be a big question. We'll find out when we come back for that break, so we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
If you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody, just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, but this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. In a world so shallow, we got a shot at by us, ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. So I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody, just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
Long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde factor, mama. I'ma ride for you.
Coming up next, Samsung, KT Rolster, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Samsung. KT Rolster. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, guys, from that brief break. I'm Achilles, this is Papa Smithy, and now we're going to get into the meat of the day when it comes to this broadcast. It's Samsung Galaxy versus KT Rolster. Not quite a telecom war, but definitely two big Korean conglomerate companies going off against each other. And last time we saw these guys clash, KT, they found a 2-0, but Game 1 was a perfect game. So we're going to see if Samsung can bounce back from that performance.
I mean, Game 2 wasn't far from it, Achilles. Game 2 was also super clean for KT. A lot of history between these two teams, and on a simple level, odds on likely to be, as you can see by the rankings, our semi-final, as SKT look pretty unassailable and waiting in the grand final. And the way the gauntlet works, we'll probably be sitting here a couple of months from now with KT versus Samsung in a best-of-5 to find out who will be facing SK Telecom in that grand final. So a preview in many ways. An interesting one. Samsung certainly had a more rough season so far than KT Rolster, but KT certainly struggled and then some against Jin Air of all people in their last series out. So hard to tell how this one will go. KT come in favorites, regular season record, very famous between these two teams, but Samsung have undone history before. Who's to say they won't do it again?
They very well could. I mean, Samsung historically beating KT Rolster in the playoffs to make their way to Worlds, in the qualifier, I should say. But can they do it again is going to be the question. They're going to be running the roster that was able to take down KT Rolster at the time.
I love history sometimes.
Oh, yeah. So Ambition will be starting in the jungle over Haru, and then Ruler and Core JJ out of the bot lane.
Now, we were talking about the last series that Samsung played, because of course we did not cast it. And you're like, oh, interesting that Ambition played 2 games. Well, they're sticking with Ambition in a spot you might not expect. Haru has certainly been a real hidden gem in the rough after coming over from CJ Entus and impressing us and everyone, jumping up the MVP rankings, being in 3rd spot. When we come to that with 600 points, well, Ambition, he's a different type of jungler. He's certainly a lot more passive in the early game. It could mean we're going to have a pretty long series between these two teams. KT were doing some great things in the early game, but have kind of halted in some ways. But you think of Haru. Haru's sort of jungler that's going to take it to score and could actually die and then be snowballed on. That's not Ambition style. He's a lot more passive, wants to play a longer game against KT Rolster. So this is going to be a really intriguing matchup given that reality. KT Rolster, you know the lineup. They only have 5 players. So Pawn will be in the mid lane despite some of his recent struggles. But KT Rolster have looked largely impervious outside of some surprising losses. The 2 to SKT certainly were very, very close, and they still are a super team in many ways.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Score putting the team on his back during that set against Jin Air. Games 2 and 3 completely dictated and won, you'd have to say, by Score's efforts. And Pawn, you touched on it, but now we have to start asking a question. We ask, which Mickey are we going to see today? Which Rock's Tigers are we going to see? Which Pawn are we going to get? Because he's had some stellar performances, and then he's had some really poor ones.
And I don't know if I'm willing to give him that much credit. It sounds like a big thing to say, but I think Pawn has pretty much been the same every time he's hit the rift. Some teams have exploited him, but his performance hasn't really wavered. He's had some great games, some of his late games, but Pawn on EDG was pretty clear what he was going to get. Going to play aggressive in lane, he can be ganked, he's exploitable. Kind of the Marin of mid lane is how I thought of him in terms of he has a play pattern. He plays pretty much the same every time. Some teams figure it out, some teams don't. But he's got so many stars around him that he doesn't need to be aggressive. He just needs to wave clear, to be reliable. And it is kind of funny how it doesn't really matter which players are around Score. Sometimes he just has to strap his team to his back and do it his way. One of the oldest players in the league, but certainly one of the most reliable. As both teams coming off victories, but just different kinds of victories. Samsung very much easily beating Longzhu Gaming despite running Ambition in that series, and KT, they really hustled and bustled to beat Jin Air in their last series.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something we have to look at, especially with Pawn in the conversation. If Pawn's going to struggle against Kuzan and Mid, who, granted, he's been a pretty good mid laner overall throughout his career, but if he's going to struggle against him, then he's going to have one hell of a time going up against Crown, who is currently right now tied against Score for top MVP in the league.
And in a post-game interview, KT talked about maybe we have to ban the Vladimir, because all 3 of those games with the Vladimir coming through from Kuzan. It's a champion that Crown has played in the past, so if they see it, I think they'll have to ban it subsequently, and we've seen more and more Vladimir blind picks. Faker was doing that yesterday. KDAs in the jungle especially, very disparate. Score has been outstanding this season, so he holds a superior KDA over Ambition. Really intriguing to see where the draft goes, because, yeah, you touched on it, the perfect game between these two teams. The last time they faced, as one-sided as possible, Ruler in just the most hell as the Caitlyn versus Ziggs. And we're looking at those KDAs, and, well, that's a team KDA right there of 0.3. That's over 2 games, to be clear.
Pretty bad, to say the least, but 25.7 just through the roof for KT Rolster in those 2 games. And I don't know. I mean, this is definitely an uphill battle, at least on paper, for Samsung. They've had some struggles in the past.
Remember, this was Score getting a double MVP against Haru. Ambition did not play in that series. It looked finally, for the first time, Haru came back down to earth. He was just picking up MVP after MVP, and then he found Score. And Score, you know, put the young buck over his shoulder, just like he did with Peanut so many times in 2016. But it's a different situation. It's Ambition this time, who's very different. Isn't likely to be invading. If he is invading, sometimes it's a solo mission, the Ambition solo missions, and the Ambition submission position sometimes are absolved, but different matchup for Score in the jungle. Probably surprised KT to see Ambition in the starting lineup today, you'd have to think.
Well, they're going to try to beat a veteran with a veteran. Score going to have a bit more time in the jungle over top of Ambition, though. But still, it's good to see him coming back. Haru's been playing out of his mind for the most part this split, but you know, you want to see Ambition every now and then at least, because he's just so lovable.
And in a best of 5, you have to think that he'll be a run. Like, he's a playoff player. He's seen it all. He has the experience. So does Pawn, though, and a lot of the members of the side of KT Rolster. We'll get into some of the stats, the nitty-gritty as we get into game, but there's a lot to report on multiple members. So many stars hitting the Rift. Deft has had a great season, even if he did look second fiddle to Bang in the SK Telecom versus KT Telecom Wars multiple times. We're already past 8 o'clock, so I'm guessing we have a couple of issues, which is why we haven't gone live already.
Just waiting for the coaches to get into the booths.
I'm guessing they've been told not to get in yet.
Very well could be. I did see Trace running over to Starbucks right before, about 10 minutes before the game. So
he's like, my
maybe,
iced frappe, no!
I cannot coach without my Frappuccino.
It's a pumpkin spice latte, you know it.
Oh boy.
And they're out of season in Korea, oh no!
I wonder if he's wearing his Uggs today. There we go.
There he is, looking very dapper.
As per usual, so seems like everything is ready to get squared away. Left his coffee in the back room.
Oh, hate it when that happens.
Just needed to, get woken up, be as lucid as possible for this set against KT so that he is fully prepared, but seems like everything is ready to go. And we are into pick and ban for game number 1. Samsung starting things off over on the blue side, KT on the red. And likely just going to be seeing a lot of similar bans from today, with Malzahar being taken off the board first and foremost.
My biggest question is, will Samsung first pick Rumble if it's available? Because Juve played one of those Rumble games in a recent series. They ran the Syndra as well. Both of the players have been trying to pick up those meta picks in solo queue, and the results, well, the big W was achieved, but the individual performances on Mastery Champions weren't necessarily there for Juve or Crown, and giving over Rumble to Smeb is always a bad decision, so where Rumble falls through this draft will be interesting, and Rumble's the final ban, so clearly Samsung are not confident enough to first pick it, so forced to ban it on blue side, our Samsung Galaxy. Rengar and Graves, very frequent bans. Graves so far banned. I believe Samsung will first pick the Rengar if it's available, but there are compositional answers like the Lulu available for KT Rolster, and Camille still available. Will that be the final ban? It will not. They will leave Camille to Juve if he wants it, and Juve played it in the second game. Wasn't the perfect game, but the second game, he did play that Camille, and it was obliterated by KT Rolster.
And I mean, this is so risky if you let the Camille go through. I think you just have to kind of pick this one up if you're Cupid. But even having that pick, running this into Smeb, who could very well bring out the Renekton, this is a really awkward spot to be in if you're KT, because Varus is open. The Rengar is also available for Score, who has quite a good win rate on that champion. So Varus, a no-brainer, will be locked in for death.
First time in forever we've seen a Varus. I didn't even consider it because it's auto-banned in every other game. Prioritizing the Camille, who's been nerfed, who has some bad matchups for Cuvée over the Varus for Ruler is a surprise, but I think that's just a respect onto Smeb's Camille, which we have seen in recent history. And now some of these high win rate champions start rolling in for KT Rolster. We had a couple of weeks with no Kha'Zix, but a lot more Kha'Zix recently.
Okay.
Score is 8-1 on Kha'Zix this season, been a big pick for KT Rolster. Does give over the Rengar, but KT could pick up the Lulu if it's not taken by Samsung as a compositional answer. And we've seen teams just shy away from that completely. Just make it work. Okay, very high prize on the Jhin. I guess Jhin is the only AD carry other than Ezreal that's around, and if you run Ezreal into the Varus, you're going to have a bad time wave clear-wise.
It will just be that big lethality matchup, and there we go. The Renekton does come through for Smeb. I mean, Samsung, you have to expect that they saw this coming from a mile away.
Worth noting that they could get tricky with the Camille. We've already seen first pick Camille into support Camille done by their Freak of Freaks, catching MVP off guards last week, and that could happen here again. So they could look for a different matchup into the Renekton. That's a bit tricky at times. So KT will start banning supports, which might actually help with the Camille being flexed if Core JJ has been playing it. We know Core JJ to play a lot of off-the-wall picks. He was argued to be the one who played the support Misfortune first, even before we saw it from Gorilla, famously, in the Rox Tigers versus SK Telecom World Semifinals.
I mean, he's no Tucson, but definitely could see that brought out. Ahri will be banned away from Pawn.
Is that an insult, to be clear? What does he's no Tucson mean?
I don't know, actually.
He's not actually the person who's named himself
He's no
Tucson?
Tucson when it comes to the really off-the-wall picks. I mean, Tucson's favorite is Aurelia support.
And he does have Wraith as a comparison, who plays support Kayle, apparently.
That's very true. So he's definitely going to look normal in that regard, but as far as performance goes, yeah, I think that Core JJ is also no Tucson. He's been having a bit of a more consistent time. But Karma, Tahm Kench, Sabanza really banning away at that support pool. Core JJ, the Zyra still available for him if they don't want to flex.
I was going to say the Zyra does look like the support you pick up in this regard. It's a dive comp from Samsung as well. Well, it's a dive comp as well, and we've seen a lot of Zyra recently, so I think it fits here. It does allow for potential counter pick for Pawn.
Oh, but they take it away. So.
I was actually thinking it for KT in this scenario over for Samsung, just because Samsung have the dive comp, so it's a great answer. And Syndra's going to be blind picked, very standard blind pick, but it's Crown on Syndra, who, again, won on Syndra, but hasn't necessarily impressed us. They'll go with the Rengar. They've got some Wombo engage, but already the disengage is provided by Zyra. Where does Pawn want to go? He could go Orianna, but the laning matchup is pretty rough. In team fights, it would work out. Ryze also is a risk. We already saw this matchup earlier today, but it'll be locked in. It's been one of the most played by KT so far this season. Intriguing. So 1-3-1 is the big possibility with KT. And the 1-3-1 here is even stronger than any 1-3-1 we've seen recently, because if Renekton gets ahead, if Ryze hits his scaling, then you cannot ask for any champion other than Varus to instant wave clear in mid lane while the 1-3-1 is happening. So the wave clear from Varus is the unique factor that we haven't seen on the Rift for a long time. The 1-3-1 could certainly get going, but you send Renekton behind, you get Ryze behind, and maybe you just try and blow away KT Rolster as Rox Tigers were able to in Game 2 today. But it's a different ask for Samsung, who just need to avoid the perfect game. Even the first kill is going to be a sigh of relief for Samsung, because the last time these two teams faced was the most one-sided series we've seen this season.
Yeah. It was absolutely brutal to watch, but Samsung, as you say, they want to avoid that at all costs. They want to come up with the win. And putting Crown back on the Syndra is a little bit of a risk to that.
Picking Ryze into it, a risk in itself. So I don't know where the respect lies between the two mid laners, given both of them have taken pretty big risks in terms of champion selection.
There's just no respect anywhere.
And I mean, Deft has got Varus, which is a champion that he has a high and everyone has a high win rate on. Auto-banned in basically every series in recent memory, but available in this game.
Definitely interesting draft coming through. We'll see how Cuvée especially is going to fare up in that top lane. Has the Camille, but going up against Smebs Renekton is no easy task. Definitely a tall order for him to try and match it. Let's see if he can do it. Let's get on to the Rift for game number 1. Samsung versus KT Rolster. Samsung charging down the bot lane. Ruler is alone in the river.
It's level 1 here, so hook shot is so strong from Cuvée.
Yeah, it looks like they might have been spotted though walking forward, so not going to be finding that first blood onto Mata.
Smeb in what was the reverse matchup, got the solo kill, you remember, in a Camille versus Rengar matchup. So Cuvée is going to be wanting to do his best Smeb impression. Looking at the early wards, because a lot has happened in the early one. There's hello there. Thank you, O Gaming. Coming through from one of the fans, clearly a French fan in attendance, and some Samsung fans as well.
A couple Western fans here in the audience today.
Good game to show up for.
Definitely is. A lot of times it's hard to get the tickets for these key matchups, so you have to expect these guys must have made their purchases in advance.
It's a matchup with a lot of history, as you were mentioning. Most recently, the big match was that best of 5 where KT, they came in with that massive win streak. I believe it was 19 at the time against Samsung, and then lost out in the regional playoffs after losing out in the grand final of summer to not qualify for Worlds 2016, and what was a massive surprise. And Samsung finally picked up that huge series victory with CoreJJ just being 10, 15 games into his support career. But the numbers, as you can imagine, definitely are still very much on the side of KT Rolster. In the regular season, ever since the start of the LCK in the start of 2015, it is 18-0 between these teams. So more history that Samsung is looking to come up against. SKT were able to do that in many ways yesterday by beating Afrika.
Yeah, just a bit. Mata, really nice juke out on that deadly flourish. They'll trade some damage back to CoreJJ. Piercing arrow coming through as well. So just potions and biscuits going to have to be chucked up on either side to keep themselves sustained in the lane. Score maybe with a roam down early.
KT have a lot more information on the jungle route. They know that Ambition's not here.
Oh, Ruler's walking straight over towards the brush. Immediate flash away. Roots won't be in range to clip him. Neither will that deadly flourish. Already some rough stuff. Meanwhile, back in mid, Pawn and Crown duking it out. That'll be an exchange of blows, but looks like they'll be otherwise pretty even to start things off.
A lot of trading going on in bot. Surprised to see the flash come through from Score, but Mata flashed as well. So double flash was used by KT, and they only managed to get the summoners from Ruler. It seemed a bit too overzealous, and clearly the flash route did not come through from Mata, who's got no biscuits left after the very heavy early trade. But because of the 4-man invade into bottom, that's why KT got 2 wards down. Knew basically the precise route from Ambition, saw that predictably he went for the slow, greedy route. That's the Ambition way, and Rengar is a bit more farm-centric. Tried to make a play, and they got the summoners from Ruler for it, basically.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see a revisit at some point here, but you have to expect that after that, Samsung is going to be playing a bit more cautious here. Mata just getting that natural regen coming through, almost back up to about half HP, so he's in a decent spot so far. Ambition going to be spotted by the Scuttle Crab.
Bit frustrated because he took a very creative route to get there with the blasting plan.
Tried to get the wrap around, but it's just, god damn.
Interestingly, Cuvée is maxing W in this matchup. That used to be the auto max, but after the nerfs on 7.4 and 7.3, it's been Q-Max most of the time, the Precision Protocol. That was also the Q-Max that Smeb on Camille took down a Renekton on. So, bit different here. Cuvée looking for a bit more safe wave clear than necessarily perhaps an all-in trade. It is a very heavily Renekton-favored matchup, so you can understand it.
Yeah, I'll have to give him credit for that one, because not only is it just the Renekton favored, but it's also going up against Smeb, so To be as careful as possible is probably a good idea for Cuvée. Score going to be walking into the jungle. Pops at that scrying plant. We'll see Ambition, but won't be able to go in for any trades or takeaways.
The storyline behind that famous Samsung victory in the regional qualifier was also how much time the Samsung players, after losing to KT in the playoffs, put in to increase their champion pools. And the same story is true for Syndra, for Crown, who's put in 91 games in solo queue on Syndra, by far his most played. Again, we still weren't convinced when we saw the Syndra 2 series, 3 series ago from him, but I mean, you can't argue with how much work he's put in, that's for sure.
Yeah. On, really starting to lose out on these exchanges. Level 6 not quite there for Crown, but you have to say, a bit risky also not going for the exhaust on the rise. Obviously the Ghost is your desired summoner spell, but not being able to mitigate that damage coming through from the Unleashed power could very well punish him.
It is the double disrespect of Rise into Syndra and not taking exhaust. He's basically saying, well, I don't think you're going to solo kill me in lane, and I'm going to have Ghost Flash for the 1-3-1 that we will win pretty handedly. But the only way you lose that 1-3-1 is if Renekton or Rise falls behind, and certainly if both fall behind, then you're in a lot of trouble there. Camille, if she hits her item timings faster, will be able to outduel the Renekton, even though it is Renekton favored in the early game.
Yeah, right now Cuvée is in a decent spot, has the Ninja Tabi coming through. Smeb will match that. He'll be up that Doran's Blade and the Longsword, but will be more sustained for Cuvée with that potion.
Well, it's no sustain at all for Smeb.
He's got his passive in his Q.
Okay, well, I'm talking about no pots or potions or anything like that. Does suggest maybe a jungle gank, or perhaps it's just a mind game threatening a jungle gank, because usually when you enter lane with no regen in terms of items, that's a telltale sign.
Well, right now, Score's on that bottom half of the map, so if he wants to pay a visit, he's going to have to start hiking his way up the river. Ambition was hovering around bottom, but doesn't see an opening, doesn't have level 6 yet, so can't come sprinting in with Thrill of the Hunt. So it just has to go back in to farm a little bit more. Then maybe we start seeing the creative plays come out.
One of the surprises for me is that in Game 1 we're not seeing any Gragas. It was Score that brought back the jungle Gragas, and while Ambition hasn't played it much in solo queue, he has historically, his second most played champion is Gragas, because he was a great Gragas player in the past. Ambition's hit a fast level 6, so looking for a gank, but Ruler doesn't have access to the Throw of the Hunt, so doesn't have access to the Curtain Call yet. Throw of the Hunt is up.
He's waiting to enter into the brush, so Ruler will be bringing up these minions.
He's kind of suspiciously pushing here, though.
Yeah, seems a little conspicuous. Ward will go down to the brush.
And it's a team thing as well. You see Renekton placing a ward, be like, Gromp's not up. That's weird. I wonder where Renekton and Rengar are. Well, Rengar is spotted this time, so trying to play the team game to relieve pressure from bot.
Yeah, Cuvée just holding on as best as he can. See the trades. Will be one out by Smeb at the moment, but Cuvée is going to need a couple more items before he's able to try to come out on top of those. Ambition now up towards his top side. Drags the blue buff into the brush, but Smeb Score pushing forward. They don't want to go checking blindly. They know that Crown is taking this from over the wall and Pawn is not nearby, so they just let him take it. So a lot of spam ability coming through from Crown. Meanwhile, bottom, Ruler has to burn his flash yet again. Get away from those chains of corruption.
Only level 1 on the Realm Warp, so Pawn not able to be there. So far not punished for the greed of both the champion and the summoner spells. Only 12 CS down, getting his stacking started. The Renekton, is ahead, but only, half a minion wave, not really any more than that. So when it comes to bad matchups on paper, neither of them are really punishing as hard as they possibly could.
Yeah, you're seeing it translate to about 120 or so odd gold there for Smeb in the lead. So definitely Cuvée in a pretty decent spot. Smeb's not able to bully him out like you might expect.
He wants a control ward.
Yeah, he'll wrap around, he'll find it. Opens up Score for maybe a wraparound gank. Since Smeb is over level 6, has that dominance, so can take up a couple more turret shots if it comes down to it. For now, it's going to be slow and steady. CS War being won in mid and bottom at the moment. So Ruler's got a pretty nice lead. Flash forward from Mata. Root's not going to connect. Flash away by Core JJ, so just going to be an exchange.
Very aggressive from Mata. He does this sometimes. Of course, we saw some great plays from him on Worlds, onto Double Lift in particular. The RNG versus TSM games in the group stages of Worlds. Sometimes looks like a genius. You remember back to his Zyra flash over the Raptors wall that won them a team fight. That got him an MVP in that game. But sometimes you look a bit silly. Shot calling still the same. OGN shot calling video against Samsung Galaxy, actually. Shows you just how the information flow is through Mata, just as it was back on the Samsung White days in 2014.
Well, doesn't lose out on too much, though, given the flash for flash. So at least goes evenly with Core JJ.
Surprisingly passive early game from Score in particular. Throwing Ambition off his comfort. Sounds like a win, but allowing Ambition to get a comfortable early game. I mean, Ambition was always a great late game team fighter. Whether it was as a mid laner, where there was that famous meme where if Ambition gets first blood, it's a hold that thought.
Yeah, ultimatum throw down. Smeb gonna pop the Dominus, taking so much damage though, and he is gonna go down. Yulk tries to keep him alive. Flat forward. Ambition actually doesn't have it. Smeb miraculously lives, and there's no way for Samsung to dive this unless Cube wants to take the turret shots, but this would be so risky. Hook shot forward. Finds the stun. There we go. Takes him out. Nicely done by Samsung, but definitely not nearly as clean as they would like. They get the first blood, but now the turret going down in the bottom lane. Curtain call coming through, just trying to dissuade them. KT will be finding first brick.
And this is what KT get because of all the extra time it took for Samsung to pick up the kill. They get the wave in the right spot. They zone away Samsung for the longest time. Cannot threaten that their jungler will be there because he's conspicuously on the map. So great moves from Smeb to live as long as he did, and took 2 flashes in addition to bring him down. Won't even lose his turret as an answer. And the bonus objectives go over to KT. So for 1 kill, you get Cloud Drake and the first brick. So win overall to KT Rolster.
Yeah, definitely nice. They'll keep that gold lead over in their favor. Now 500 up over Samsung. Such good moves by Smeb. Look dead to rights completely off the bat of that, gank, but just buys so much time for the rest of the team.
And in the meantime, the other lanes, mid lane is still 25 CS down. But because Crown was holding on to gold for the longest time, there's still no kill pressure on the greedy Ghost Flash Rise pick. So sustaining is perhaps a strong word for 25 CS down, but what to say there? And bot lane in a good spot. Not CS-wise, because they've been focusing on pushing down the turret, but first brick already achieved for KT Rolster. Well, the perfect game's over, so at least Samsung fans can breathe that sigh of relief.
That's true. They got that taken care of, but how can they close it out is going to be the question. Cuvée starting things off, has the Phage, so not going to see the Sheen Rush. Once that added bit of defense coming through, and then has the Tiamat so he can match the pushing, or try to match the pushing of Smeb.
So the kill basically got him the completed Phage. So the Rage passive is what separates the two, given they're going for the same item build. Neck and neck in that. Much earlier Rod of Ages than we saw in our first series, around 12 minutes for Pawn. I didn't know he had the ranged on auto attack to do that. Surprise.
Guess so.
Smeb's still going to have the pushing advantage in this lane. One thing that Camille does not have is push, which she has everything else, so she couldn't have literally everything in the game.
They tried. Some things got vetoed.
I mean, her Q applies Tiamat, so it's close enough. You forget how annoying Varus is.
It begins, yeah. Has the Caulfields, has the Serrated Dirk, so the damage is going to start rolling through from him.
I gotta say, literally the most unfair interaction is if you get Elder Drake onto the Varus, the Qs are just the most obscene. They do about 600, like 60% of your health, plus a burn. If you go the lethality build, that no doubt will come through from Deft. How many Ninja Tabis are we talking? Because might only be 2 from the side of Samsung.
Yeah, I doubt we're going to see one from Crown. Or Core JJ, so should just be the 2. Cubae's playing really far up, uses the hook shot. Now Smeb go into the Dominus, dashes forward. Doesn't have the stun though. Ambition is nearby. Does he want to leap in? Yes, he does. Jumps in onto Smeb, gets a lot of damage down onto the Renekton, but they can't follow up for the kill yet. Crown has roamed all the way up from mid lane, but as has Pawn. He gets locked up, and he should go down. Yes, he does. There we go. Overload from Pawn. Is able to secure the kill, and Samsung lose a fight that they picked. Now the Realm Warp coming through, trying to cut off core JJ. Pawn the only one coming through. Does he have the move speed to get away from the Rune Prison? Has to juke back around the minions. Pawn doesn't have the most damage yet, but they'll still get the Wild Growth burned.
A 5-man map rotation from KT. They sent everyone to the top because they already had first brick in bot lane. Now they show up. Camille, like we said, what's she to do? Has to watch as the turret goes down. Might have to wait for another minion wave, might not, depending on how much they want it. They seem to want it pretty bad. They want Camille too.
Corruption coming down, layered with the Grasping Roots. They find the kill. Score picks up the blow. And now they're going to just try to finish this one off. Looks like they'll be able to do so. Samsung can't push forward, and KT just keep on trucking. 2,000 gold in the lead.
The 5 men in top lane. No Jhin in top lane meant the face check from Crown was too much. Caught out in that rotation. They continue to push. Horn's pushing in the mid lane. Map pressure is solely in the possession of KT Rolster, and Samsung, as they so often have against KT Rolster in the regular season, they're passengers, and they're passengers on the KT Express.
They want off. KT's Wild Ride right now.
If you guys didn't know, KTX is the name of the bullet train system here. Seems like the KTX is what KT's riding. We've seen this before, Achilleos.
Samsung's on the bus.
And not the good bus, the slow bus.
A really slow bus. Takes you 45 minutes to get to your destination a couple kilometers away.
And now you feel great if you're Pawn, because like, wow, I went Ghost Flash against the Syndra and I'm fine. Sweet, now I can split push. And
life's great.
She just has to stay in mid lane and wave clear a little bit.
I got my 12-minute Rod of Ages.
Things went way better than expected for Pawn this time.
And, you know, Samsung haven't been playing the rest of this very well, but you have to wonder what would happen if Crown had a more Crown-esque champion rather than this Syndra that he's very desperately trying to make work for him.
But you wonder what that Crown-esque champion is because, you know, Victor's certainly a possibility, but hasn't been working for him. Ironically, Pawn's had the better Victor games this season. He's 3-0 on the Victor. Orianna is a possibility. He could have blind, but it's a blind pick mid laner, so on the red side, maybe we'll get a better matchup for Crown, but the thing he wanted to do was to add Syndra to a ban list against him, and that's what he's been trying to cement in recent times with all the solo queue games, with games like this, but increasingly the games seem to be going this way, which leaves Syndra open more often than not for Samsung.
Uh-oh, Ambition running straight into Smeb, pops the Dominus, has a lot of damage trying to lock down this Rengar. Score here to follow up. Void Spike's not going to find anybody. They jump away, but the roots come through from Mana. Beautiful flash over the wall to line that one up. Comes up with a kill. Well, Crown and Pawn duking it out in bot. Pawn down to half HP, but has the shields coming through. Has a lot of damage to offer up with this Rise. Crown needs to pop his ultimate soon. If he wants to come out on top of this one, throws it out, but won't get the damage in. Pawn flashes to the side, and he comes up with a solo kill. Nicely done by him. And KT are just running all over Samsung.
That Crown looks frustrated. The flash actually came up really big. Exhaust would have too, but Exhaust was never used by Crown, crucially.
Yeah, questionable for sure.
And the sinking feeling that Samsung fans have had consistently against KT outside of the one cathartic series win returns for the side of Samsung Galaxy. KT in full control. Cherry on top was a solo kill from the Rise in the side lane, but to be fair, Syndra doesn't want to be in the side lane to begin with. With side lanes down, the 1-3-1 happening, there's really no good space for Samsung, no good allocation of their resources. And if KT play it controlled, there should be no way back for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, Smeb just getting turned into a monster here. Black Cleaver completed for him now. As said, Rift Herald buff coming through. Be riding that one out till about 38 minutes or so.
Oh, we're getting closer and closer to 4 monsters on the side of KT, and a Flash Zyra Grasping Roots, so. Yeah, I mean, Varus is another ticking time bomb. We talked about how strong he is in the late game. Already a Drake stack, and second one if they want it, but just focusing on trying to find a way to get this mid lane turret down. Where was this KT against Jhin Air?
I don't know.
I mean, we could say the same thing about KT versus MVP, where they didn't look up for it and lost that series. You hope this KT is the one we see when we hit playoffs and not the one that situationally feel like they can make any game a struggle when in other situations they can feel like they can stomp any team in the world. When your ceiling is this high, sometimes you can afford the struggles.
Oh boy, Ruler. In a bad spot, has to flash away from the Chain of Corruption. Realmorph coming through. Pawn and Score coming over the wall. Ambition gonna get locked down, gonna get popped. Smeb just takes him out. KT just keep going forward, 5-1 on the kills. 4,500 gold in the lead, and they're looking to tack more onto that with this potential mid lane turret. Crown is showing up from the sidelines, though, trying to dissuade this from happening. But even so, KT.
Oh, it's Rift Herald, double item Renekton. That's fun. Who's going there, Achilles?
Cuvee doesn't want to, but he knows that it's his job.
Bad times for Samsung. They got literally nothing going in this game, apart from the fact that Camille had a pretty good laning phase, but KT got the bot lane first brick when they overdived on the Renekton. And then the bot lane showed up in top and made Cuvee's life a misery, so now that's not a relevant factor. Playing the 3 lanes makes the map just too wide for champions like specifically the Syndra to make it between lanes, likely to be ganked on the way. Just feel that the gold greed lead is going to continue to grow. It's only 4,500, but this feels like a 10,000 gold game.
It really does, and that's just the presence of KT when they get ahead like this. Their early game, typically, it's so very clean. It's exactly what we saw from them last time they played Samsung. Not as much as it was in game number 1 of that series,
No.
as we keep talking about, but
I mean,
this is still just total control.
remember, it's a single kill. Otherwise, it's a perfect game.
That's
from
true.
KT. So, we're pretty close, you know?
It is, yeah.
Could have been something different, but yeah, things escalated quickly.
That would have been crazy, just having the double game 1 perfect games.
That would have been eerie. That shouldn't happen between the 2nd and 3rd best teams in the LCK, but this has always been the boogeyman for Samsung. Despite all their growth, they can just never get it done against KT, but they did it the one time, you know? And that was the most important one. So at least there's no way for KT to take that away. You can beat them in the regular season as many times as you want, but if you lose the most important one, does it really matter?
Yep. That's all Samsung's doing. They're hiding their strategies for the playoffs.
Sandbagging, you might say?
Yeah. The most long con sandbag that they could possibly do.
I don't know. China International Events is up there.
Oh.
It was too easy. It was the low-hanging fruit, Achilles.
It was too easy. That's what everybody says after they play against China.
Oh, now you're going hard.
Somewhere Froskurian's watching, and she's just like, oh.
Hey, at least I'm a previous LPL caster. You're just a hater.
I'm just like somebody who likes poking fun. I like stoking the fire every now and then.
Just wait for someone else to start the fire. Then you're like, I've got wood, guys. I'm going to throw it in there. Yep, it's bigger now.
Ruler, oh boy. I mean, what more can you say? Just push too far forward inside the mid lane, gets taken out. Pawn. Getting pinched on by Core JJ, but I don't think he can do enough.
Nope.
Yeah, doesn't hit the glitter lance to slow him up. He's going to be sprinting out. He's like, yeah, glad I got that ghost.
Only 1 point in the Glitter Lance as well, so wasn't going to be DPSing anyone down. Flashbacks of the Luden's Echo mid lane Lulus are just that, flashbacks. And Baron is pretty much whenever they want it. They don't have a tank there.
Could be
but
right now.
They have so much damage.
Trying to bait it. Chain of Corruption comes through. Ambition gets popped, and that's going to be Baron for KT.
A party Stranglethorns as
Or
well
maybe
to
not.
celebrate the kill.
Might have other ideas. Smeb splitting. I
mean-
think you just go for the Baron.
Cuvee can't enter lane against Smeb unless it's under his inhibitor turret.
Huh. Well, they're delaying for a little bit. Interesting.
The only way you lose this game is a throw at Baron, so I don't mind them taking their time and shopping. Extra Needle Large Rod added on for Pawn. Shop comes in for the Renekton as well, who is even tanky on a budget to complement all the damage he had earlier.
Yeah, this is just gross.
Yep. No other word to do it, and it makes you wonder. I wonder what 5 members of Samsung will play in Game 2.
Good question. Could you see Haru come back out maybe? Ambition hasn't had much presence on the map with this Rengar.
Do you consider swapping the bot lane, who weren't the problem? That's another option you could do.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler and Core JJ were crushing as far as the CS numbers went, but
And then they overdived in top, and they had to lose their turret, and then the game was kind of over for them.
yeah,
Not really anything they can do in the face of the map being lost around them. So I think it'll be harsh, but it's a possibility. It's an option for Samsung.
so maybe you bring in Haru, and then you put Stitch in the top lane. There we go. Perfect.
I think Wraith is more of a top laner, personally.
That's true. You can just play the Kayle. Plays Leona again.
He played Nami somehow.
Just AP Leona. It's just like, my W's going to hit so hard.
With Smite, just follow the jungle. Sick ganks there. But we have to talk about silly things, because the actual game is really depressing. KT have everything working for them. Everything
Oh,
you could
God.
possibly ask for.
Poor
We're just
JJ
waiting for
gets
them to turn
chucked
onto
out.
that Baron.
I mean, oh, here we go. They're going to go ahead and jump on Ambition yet again. They pop him. Realm Warp coming through into the mid lane. Pawn arrives. We'll get polymorphed off the bat, so he can't get the lockdown on the Ruler to come up with the kill. But Jungler dead yet again. KT, do they finally push over for this Baron? They're starting to inch that way, but might just be baiting yet again.
It feels like everywhere on the map, it's not objectives for KT, it's pinatas. Every enemy champion a pinata, the Baron a pinata. They just get something everywhere. They've all got the ability to get lumps of gold wherever they go, and they're going to start the Baron. They could always turn off this one.
Quite a bit of damage. They do have that Mountain Drake helping them out. Probably going to have to retreat to the side. Doesn't want to get caught up in the crossfire from that curtain call. Def takes a lot of damage, and that will delay KT, so good job by Samsung. 4v5. Don't even have to push up. Jhin ult's enough to do it.
And it's so non-committal, opening up so far away, that shows you why the Baron is a little bit tricky. Okay.
Cube's going to try to go in onto Pawn. Thinks that everybody else is gone, but Smeb is still here. Trying to court JJ now roaming up. They're able to find one. They won't be able to find another. Smeb just can't do enough to dissuade that. So good wrap around by the rest of Samsung to come up with a pick. But can they get anything else? Mid lane tier 1 is a bit low. There's an Infernal Drake there.
And the Infernal seems like the easiest objective. But
They opt in for it. Cube getting locked down. He gets popped up, and he will fall. Def just chucking out that Chain of Corruption to get the assist.
so we'll go with a no on that question.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Infernal Drake to KT.
Just go and start that one up. Even the Drake's working out pretty happily. Cloud Drake not ideal, but does allow Renekton to close the distance. He's getting basically melee range for the W to come through, and there's the Infernal. It's going to be another Infernal as far as we could tell. Might have flashed over afterwards. Yeah, it's going to be a Cloud. My apologies.
Close enough, right?
Well, Cuvée walked into a brush, and let's see what cost him.
Oh,
Oh, well, that was just silly.
all right then. Definitely not the direction that you wanted to go in.
Deft almost chained him to death. Wasn't able to. Smeb still wearing the Rift Herald buff for a while. Cuvée does not want to enter that lane, but like you mentioned, he's the only one left. Level 16 Renekton, looking fearsome. But the Baron seems difficult. You know, they have to have Renekton there to tank it. Kha'Zix, Ryze, and the other members can trade tank, but that means the Jhin ultimate will get them all low. So the last piece of the puzzle for now is slowing down KT a little bit. It isn't 10,000 gold. It is only
7.
8.5. You're right, 7.5. So still large for this time in the game, but not unassailable.
Samsung just needs to bank on KT making a massive mistake if they want to come up with this win, though.
Well, the one ward behind Marta and Pawn is costing them an attempt here, so they have to problem solve where that ward is, because they're not buying the bait.
Pushing into the jungle, might just be looking for a turret here. Flash forward, Ruler gets locked down, Realm Warp into the back. Pawn arrives, a little bit too late to get kill credit. He will get jumped on, though, by Ambition. He's getting locked up by Smeb. who's just feeling free to go ahead and stick in the middle of the remaining Samsung members. Gets popped up by the Wild Growth as it goes over to Ambition, but he's still quite all right. He is still healthy, can tank up the Baron.
This time they don't have to worry about the curtain call. Ambition's still alive, but doesn't have ult either. They're going to turn onto the Baron. Ambition is in base. They do a lot of damage, Infernal and Mountain. They're going to start a defense. It needs to be now, Samsung.
Lotto waiting to try to gatekeep with the roots, trying to lock somebody down. Baron going low, will get taken out. Now they just pile in onto ground. He gets popped. Smada finds a killing blow. Kube getting locked up as well. And Samsung, I think he just have to kind of write this game off and start looking forward to game number 2, because there's just not a thing they can do. Kube not tanky enough, nor is Ambition just soak up any of the damage that's being output by the roster of KT Rolster.
I completely agree. Even Special Agent Varus 007 is accelerated this game. All the items starting to come together for Deft, who's been a passenger on the Smeb Express, it feels like. Even though Smeb doesn't have the kill pressure, he's been the thorn that Samsung have had no answer to. And definitely this is when you start talking about what could change in future games, what mistakes were made in this game that accelerated the game for KT oh so quickly in the mid-game. Even the gambles, like Pawn going so selfish with his champion pick, and Summoners have worked out for KT.
Samsung at least got 2 kills. So even further away from that perfect game.
You know, probably doesn't feel like that right now.
Nope.
If you're a Samsung fan or a Samsung player.
Can't even say that they're doing twice as well as that game, because 2 times 0 is still 0. Juve getting chunked out. Overload almost kills him. He's able to peel back to the fountain, but this turret will fall. Curtain call's opened up by Ruler. Trying to find a pick, trying to just stop them from taking the inhib. Smeb still splitting up top. Seeing how long he wants to stick around for, but the rest of KT likely will go ahead and just remain and try to pressure out this inhib.
And they will keep the pressure on, like you say, at the same time as top inhibitor turrets going down.
Juve getting ripped down to half HP. Smeb barely taking any damage, even with some turret shots coming through. Hip the focus. Deft just trying to poke them out with those piercing arrows as best as possible. Thrill the Hunt gets popped, but it's actually going up towards the Renekton. I think they figured this out right about now. Technical sweep comes in, does slow him up. He's still massive. The ultimatum comes through, trades one onto Kube. Can he get a second one? Slice and dices through, and he's just going to come up with the 1v2 solo kill. Smeb just stomps out Samsung's hopes. Deft going low, will stay alive for the moment. Ruler has to pop the heal, hightail it out of there. Jukes out on that deadly flourish. 3 members are dead. TP coming through from Smeb, keeping the wave alive in the bottom lane. A second inhib going to fall in top. And KT, can they just close it out here? 30 seconds on Ambition, 20 about on Kube, and 30 on Crown. I think they just have the finish.
While a crocodile is usually scary, this is Godzilla right here, Achilles. They tried to 2v1 him and he got a double kill. Solo kills are already prized. The 1v2 double kill is just insane, but that will actually lead to the end of the game. All the super minion waves pushing in. KT wiping the floor with Samsung Galaxy. And it's felt like this many times, but regular season 19-0 for KT over Samsung Galaxy in the LCK era.
Yeah, 33 minutes on the clock, 3 kills. All that Samsung were able to pick up to avoid a perfect game by KT. They just completely stomped them into the ground. And now Samsung, you know, what are they going to do coming in for game number 2? Getting a better pick for Crown, more likely on the red side since they can wait till the last pick, but the rest of the lanes are still going to be a bit of an issue with top and jungle just getting ran over.
They are a veteran squad now. They have been around the block. They made it to the World Finals, so it's probably not going to have the same effect that it might have in previous seasons, but like you say, the adjustments here need to be titanic from the side of Samsung, and they're trying adjustments. Cuvée for picking up the Rumble, Crown picking up the Syndra is the start of the adjustments to make them more capable of beating the top teams in the world, in the LCK, but it's still not working. The teething problems still exist. Teething problems not there for KT Rolster. Took some gambles with Pawn, but wasn't punished, and then, man, the game turned and then some for KT Rolster.
And I mean, if KT come back into game 2 and they have a similar performance, we're going to have a much earlier night than we expected. Papa Smithy had 3 games in the first set, still got done in time to start this one at 8 p.m. And now things are not looking good for Samsung. So they need to have the biggest shift in play as we come back from this break. KT just doing such a good job, and I think we can expect that the Varus is probably also not going to make it through the draft.
Yeah, the questions
this
will
next time
remain
around.
how it didn't go at the first pick. Remember, Samsung had first pick and KT got Varus. I'm sure they were aware the pick was open, at least I hope so, because the pick definitely came back to haunt them, even if it wasn't the main factor in this game.
Scary spot to be in. Do you give Camille to Smeb, or do you give the Varus to Deft? Either way,
I got
doesn't
both
matter.
hands up, Achilles.
Doesn't matter. KT, they still managed the win with either or. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we will have game 2. We'll see if Samsung can fire back or if KT closes out nice and easy.
우선 페이커 라이즈 하이라이트나 봐라.
지금? 지금 보면 쫄려 안 돼.
카메라 내 앞에 있어. 과연 앞에 있어. 과연 볼게요.
MVP 뭐 하지 마. 어차피 뭐.
영화 여기 몇 번?
경호 형뭐 각오하려면.
네, 손흥민 아이비 MVP 1세트 누굴까요? 데프트입니다.
왜 이렇게 포트야? 이해가 안 되네?
아니 나 그냥
이번 판또 까불지 말고
게임에 집중. 이기고 나는 이기고.
내가 어차피 MVP잖아. 어차피 지금 뭐 많이 받아도 상관없어.
오케이.
잠깐 주는 거예요 그냥.
아 지금 잠깐 우리 복귀 기념으로 주는 건가 지금?
그래 기준 잘라고.
아니 받아놔.
기분 하려고? 답장을 답해서 정글 갑자기 끼어야 되는데 정글?
수없이 어긋나도 기다릴게. 아무리 가슴 아파도 웃어볼게. 떠나서는 안돼. 너를 잊어버리지 마.
아 노래 그거 불러요. 긴장되잖아요.
이 자식.
이 자식이 이거 형들
맞아 이 자식아. 마.
경호 조용히.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not a thing. But I don't know if I can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Deft right there on that Varus doing quite a bit of damage, but Smeb trailing very closely behind him with the Renekton, who just went full beast mode and absolutely destroyed the members of Samsung. Really rough first game for them, as it was last time. Can they bounce back is going to be the question, because they are a world-class team. They've done very well in the past, but going up against this KT squad that is beaten you so many times over and over again could very well affect you mentally. You can see Mata picking up the MVP here.
The mastermind in many ways behind KT Rolster, second MVP of the season after the aforementioned Zyra Flash into Raptors game. Picked up a lot of kills actually, but this was a team performance, and you know, we use that term world class, but can Samsung and KT both be world class? The answer's probably yes, but sometimes you're just in awe of the things that KT Rolster can do. They have 5 game breakers in their team. Even Pawn on his day can have a day out and win a series on his own. And this one, multiple people were having a great series. Mata, his first flash was a party flash, but the zoning flashes were behind him, and the initiation flashes were much more reliable after this. And it was just amazing to watch.
Yeah.
There's not many teams or players that can make me sit back and go, damn, I didn't know that it could be this way. And we probably won't even see the replay of Smeb's casual 1v2 at the end of the game against very much full build opponents. This was a sight to watch. This was a treat. And KT Rolster, somehow they always do it against Samsung. I called them pinatas, but that's what they were. They were pinatas for KT fans to feel good about themselves around. And okay, we're seeing some changes. We know it's not inside of KT. They've only got 5 players, but how many changes for Samsung Galaxy. This one we knew about.
Yeah, well, starting things off, at least it's going to be Ambition being swapped out. Haru coming in. You can see he likes the Rengar quite a lot. Has had some success with that one, so we'll be replacing the veteran with the rookie, the relative rookie. We'll see how Haru fares going up against Score this time around.
Previous time, not the best reading, so he's going to hope it's a new day, just like his transition from CJ to Samsung Galaxy. Probably the right roster swap, like we mentioned. Wasn't really about Roller and Core JJ in Game 1. They had the rug pulled under their feet. Nothing they could do after some of the things that happened around the map. So Haru comes in. We would have expected Haru to start the series. That was a surprise. Not like Ambition was poor, but he wasn't really a big factor. And they need Haru to have the sort of performance he has on many occasions this season. But there's performances against other junglers, and there's performances against Score. And it's a more difficult proposition, and increasingly Peanut with his uptick in form. So be a big story for Haru if he could have a day out against Score in Game 2, and they need him to.
That they do. Also, need to get Crown on something that he's a bit more comfortable on, you'd have to say. Nautilus is going to be the first ban here from KT, which is intriguing. We don't usually see the Nautilus ban away first and foremost, but Varus, unsurprisingly, will be banned off the board.
LeBlanc, Graves, Shen with the bans on red sides. They're on blue side now. What do KT want to procure? Is it going to be the LeBlanc? Could we see LeBlanc slip through to Pawn? That's an option. The Rengar is likely to be picked up by Samsung, so you imagine they're not going to ban it. Maokai, so this banning top laners here. Maybe they just want Camille, but that Camille is banned. Okay, let's be real. KT want Rumble, so
it's definitely.
Do they just ban Rengar and give over Graves? Probably not. So are they just happy for Score to take Graves and get the Rumble first pick? Is kind of the question we're going to find the answer to. Even though Rumble does well against these tanks, KT's not going to look past Rumble if it's available at first pick. They're actually not sure about their last ban. They're taking all the allotted time. They banned the Graves.
Okay. So final ban now.
There could be so much stuff.
For Samsung. I mean, do you
LeBlanc?
Do you ban the LeBlanc? I feel like you kind of have to, or do you just go for the Rumble to take that off the board for Smeb? This is a really tricky spot to be in if you're Samsung.
You don't make this draft if you're against a respected Rumble player. Cuvée can play Rumble, but he's not Marin. He's not a top-tier Rumble player. They ban Rumble. So will Pawn have his first game of the season on LeBlanc? He will. Okay, we talked about how Pawn has that slightly below the rest of his team expectation. You know, he's been seen to just really be basically the fifth member of this team, as maybe Kuro was on the Rocks Tigers. This is the sort of game where he can have a day out. Probably the last time we'll see 7.4 LeBlanc. 7.5 is a very different LeBlanc that we'll see a lot more sparingly and maybe never. So Rengar is available as well. Will it be Jin Rengar on the side of Samsung, given that Haru has played almost exclusively, and the Graves, which is kind of the skill jungle matchup, is banned away? The answer is no, interestingly.
This is really intriguing. I mean, Crown on the rise has been fairly consistent, but taking this and not the Rengar is a bit risky.
Well, you either take it there or you take it at Crown's pick. So they had two options to take it, and interestingly, they want more information before they'll lock in the Rengar. The reason why they probably want to do that, as Score, and we'll talk a bit more about the Lee Sin, but I think the reason they go for the Rise here is they want to see how early game KT is going before they go Rengar. Because if they have LeBlanc and also, you know, some more early game laners, you're like, oh, maybe we can't get Rengar through to level 6 and we'll just lose the game before. So you get a bit more information. It's going to be the Ezreal from Deft and now the Lee Sin. They will still go with the Rengar, it seems, with the extra information that they have.
And Ashe just going to be passed over. We saw that banned away by Samsung in Game 1, but Deft's just like, well, screw it, just give me the Ezreal.
And speaking of Ashe, probably going to be starting to see some intriguing bans, because Initiation would have been nice. I guess Jin has soft Initiation. There's pick power from the Rise. Lee Sin from Score is a fun one. Career-wise, his win rate is very low, but he looks fantastic dismantling Umti in the series against Jin Air just a couple of days ago. So his Lee Sin mechanics are not in doubt after that performance.
I mean, 6 kills out of the bottom lane very early on into that game, and he had most of the kill involvement, so Score definitely had one hell of a performance on that Lee Sin.
Insane to see some of the picks that have been skipped over.
Malzahar banned in the second round.
Oh. We have to say jinx for that one because that just never happens. obviously Malzahar solo. And
that's something you were talking about, maybe seeing Jinx from Deft.
Well, I don't know about that on 7.4, but if we start seeing the Protect the Cogmore comps that are so expected for 7.5 onwards, Protect the Jinx is usually one step behind that. Gangplank ban.
Okay. That's intriguing.
So they're thinking that Samsung will last pick top lane and want to counter pick a tank, which is what Smeb is almost exclusively being played. Not many tanks left though. Poppy and Gragas are the obvious tanks available after all the tank bans.
He's played the Gragas before. We could see that one come out. Karma banned away by Samsung, so just continuing to get rid of those supports.
4, 5 top lane bans now with the Gangplank. Will there be a 6th?
I mean, where do you go if you're Samsung for this first pick after the ban comes out? Because Lulu seems like a decent snatch up for you, being that you have the Rengar on your team.
Karma's banned as well.
Shen's going to get banned away as well.
The crowd's surprised by all these top lane bans.
What in the hell is going on?
What's Smeb been practicing is what I need to know. Only Poppy is left of the meta top lane. There's Kennen as well. On hit Kennen. Usually not blind picked, but a possibility. You have to pick a support here. The safest laning one is Lulu. You can go for Zyra as well. And they'll just go for comfort for Core JJ, who's 9-2 on the season.
I mean, do we just see the
Zyra.
Lulu come through for Mata now?
I think it's a perfect spot for it, right? Against the Rengar and all the other initiation CC, so that'll be locked in. But what does Smeb want to blind pick for top? It could just be Poppy, which is the most boring of the options, but we're hoping for something crazy.
My kingdom for a Fiora.
A blind Fiora, huh? I mean, they did it against EDG at Worlds, but that was quite a different scenario.
I don't know. They have to have something interesting up their sleeve, or it's just going to be the most boring thing ever.
Gragas or Poppy.
Okay. Well, I got all jazzed up for no reason, really.
Cuvée smirks a little bit.
I mean, this is still an interesting draft.
Renekton also an option, it was worth noting.
But how would the Kennen do with the on-hit Gragas, honestly? Wits End Rush?
It's not that great, honestly. I wouldn't go Kennen into Gragas. He can just build Spirit Visage and BK. Poppy or Renekton were
Poppy
the top lane options. Renekton actually doesn't do that well into Gragas. He does decently, but he doesn't have lane bully status, so not really worth it. So we were hoping against hope, but I guess because Smeb didn't have the counter pick, he had to blind pick something, and Gragas was the strongest available laner. But this is something pretty different from KT Rolster.
Yeah, I mean, I moan about the lack of a really, truly exciting top lane pick, but we still get another game of Lee Sin for score. We get Pawn on LeBlanc for the first time this split. And then, of course, Deft on Ezreal is always a treat to watch. So this is still one hell of a draft coming out from KT. Lots of interesting decisions made on both sides.
I mean, it's the earliest possible, in terms of power spikes, very powerful early laning top lane, very powerful laning mid laner, and Lee Sin, who
Jungle.
can profit over those lanes. So snowball comp in many ways, and the solo lanes coming through from KT. 1-3-1 will be very powerful as well if this LeBlanc goes off, and it's 7.4, so LeBlanc still has so much of a ceiling when it comes to taking over a game. Ezreal from Deft as well. We've been cup runneth over with top-tier Ezreal play recently, and Deft is certainly no exception. They got 6 kills in laning phase against Jin Air in Game 3 when Deft finally got to play Ezreal 2 days ago.
Exciting drafts from both sides. KT especially bringing one out, having that Lulu to counter up on the Rengar. Haru is going to have to play out of his mind to get Samsung a win here in game number 2. They do not want to go down. Another 0-2 loss to KT would not help their standings at all. Would put them below MVP. Let's see if they can do it or if they will fail. Let's get onto the rift for game number 2. And here we are. Lots of cheers from either side. KT, I think, winning out very slightly in that regard, but the audience is pretty packed here tonight. It's a good sign for a Thursday.
And we could be seeing this all again in a best of 5 in just over a month's time as we start to play through the gauntlet during the course of April.
Yeah, mid-April.
Both these teams with MSI aspirations, but KT certainly looking the stronger.
Hello, body slam over the wall. Sonic Wave comes through. Cuvée throws up the shield, has a spec into the W, but doesn't last long enough to stop Score from coming
Wait
in.
for flashes here. 3, 2, 1. Okay, body slam.
All right, just flashing away from that Sonic Wave. Had that connected, would have been pretty devastating. Haru will get a lot of damage down on the Score, so he's going to have to pop one of those refillable potion charges, but overall, really good ground gain by KT.
Yeah, it's an early game comp with now no flash on the Poppy, so that's an extra thing that KT have to work with, and they're going to continue to invade knowing all of this. Crown has the shorter route to this camp, and they can also just walk up to Haru who's trying to do Raptors.
Yeah, has the ward in, so he spots them coming through, but they're going to try to take these away. Cuvée roaming back down, body slam coming out. They jump on top of the Rengar. Crown still hasn't peeled back. So they'll just go ahead and peel back out of their Smeb. Got 2 of them. Score got 0. So Haru still profits for the most part. He's going to wrap back around. Doesn't have an Ignite.
They don't know where the vision is exactly here.
Red's still in vision. This is going to be one of the more interesting starts that we've seen. Score going to go ahead and smite the red buff to get some HP back, but Haru leaps and he flashes in, but Smeb ends up coming up with that first blood, and now Cuvée is going to be in such a bad spot. He can't flash out of here. Pawn arrives, picks up the second kill. Oh, and KT, the train is leaving the station already.
Oh, Score played that as well as you could in what was just a super unlikely circumstance. Crown losing the trades as well. The fact that he stayed alive is okay.
Well, he got some
the back end of that trade was.
I mean, he has to be careful though. Pawn does have the Ignite.
That was some insane mechanics around there, specifically smiting early, then juking and flashing between the red buff and his opponents. Second body slam came off cooldown. Just communicating the cooldowns there was so important. His Def had to flash.
Yeah, doesn't want to get rooted by that Deadly Flourish, showing a lot of respect here to the bottom lane. Ruler and Core JJ were kind of the saviors of Game 1, if you can even really call them that. The ones that lost lane, not by their own actions.
But man, that was the most action you could ever ask for in an enemy red buff take.
Yeah, definitely got a bit crazy there. But now should have a bit of a calm before the next storm, as the junglers will just go in and start their regular clears.
With extra items on Lee Sin and the LeBlanc.
And now 2 stacks on a Dark Seal start for the LeBlanc in the mid lane. So, I would like to see a Medjay's in this game, if it would come down to it.
I've seen Pawn pick Medjay's against Dade in the past. I could see him do it again. He loves these confidence picks when he gets rolling, and if another couple of kills come in, I think it's on course, Kilios.
Well, it would be unfortunate for Samsung, but for my entertainment's sake, I hope that we see it.
Another roam from Smeb, who has the big pushing advantage over Poppy to put down a ward at the Krug camp. So much gold laden there, and he knows that the Raptors are going to be attempted to be stolen, that's a camp that's very high priority.
Oh, depth. Oh, barely gets away from that Deadly Flourish.
But the fact that it's still up lets them know what side of the jungle that Rengar is on.
Tracking him pretty well, and I mean, you can see just how brutal of a start this was for Crown, having to go back. Double Sapphire Crystal, so not having the tier to stack up, just needed some immediate power, that extra mana to work in with his Rise kit.
It's not even a Ruby Crystal
Yeah.
to start working towards Catalyst, because Catalyst Rush is always a possibility to have a bit more laning power against the LeBlanc. It's a matchup we've seen quite a lot. Try to be a sustained matchup. We've seen even the attempt at the Courage of the Colossus rise against LeBlanc, but the moment that Courage was nerfed the most recent time, people moved away from that and stuck with the Storm Raider Surge.
Captain Mata gonna get shoved in. Ruler and Core JJ getting a bit of damage down onto the turret because the recalls will be coming through. If they could shove up fast enough, might be able to find some more.
Zyra wins trades against Lulu really hard, so it's actually a good laning matchup for Zyra, who was always seen as a powerful laner, of course. That's why they've been on the back foot. Skill shot accuracy has been really good from Ruler and Core JJ.
Crown wanted that so badly. Can't find it though, too risky to go for at the moment. I mean, what better start could we ask for the Dragon? Infernal Drake to kick things off.
Bami Cinder, speaking of starts for Smeb, who just wants to push, push, push and allow Score to continue to invade.
Oh, big engagement here.
Auto.
Crown needs one more auto, flashes forward, finds it. Gets the solo kill on Pawn. I'll shut down the confidence pick a little bit, at least take it down a notch.
Finally get some wind in the sails of the Samsung fans as well. Crown's on a champion he knows so well. Rise is definitely a pick he has a lot of practice on. Away from the Syndra. Solo kills on Victor, usually his main deal, but getting it for the Rise in this matchup is so important as well. That'll actually turn these Sapphire Crystals into more than just tears.
Oh, for a second it turned into 2 tiers. But good thing we have the refund button.
Yay. That wasn't there for the longest time.
It's been there for a while now.
We're close to replays, Achilles.
Yeah. Soon TM. Catalyst and Tier coming back in for Crown, so very good start for him, just 7 minutes in. Up in CS as well. And now those stacks have been taken away from the Dark Seal, so Pawn not going to be as annoying. So Crown will definitely have upper hand in these trades moving forward.
LeBlanc mechanics aren't going to be as important moving forward. We heavily expect the LeBlanc to be deprioritized pretty extremely on 7.5, so in future weeks that shouldn't be as big an issue. Invade was what they wanted to do, and they're going to keep invading.
Score, drops the ward, Smeb's coming in from behind. Body slam, flashes in, Cask not going to connect. Meanwhile, the Realm Warp maybe coming through. Do they really want to follow up with this? The answer is going to be yes, because Cubase here. They stun Smeb into the wall, and he goes down. Crown puts a second kill on the board, and Samsung, they put their head above the water here, inch ahead of KT with a very slight lead.
Collapse is so easy for Crown. The Realm Warp actually is big enough distance when you're coming from the mid lane on your side of the jungle especially. And maybe KT have bitten off more than they can chew. They're actually behind in gold despite getting a double kill at level 1. And with bot lane struggling as it has, there's been no attention from bot lane from either team, but they're straight up winning are Ruler and Core JJ. Very, very greedy stuff, with Flash still being available from Haru is punished by Samsung Galaxy.
Really good moves from them, just way too greedy and confident from the side of Smeb and Score. So they give one up. Still, game's very close. Dragon might be the early tipping point.
Very close. It's probably a win for Samsung Galaxy. Scaling-wise, outside of the Ezreal, they have supremacy in basically every role, so they're not too concerned with playing a long game. Does suit them pretty happily. KT had the right start, and then now have been halted by over-aggression. I like how both the mid laners have the prep mechanic when it comes to spreading AoE.
See the poke in starting to come from Samsung. Haru moving forward, looking for Score, leaps forward, has a lot of damage. Dragon's Rage comes out. Score just has to hightail it out of there. Retreats back to the Krugs.
Thunderlords on both junglers, but much more useful in that time from Haru.
Otto waiting for Core JJ, but the curtain call's been opened up on the depth. He's going to be the real target. Flashes away. Wild's Growth is not there. Mata not level 6 yet, and Deft is just dead to rights. Core JJ comes up with the kill with the help of the plant. 3-2 now for Samsung as they keep moving forward.
And Pawn doesn't have any lane pressure against Rise. The Rise pick working out so well. The Samsung. LeBlanc, not so much. It's Ignite LeBlanc as well, the most possible lane pressure. This game looks so different, you know, just 2 minutes in, but suddenly Samsung have all the control of the tempo, and KT are the ones with the early game comp, but not being able to go for early game trades.
Yep, and now Infernal Drake going to be started. There's no True Shot Barrage available for Deft. No chance at a steal. It's picked up. Will be Mountain Drake coming in next. Samsung have finally truly established themselves in this game with a lead.
In this series, in some ways, given that game one.
That's true.
Didn't establish very much at all.
In this matchup.
Yep. In the regular season, for sure. It's been hard to watch for Samsung fans, but a lot more to cheer about so far in this game. Still a lot to go. Explosive mid-game expected for KT if they can keep the farm up, even though the kills aren't rolling in anymore.
See where they go next. Pawn. Lagging a bit behind, getting this blue buff. There we go. Finally picks it up. Rod of Ages completed here for Crown. very early on that's going to be stacked up at 20 minutes or so.
Now there's big gaps in the vision coverage for KT and a lot of vision supremacy for Samsung. We have full information about the bot side jungle. CoreJJ was one of the first I saw to light up bot lane around Worlds patch.
Yeah, which means that they can just go ahead. They keep shoving up against the turret here of KT. Just keep whittling away at it.
The moment that Crown hits level 11, then the Realm Warps become even more threatening than they currently are.
Spotted by a ward. Won't go for the roam down.
10-minute Rod of Ages means the scaling's going to be nice and early for the Rise.
Smeb comes down to mid, maybe looking for a lockup with the chain on the ground and popping back. Chain does come out, scores here, he flashes away, still gets caught, body slam, knocks him away from the turret. He should fall and he does score, finds it, but Haru answers with one very quickly. Now Cube arriving with that pin into the wall, will stun up Smeb, boots him away with the Keeper's Verdict, but Pawn is able to answer one onto the Rengar. So far, a 2-for-1 in their favor. Pawn barely makes it out with his life, as does Smeb.
You know, timing of the roam from Mata was on point. We saw some big roams from Mata in recent series, walking up top lane with Braum with no boots. He had the roam there, and if Jhin had roamed and stuck the curtain call into mid lane, maybe there would have been some kills to mop up, but not in this case. Super hard engage from KT. They used everything to pick up the kill. Once the chain landed, we knew they were going all in. But when it was turned into a 1-for-1, if Mata was not in position, this could have been a very different fight. The Pawn's allowed to re-engage, even though he misses the chain. He picks up the kill and gets out anyway. The flash not as consequential for the LeBlanc. So that skirmish goes the way of KT, and the fun thing here is 13 minutes in, we have this sort of even game we wanted in game one, but quickly became a stomp. Hopefully this one is going to deliver on what should be some really exciting mid to late game team fights.
I mean, the only thing we have separating them right now is that Infernal Drake, and with the few items coming through for these guys, it's going to take a while before that 8% stat buff is really relevant and visible, I guess, in these fights.
I mean, honestly, the bigger immediate difference between the teams is the vision coverage.
The
control wards give them complete vision supremacy over the bot side and the Drake side. They had lots of advanced vision where they're spotting out what camps score is going to, and there's no such vision for KT, so it's a vision advantage for Samsung after winning skirmishes and even able to spot out Pawn in this way.
He's trying to get some vision. CoreJJ comes in, finds the root. He gets locked up at the Rune Prison, and he gets taken down. Haru gets another kill in this game, and now wrapping around, looking for the red buff, and arrives too late to contest it.
That's what we call a vision advantage. Achilles completely shown exactly why. Getting that early vision has given so many advantages. Pawn would have been so much more defensive if he had that information. They're looking for turret dive.
They're all the hunt coming through. TP will come out from Smeb. They jump in, lock down Deft with a deadly flourish, and Ruler picks up a kill. Now Smeb, he completes the channel, but can he defend this turret? Does have a decent amount of clear. But
Can
it's going to be
also-
giving Cuvée some alone time in top.
He can cask away the next minion wave as well, so his
Very true.
delay options are pretty significant. That's why he finished the teleport, but will it be enough? Probably not. You'd have to think.
4 members here. They have so much damage that they can output, and the turret's ready to go down. They lock up Smeb. Deadly Flourish comes through. Turret will fall. Now the curtain call to try to slow him up. Hitbox is just too big. Wild Growth comes through, but the last shot from Ruler finds him and takes him out. True Shot Barrage not going to clip CoreJJ. He stays alive. And now Cuvée finding score, forcing him to safeguard to safety.
And KT are going for the emergency 1-3-1
Redundant.
because they're losing in multiple different lanes. Score, as you mentioned, taken down from the overstay. Could have thrown out the cask much earlier, but was greeting for a kill that never came. And sure, a couple of hits onto the top lane turret is a possibility. Poppy knows that Lee Sin is in the top lane quadrant.
Score. Yeah, Cuvée goes in, stuns him up, but doesn't want to mess with Pawn.
But the aggression is only to stop the turret being taken.
Yeah.
The moment that LeBlanc doesn't get an extra 3 auto attacks, it won't get low enough to try and finish it off. Lee Sin still staying around top side.
Seems like they really might want to just fully commit for that turret, but now the peel back is finally coming through from KT. So they will abandon that for a bit longer. Smeb finding CoreJJ, gets a lot of damage in with the Drunken Rage, jukes out on the Grasping Roots, forces out the flash.
Good mechanics there from Smeb to sidestep as well. But only a flash onto a Zyra achieved by KT. No answering kills for what has been a cavalcade of kills recently for Samsung. Speaking of kills.
Warp yet again coming through. Deft, not going to get locked down by the Rune Prison, but Haru is just waiting in the brush in vision. And will kill him. So 8-4, Samsung having a day out, especially when compared to game 1.
Ours Rengar has been deadly multiple times. It looks to be deadly again, even after the start. This could have been such a different game if KT didn't greed around the enemy jungle multiple times after getting a sizable lead, because it's been one-way traffic for Samsung, surprisingly. Since then, second Drake is the Mountain to add on to the Infernal. Ocean will be the third, so we're getting a bit of a random sampler. No clouds this time.
It's not yet.
But then there's no trading. You know, there wasn't trading for Samsung in game 1, but much more crucial, there's no trading for KT in game 2. They've got some objectives low, but not being able to pick any up. And
Ruler gonna get jumped on. Jane's coming through. Ruler flashes away, pops the heal. Does get himself out, but now Core JJ might not be able to say the same. He'll get taken down. Smeb finds the kill, but Pawn gonna get jumped on with that curtain call with Crown, who comes through. They find one. Can they get more? Wave isn't here yet. Samsung, how long do they want to stick around? Ruler has to go back to the base, so this would be a little bit risky for them. Try to get damage onto the turret. Looks like they're going to think better of it. Will go ahead and peel back. But
KT
another kill.
And KT just trying to delay the game to allow Deft to farm. He's been one of the people that's been slowed down this game, ahead in CS, but only by 4, so not a meaningful number. 0-3 and 0, repeatedly ganked in the bot lane. So going 1-for-1 when there were more members sent by Samsung is actually good for KT Rolster. They'll take the trade they got. And you can understand why they set up around Deft, because Deft this season is #1 in the league for DPM, so damage per minute. But the kind of the big thing there is that he's #1 in DPM, even though in his role, he actually is #7 in terms of gold percentage, i.e. there are 6 AD carries that take more gold than Deft. So we're talking just 80 carries here. There's other roles that take more gold as well. But Deft is #1 in the league for DPM. So he turns what is very often a low amount of gold into massive amounts of DPM. We remember his Twitch from past Worlds, Kog'Maw as well. He just needs to get stabilized in this game because he's been the one most affected by the rest of the map.
Oh boy, Ruler almost having flashbacks of just a minute ago there. Pawn's unable to get the chain, however, so Ruler will be safe.
3-1 started by Samsung, but only pushing farm into Deft, so for now, not a big concern. Riot's going to hit critical mass pretty early in this game. We know 10 minutes from 10. 10 minutes was when he picked up the Rod of Ages, so around 20.5 minutes. The full transformation is there. Samsung being smart, pushing up their vision, taking objectives. We know they're capable of this, but against KT Rolster, it's never been a reality because of the snowball.
Yeah. One more hit. There we go. Smeb finally able to knock down that turret in the top lane, keeping the gold within about 3.5. So not the biggest deficit they could find themselves in, but certainly one of the larger ones that they're not used to seeing.
But they're happy to have Lulu and Score back up Pawn and wave clear in mid while Ezreal picks up solo farm and experience in bot. That's not a problem for KT. So Samsung needs to find the next step, whether it's a super aggressive Realm Warp or a teleport from Poppy, finding a teleport wards, as you can see on this red side jungle.
Or Core JJ are pushing forward, maybe looking for a pick if Mata were to wrap down towards that bottom side of the map, but he's not going to have any of it. Warning pings are coming through, so they have some idea that the Rengar is praying around inside their jungle.
Well, they know they have no control over their red side jungle for sure. But Deft with flash and heal up is still picking up the farm. So this is finally the calm after what has been a storm of Samsung pressure.
A bit of a hurricane.
Yeah. No hurricanes this game, though, sadly. Where's Ashe when you need her? Wow, Ruler fell low again.
Pawn getting jumped on lockdown by the Rune Prison. Dashes away. Wild Growth comes through. Last shot. Going to be just out of range, but Pawn will still go down. Brown just hounding him with that Ghost. Comes up with a kill now. Score dashing back. Makes it underneath the turret. Gets hit up by the Roots. Get popped up, but there's no follow-up damage to take him down.
Have to wonder why Pawn is looking for solo kills when the lanes were in a decent spot. And they're just turning onto Baron, trying to force Ezreal out of bot lane.
There's no LeBlanc, but Smeb is nearby. He's going to be the first one. Sniff this out. Baron's down below half HP. KT need to make the big play, but just no way for Score to get up there. They get the Baron, and now Smeb has to run out of here. Looks like he'll be able to do so. Throws out the cask, won't catch anybody. But Samsung 20 minutes and 40 seconds, engage the Baron, they come away with it.
I mean, this is one of those things you don't see in the current game because no one freezes lanes. Deft was freezing for 4 minutes. They thought about the dive, realized, okay, Ezreal, LeBlanc, very hard champions to dive. They get a single pick, and why not go for the Baron? Ezreal was never going to be there in time to contest it. So on-the-fly shot calling from Samsung is very, very good. And take down the top lane outer turret as well. Grow this gold lead. It's up to 7,000, and now the stall game, that's not an option for KT. They don't have great wave clear either. So Samsung can basically do whatever they want, which against KT Rolster is a paradise they have so infrequently sampled.
6,000 now in the lead, already have got themselves 1 turret, looking to make it 2 with this push into mid. Couple shots here from Ruler, would be able to finish it off. Can he get the crit off? The answer is yes, and the minions will do the rest of the work. So 2nd turret now picked up here for Samsung. Haru finding Mata, gets exhausted, but it might not even matter. They still force the flash. And now KT scrambling to try to defend these structures. Samsung keep pushing up in the bottom, in the mid, to try to knock down these inner turrets and grow that gold lead even further. On jumps forward. Crown not fast enough with the Rune Prisoners, trying to lock him down.
I mean, KT drafted these early Power Spike 1-3-1 comps to play 3 lanes. They can hardly play 1, but they're going to try a fight anyway.
Smeb comes in off the teleport, but Ruler and Crown, they just zip their way down through the jungle, and now they're safe. Meanwhile, Cube and Haru alone with this inner turret in bottom lane, take it down. 3 turrets already falling during this Baron buff. Samsung are just really running away with this game.
There's not much difference between KT in Game 1 and Samsung in Game 2, which is a big compliment to how Samsung have turned around what was a horror start, one of the worst possible, giving up 2 kills and a buff at level 1 into a really, really good spot for Samsung. Unassailable, it looks like, despite the history between these teams. 3rd Drake of the game as well at 23 minutes. Allowing an Infernal to be the next one. Now the items just aren't there for KT to make the sort of aggressive moves to get back in. The scaling isn't there either.
Smeb, double body slam comes through, casks Ruler in towards Pawn. He'll get exhausted. Core JJ trying to roam his way back. Big sigil pop here onto Ruler, but it's not enough to get the kill. And now Haru arrives, takes down Pawn. Lock up onto Smeb with the deadly flourish. Curtain call comes through, which is nothing he can do. A double kill for the Rengar. And KT, they try to make a move. They try to kill the 2nd squishiest member of Samsung, and they just can't do it. They lose 2 for their trouble.
But it's not a mistake. With the comp they have, they need to make things happen. If the game goes on, it gets further and further towards the territory that Samsung is unassailable. So they're trying to make things happen in the time where they can, but that time seems to be almost completely out the window. Achilles 1-3-1, they're losing despite having earlier power spikes in every lane across the map. Another turret will go down for Samsung Galaxy, now already knocking on the inhibitors at 24 minutes.
Ruler doing so much damage. This thing's already down below half HP, in danger of falling. Meanwhile, top lane is just the same score. Going to get popped up by the wild growth, but he still falls. Ruler comes up with the kill. Now 2 inhibs about to be under assault by Samsung as they just shove into the base all willy-nilly. Not a care in the world for what KT can try to do to stop them.
KT put all their bans into getting a top lane mismatch, but the Gragas has started them off so well and then now just doesn't provide as much as you'd want. And Poppy was, still up and available in terms of normal picks. And Crown on Comfort, it looks more and more like the mid laner we put next to Faker, not on Faker's level, but as perhaps the 2nd best mid laner in the world come World Finals, especially where he gave Faker a big run for his money in the 5-game World Finals. On his champions, he is this good. And now we just wonder what the final game has in store for us, because it could be anything. We're talking about a KT team that ran Smeb on top lane Talon. They could try and run a Ziggs comp that they ran against Samsung last time.
Yeah, that would get them the perfect game.
Possibilities are endless. And maybe LeBlanc comes through. Bans again, because more frequently than not recently, we've seen games like this compared to Crown, who had a very nice performance on LeBlanc very recently.
KT definitely got to be looking forward to that 3rd and final game at this point. The hopes of bouncing back are very slim. Pinch is starting to come through. True Shot Barrage not going to get a whole lot done. Juve going forward, stun score into the wall. Should have the damage to finish him off as Ruler is here. Last shot finds him. He goes down, Root connects on the pawn, Wild Growth or curtain call coming through. Wildgrowth nowhere nearby to try to save him. And that's just going to be a double kill going over to Ruler. Brown now just tanking up, relying on those passive shields, stays alive, outduels Smeb with the help of his team, takes him down. Deft falls as well. A near ace for Samsung. And with Super Creeps pushing in from the top and mid side, they're going to go ahead and end this game 26.5 minutes, 17-5. KT getting outclassed completely here. And they're going to take us all the way to a third and final game.
An utter ecstasy for Samsung Galaxy. Finally in the regular season, they take down KT Rolster, but with aplomb. This wasn't close. The start so great for KT, but everything after that, a complete disaster. And now we've got a series between the second and third place teams. Well, guess what? People said game one didn't really look like second versus third. Well, neither did game two, and that went both ways. So now we're going to find out who actually is better on the day. KT have a lot of bug fixing to do because there were a lot of problems for them in that game, and a lot of them were shot calling related.
Yeah, looking really lost there with some of those shot calls. I mean, they tried to pull the trigger on engages that, you know, if they weren't in such a deficit, would have worked out, but there's just nothing that they could do fighting from that far behind.
And that part's not what you criticize them for. It's how they translated a really good early game into actually getting through the rest of the early game, because the start was the most you could ask for. And then they made a couple of mistakes, which you can't afford to do if you're going to pick early game everywhere and try and make it work. They've done it before with the talent comps, and they've gotten ahead, but this was actually them falling behind in the most noticeable way with these early game drafts, and maybe need to go more balanced draft for game 3, because if you go all in on the early game, you cannot make the mistakes, because the best teams in the world will punish you for them.
Yep. Well, a wonderful performance coming through, especially from Haru. Good lord, getting rolling on that Rengar. I think that KT may have to consider taking that one away from him, because it was just an absolutely brutal performance by him, ripping through the members of KT over and over again.
We'll be on red side next game. Will KT Rolster, a Blanc first pick, not going to happen. Fun times for game 3.
Oh yeah, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have our third and final game of the night. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a heated game to Samsung, swing back with a crushing victory over KT Rolster. Will take us to Game 3. Taking a look at the damage figures there. Crown, early pick on the rise, works out really well, tops the charts for his team. And Haru as well, very closely behind him with the Rengar, popped off.
Yeah, Crown had the tough assignment of having to hold the first pick 7.4 LeBlanc in line, and did that with aplomb. Great performance from him and Haru, like you mentioned, who wasn't playing in Game 1 if you're joining us late. Haru came in Game 2, had a horror start but turned it around, and Crown will be your MVP winner and now sole possession of first place on the MVP ladder.
Yeah, overtakes Score, who was tied with him at 800 points. Still an opportunity for him to bounce back, but for now, Crown will be number 1.
There's one fan here who's really excited about Crown.
I'm sure there's a couple that just aren't quite as vocal as she is, but he had one hell of a performance on the Rise, as you would expect. I mean, just off the bat, coming up with the kill.
Yeah, the solo kill. Tried to get away, but follow flash. Crown knows his limits on his champions, and Rise certainly one of those. And this is where things went from bad to worse, though, for KT. They didn't have the pressure to pull off this play. Crown realm warped in. Horn wasn't there.
Great roam down by Cuvée as well. And
it just got worse and worse. KT looked at their comp and were like, well, we got to make plays. We're not going to win the late game anyway. And every play went against them. Deft did fine in his lane. Was assassinated multiple times because of all the map pressure that was put against KT Rolster. And this was one-way traffic in very much the same way as Game 1, which has never happened. It's the first time in the regular season we've ever gone to 3 games between KT and Samsung, and the second time it's ever been a series between these two teams in the LCK era. Remember, they picked up their first win at the 19th time of asking in that regional qualifier, and guess what? It took 19 games in a row for KT before the first game. So it took 20 in the regular season, but it feels oh so good. And I imagine we're not going to see any roster changes and launch into what should be an amazing Game 3.
yeah, there's no way that you swap Ambition back in over Haru after that wonderful performance from him. And
You have to
Samsung
rip the keyboard and mouse out of his hand. No way he's giving that up.
Screw you, coach. I'm staying.
Yep.
There's nothing you could do. That'd be a very bold move, considering just how much older Trace is. But yeah, I don't think Trace would make such a silly decision. But now here we go, ready to dive into the pick and ban for game number 3. Samsung back on the blue side.
And KT need to find Pawn a good matchup. Game 1, he was the benefactor of his team and then was able to split very well and got a solo kill on the side lane, but that wasn't about Pawn's performance. Game 2, they first picked the prized LeBlanc, gave him a skill matchup where LeBlanc is favored, and still wasn't able to make anything happen, so cannot recreate that. Thankfully for KT, they are on the red side, so they are in position to wait on the pick for Pawn as long as they want. So looking over at the bans, so bans in Game 1. Camille, Rengar, Syndra on blue side. This time it's Camille Rumble. So waiting to see, I tell a lie, Mouse, Ashe, and Rumble. So the Rumble banned again. The Camille on blue is a surprise. It's a different one for Samsung. We're looking to see what they can slide. They want Rengar. That's a really big pick for them. And LeBlanc is also up. You have to feel like they'll take either one of those if they're available, but does KT leave both of them up and take whichever one is left over?
Now they'll just leave the Rengar available here for Haru if they want to first pick it. LeBlanc into Crown's hands would be pretty much writing your own death sentence you'd have to expect given his performance on that before. So Rengar will be locked in for Haru.
What does that say for KT that they don't feel confident enough for Pawn to go into the skill matchup, given that Pawn has played a lot of Rise this season? And LeBlanc first pick can be well held. Speaking of that Rise, seems like they might draft it anyway. Taking it away. You don't want to give Rise Rengar over to Samsung again.
I mean, this would be very early on, but we could just see a Cassiopeia taken in the next round for Samsung.
It doesn't even need to be the Syndra that was their attempt in Game 1. It could just be, as you mentioned, the Cassiopeia. Probably have to be a first round draft because you start banning mid laners if you don't see one from Samsung. KT seem a lot less decisive than they were previously. They will just take the Ezreal early. That was very well disseminated by Samsung Game 1, and Samsung probably don't need to turn anything up. You could just take Jin Zyra here and be very happy. And they will.
Okay, they'll do just that. So, I mean, offhand chance that the Cassiopeia does get banned away by KT. So they're running a little bit of a risk here, but they want to secure that bottom lane that's working out for them so far. So
and they'll just take Karma as well. So go for the bot lane. So we're looking for either mid and top lane bans from KT. Probably want to get some mid lane bans to get Rise into a decent matchup, but there's a lot that Crown plays because think about the matchups here. You could see Orianna, for example. Crown is very, very good at Orianna. That's a good matchup into the Rise. Cassiopeia, like you mentioned, those are the two obvious ones, but could be something like Taliyah, for example, as well. Since so much great Taliyah play, and Taliyah is actually the first ban, so one of those champions is going to be poking their head through. I imagine it's probably going to be the Orianna but you've got Rengar already, who's a great ball carrier, so Orianna is also concerning for KT. And now they have to choose. Is it the Orianna or the Casio? I think it has to be one of the two in terms of banning it in this spot.
Yeah, they tried to affect QV's champion pool the last time around, so likely just going to have to try to poke fun here at Crown and limit his options. But as you mentioned, Cass and Orianna, they have to pick between one of the two or go with something a little bit more outside the box, but it will be the Cassiopeia.
I don't think you're worried if you're Samsung. As I said, Crown has had a lot of success on the Orianna, 4-1 on the season, and already it's a comp that you want a ball carrier. You have the ball carriers for if you want to go for the Ori. That's a likely pick, but not necessarily 100% certain for Crown, who went against Type and played the Corki actually last time in their series a few days ago, which was a surprise after the Corki nerfs. Now, it didn't work for Score on the Lee Sin in the last game, but has had good performances already.
I mean, the start was good, and then it unraveled from there.
What are the other options here? Elise, for example, is banned away.
And there's a lot taken out of the off the board when it comes to the
Rek'Sai is
jungle.
Gragas is a good one. Okay, so we do see the Gragas jungle.
I think this is a flex as well for KT.
They're not going to play Gragas top gun, but you're right. It does actually serve as a flex.
I won't hold my breath on that one yet. Maokai gets locked in here for QV, so a lot of comfort for him.
Well, I mean, they tried to set up around the first pick LeBlanc, and that didn't work. I think it's time to set up around the top lane. All right, gonna go back to the Syndra and try and make it work. Still a good spot for Syndra. Great team comp for Syndra as well. So much initial burst damage. Reminds me of the Rocks Tigers comp from earlier today. What do KT want to do? Is top lane or jungle being drafted in this spot? Smeb smiling. Now Shen is available. They could consider that. That does deal with single target damage, or he could go a lot more risky. And we're going super risky, Achilles.
There we are, GP. Banned away by KT in game number 2. And now Smeb will be bringing it back out here. We haven't seen this from him in a while, but we know just how good he can be on that gangplank. So this could be a world of pain for QV. Likely going to need some visitation from Haru.
I mean, Achilles, if Syndra gets 2 kills early, almost everyone has exploded instantly on site. So
this is very true.
This is definitely a risk. You have Shen, and then you have the big Shen shield to deal with some of the damage, but maybe they were kind of questioning how much damage output they would have. It's not a Kha'Zix or a Graves from the jungle. It's a Gragas who's more about the utility. So they go for a champion that has a good laning phase against Maokai that Smeb is very strong on historically, but what works for Huni doesn't always work for Smeb, and this is a big risk as a last pick for KT Rolster.
Yep, saw some last-second words of confidence being instilled over to Crown. Trying to give him as much of a clear head as possible coming into this matchup. Played this exact one in game 1. And it came up short. Pawn solo killing him. Crown not even using the exhaust in some of those exchanges. So needs to come back into this one as lucid as possible with a clear head. And try to get rolling early.
First game of the season for Smeb on the gangplank. Very good pick historic for an 8-1. We're going to need to have a big one. We've got a big match feel, Achilles. This could be a preview of our semifinal. 2 strongest teams on paper on the screen as well. It's going to be a fun one.
That it is. Let's go ahead and see who's going to take the series, Samsung or KT. Alrighty, here we go. That's the real battle right there between the audience members and who can yell the most. KT. Oh, Haru, he goes for the ward, has to flash away immediately. Can they follow up? Gets rooted down, body slam coming in. One more hit will do it. He gets taken down. Deft finds the first blood. And oh boy, what a way to start the game.
Attack move on Rengar can cost you so much. How many times we've seen people bounce off the blasting plans like Peanut has frequently this season. And that attack move cost him his life, his flash, his more global fans coming through.
Somebody loves Liam Douglas.
They do. They love him a lot.
Maybe Liam and Douglas are 2 different people.
It's true. We don't know. Maybe we'll find out later.
A love triangle, perhaps. This is a K-drama in the making.
My favorite type of drama.
A K-drama.
We've got a K-drama playing out right in front of us, Achilleos.
But imagine a K-drama entirely based inside the OGN studio between a bunch of foreign fans. They're really innovative now.
Sounds like something OGN is desperate to try. We'll hand out the contracts after the broadcast.
Oh, boy. I want a cameo appearance.
Oh, so much penalty with the attack move there. But was patrolling the brush like you so importantly need to stop waves being prepped. And the punishment now, these Mystic shots are pretty superpowered with 18 AD just from items.
Yeah. Longsword Doran's Blade here. 4 depth at the start. That is just absolutely brutal for Ruler to try to get through.
And the big question mark to me is the mid lane. Crown, every time we see him on this Syndra, if you guys are wondering why these questions are, because everyone knows Syndra's good. Syndra's good in this matchup as well. But think back to Worlds when Crown played the Syndra once, did not look convincing on it, and Samsung needed to ban Syndra on blue and red side. It was the thing that we saw in our notes time and time again, that they were forced to ban this pick on blue and red because they just weren't happy with their ability to play it. And Crown's put so much time into making the Syndra work, and we just haven't seen it at a competitive level. Has it been fine? Sure, but Crown and the peaks that he can hit on his main champions is the reason why he's held in such high esteem as one of the world's premier mid laners. And we just haven't seen that specifically on the Syndra yet. For him to bring it out in a game like this lets you know that he's feeling it, his team feels it as well, but it would be definitely the icing on the cake if he could carry this third game, win the first regular season series for Samsung over KT in history on this particular pick.
Yep. Smeb roams down, puts a ward over the wall, spotted the Gromp. They see that it's not taken yet. Score realizes that his Raptors have been gone, so they get an idea of where Haru is currently at on the map, and they should be spotting him out soon if he does go over for that Gromp. You can see the ping coming down. They know that it's warded, so he's actually... It looks like he's just going to exit the jungle, kind of leave things in to be ambiguous.
I like that Crown was kind of outfoxed, specifically in Summoners, because he's got Cleanse, which, if Pawn was a normal Rise, he'd have Exhaust, but he doesn't go Exhaust. We saw him go Ghost in Game 1. He went Cleanse himself in Game 3. It makes a lot more sense with Maokai and Rengar on the Rift, and the only thing that can be cleansed is the mini stun from the Gragas E and the Tether. There's nothing else to cleanse for Crown, I guess, apart from an Exhaust, but if Karma's walking up to Syndra, she's got bigger problems than dealing with an Exhaust. So while it won't be a wasted summoner, it's actually going to be a pretty low impact cleanse for Crown and a high impact cleanse for Pawn.
We'll see how things go here. Pawn having the similar start that we saw, but he's walking into the brush, and Haru is here. Pops the cleanse, trying to get away from him, but Haru's going to have the brush to hop in and out of it in just a second. Sticking to him like glue, makes it over to the blast cone, knocks him away. Oh, and then deadly flourish, barely misses. Dragon
yeah, goes the dragon.
Pawn will take one shot from that, but otherwise he's quite all right. But they get the cleanse out of him, but not much more.
That's the sort of great escape you tell your children about. He actually got away. Deft knew his range for heal exactly and healed him out of range that I thought, but in range, clearly, Deft was the one on the Trigger Finger. Instead, Trigger Finger gets him out in the most unlikely of circumstances.
That's got to be pretty infuriating for Haru and poor JJ, who invested the flash.
That's a tilter, Achilleos, but these are some of the best players in the world, so less likely to be tilted than some of our other teams.
So they're pushing forward for that trade. Score comes around the backside, won't find his entrance into the lane, try to get a kill.
That play's become more and more difficult for Samsung once Smeb gets access to the ultimate, can turn fights. They have a very hard engage with Rengar, so need to really find their spots, otherwise the cannon barrage can cause a lot of headaches. So with the semi-global from the Rise, certainly the ability to show up in one lane very quickly, even if Smeb doesn't teleport over for KT Rolster.
Haru gets the Raptors yet again. They'll sweep the top, see if there's any wards up there, so they know that Smeb is completely exposed at the moment, so we could see Haru maybe pay a visit to that gangplank.
And with that many Raptor camps, he might actually have level 6 from the Scuttle Crab. He's just killing it now on the mini-map. Let's find out. Doesn't quite ping 6. I think he's one camp away from 6.
All right, he's going to be close.
Yeah, look at that. So close.
Yeah. No, not there yet. The Gromp will certainly give it to him.
Cannon Barrage online. So the next map play is probably going to be the first thing that separates these teams. So explosive is the potential on both sides. Once again, we see Rise going very even with Syndra. Pawn just wants a comfortable laning phase like he got in game 1.
Jump away from the grasping roots. Crown starting to rotate down, but words are in the river. You know exactly where he's at.
Extended walk here is Crown.
We'll be able to catch the wave, so I'm not going to be losing out on anything, really.
The reason why you walk for that long without warding is to fake a ward on the...
Oh, just shy on that. Almost finds the grasping roots. Well, Pawn's out of mana. He's going to go ahead and peel back.
Just to finish the point, the reason why you spend that time out of lane without doing anything is you want to fake a ward on the enemy blue. So that you put the doubts in the head of KT. Because it was going to be, in general, answered because we could see that there was vision available for KT. That's the mind game that's going through. That's like the fake leashes you can do at level 1 where you take a bit of damage from a camp and pretend that you were leashing for your jungler. Smeb setting up difficult geometrical shapes in top lane with his cannon barrel links.
A lot of getting rooted. Yet again, Grasping Roots just shy of catching him. Unlikely to have the all-in, but still, maybe force out a flash.
So interestingly, Smeb is looking like he's going to go a much more offensive build than we've seen. It's not guaranteed necessarily. We'll see what he turns the Ruby Crystal in. In this scenario where there was a lot of turret dive threatened against SKT, Huni went very early into the Sterix gauge for a bit more, well, I can maybe turn around a turret dive with the extra health from the shield. But if you want to be greedy, you go for Phage into Trinity Force, that's for sure. And Smeb can definitely be greedy at times.
Haru has just been getting all of these Raptor camps taken away from score. Sees that this ward's being cleared out, can take the Blast Cone for a ride, will do so. Lockdown onto Smeb, but he's going to go ahead and flash over the wall immediately, so he keeps himself alive for now.
I'm not sure what Haru actually used his ult on there. Maybe it was onto a minion?
Positive. Cannon Barrage thrown down. Haru's going to flash out of it. Goes for Smeb. Finds him. Takes him down. And he can just go ahead and recall inside that brush. Deft does not have the true shot barrage. Try to snipe him out, so he's safe.
And honestly, Haru should clip that part and have it on his business card for why you choose Haru over Ambition. Ambition never makes the play you see there as relentlessly aggressive as we see Haru. It's why he came into the team. It's what's helped them so much this season has been that aggression. Speaking of aggression.
Yeah, Curtain Call coming through, just clearing out the wave. TP burned out by Cuvée. Score and Pawn are nearby. Cuvée completes this. Stranglethorn's coming down. They're both going to flash out of this one, but Score's going low. Throws out the explosive cast, knocking Ruler away, buying himself some crucial time. Cuvé's out of mana, but the Deadly Flourish comes through. He gets locked down and he falls. Crown finds the kill, 2-1. Samsung put another kill on the board.
Big turnaround, and Haru stays top. It's going to get first brick as well. Smeb's full health, but doesn't want to walk up. Might get a trade kill, but this turret is definitely going to go down.
Yeah, he's looking for it with the barrels, throws it down in front of Haru. I think he knows he's dead to rights. There we go.
Worth, though.
Will die, but yeah, very much worth. They come up with a kill in the bottom lane, limiting score, and then also get the first brick. So Samsung going to be out to a nice early lead, 1.7 thousand.
And it undoes the Jorm's Fist in many ways. He doesn't even have a turret to try and hide under with the Sterix gauge. So a defensive build now with no turret, sure, will still be useful in team fights, but KT, this series falling apart in front of themselves. No blame towards Pawn in this game so far. Much more about KT making overly telegraphed plays and Samsung being there to react. Teleport onto a sapling. Smart move, you don't see that too often. But worked extensively for Cuvée, who's holding up in CS against a Gangplank as well.
Yeah, 85 to 84. It's been really good for him. And now, every time that Smeb is forward, he's overextended. Without the proper vision control right now, just relying on that control ward in the river and the Scuttle Crab.
He needs to have lane pressure somewhere. It's a nice interrupt from Deft. Because, look, he understands completely that he's in no man's land against a Rengar, and whenever the Thriller Hunt is off cooldown, he's very likely to die. But if he just holds back under his inner turret, it'll be like in the previous game where Def tried to freeze the lane and bot lane, and Samsung took a 20-minute Baron. You can't be defensive. You can't freeze lanes anymore in 2017 meta. He's trying to play up as much as possible, but it's kind of just a waiting game till Rengar parts up the top.
Things will slow down for a moment here. Dragon has not yet become contested. It's Mountain Drake start. Great for either side.
Rengar's level 9 because of all the takes on the Raptors.
He's 2 levels up over Score right now, who's just, I mean, he's got 1 assist. Haru's got a kill. He's up 36 CS. It's just been really painful times for Score.
Can you afford to take Ryze and Gangplank is kind of the question that I'll come back when I'm thinking about this draft. If they'd taken Shen, they would have had stronger lanes. Gragas wouldn't have to give up his Raptors because of the fact that the roam potential was there from both the Syndra and the Maokai. But Gragas, I mean, Score's had to jungle so defensively because of some of his lanes.
I mean, look at this. He's going to go ahead, push into the brush. He's not been spotted
He's basically
yet.
a laner this game.
Yeah, he's not been spotted yet, but he's just losing camps. The red buff goes over to Haru. Now they're wrapping around behind Pawn. Going to be looking for a
No
dive.
cleanse.
There's no cleanse, no flash. Can he find the sun to start things off? Cannonball Barrage comes down, but Pawn gets locked up, and he dies immediately. Haru gets the kill. Crown goes low from the turret, but they'll be fine. And might just be another tower going down. Cuvée could take that up, but looks like they'll think better of it. Not sure about that wraparound from Smeb until they just spot him there.
Losing the top lane turret was a disaster for Gangplank and for KT Rolster. The long lane for Gangplank, he can't be the same bully that he is against tanks most of the time. Very easy to turret dive him wherever he is, and look how far back he has to stand.
This is going to be a huge trade up here for Samsung. Sure, they lose that tier 2, or that tier 1 in the bottom lane, but they get the one in mid. Still going to be staying ahead by about 2,000 gold, maybe just under it. And they are just in such a nice spot at the moment.
A lot of the drafts, a lot of the bans, and the bans and picks in general at the drafts were last second. You notice they were taking a lot of time. It feels like Samsung has gotten in the head of KT Rolster. Even this last draft of the Gangplank, you think about the thought process, because they, like I thought, okay, Shen makes sense here, it's available, was so many tanks banned away in game 2. And they thought about it for a long time, then went Gangplank, because you could basically imagine the thought process, which was, well, Shen fits this spot, deals with the Syndra, deals with the burst. Oh wait, maybe we don't have enough damage. I guess we go Gangplank for some pressure. And both schools of thought have some merit, but it kind of shows you the indecision that KT have had in some of these draft phases, where Samsung, they don't go, well, I don't know about Crown Syndra. They say, well, Syndra's the right pick here, let's pick it. And it's been more decisive for Samsung over the course of the 3 games, and that has really allowed them to grow the leads they have.
Where they go from here, though. Crown coming over the wall, maybe looking for depth. Q's not going to connect, just throws out the unleashed power, trying to push him back away from the turret so he can take this.
Think of that like an AP Gragas ultimate, just trying to get Ezreal away from the turret and continue the pace of this game. They're going so quickly. And with 3 long lanes, there's nowhere for Gangplank to farm apart from at inner turrets, and that will be worrying. Has good CS numbers to Smeb, as expected. He's a fantastic player in his own right. But some of these drafts from KT are counting against them more than I'd be expecting. Here it is. Third out of turret going down.
I mean, it's good CS numbers, but not nearly as much of a lead as you would expect or want him to have over the Maokai, who is, as of late, spent a lot of time out of lane, and that's really where the lead is starting to come from. Samsung, they might just keep this push going in the bottom lane. They'll at least get a decent amount of alone time. You can see the roam down coming from Pawn and Smeb. Would have a Rift Walk, but that'd still be so dangerous, and I think this is just going to go down. Cannonball Barrage does come out. Turret falls. Will they follow up with anything? Haru going to pop through all the hunt. Takes a lot of damage from Pawn, and now Score pinching in from the side. Samsung looks like they're going to be able to back away without losing anything other than the ultimate on the Rengar.
Yeah, there's no more chase. They don't have level 2 Realm Warp to go for an all-in play, and the rest of the team doesn't have a lot of force, so get the objective and get out to Samsung. Big lead for 15 minutes, 3,500 already. KT are passengers. You know, we were talking about Samsung being passengers in game 1. How quickly this series has turned, all off the back of bringing in Haru. You know, that aggressive tool that was completely owned by Score the first time the 2 teams met, and now has been on top of Score in the last 2 games.
Score Gonna get his back stopped likely here by QV. Doesn't want to go in. Pops the Maelstrom, slows up Smeb, goes over the wall, following through with the flash. Strangledorn sword down. Smeb's gonna get popped up. That is just not gonna do anything to keep him alive at all. He just goes down. Another pick coming through. Samsung, where do they pressure? Looks like it's going to be the mid. Pawns alone in the bottom lane. Might be able to find that inner turret, but likely has to peel back.
And this is like an emergency 1-3-1 when they know they're losing, rather than a 1-3-1 that's actually going to take Samsung by surprise in the slightest. Another objective going to come rolling for Samsung Galaxy. They're out of easy objectives. There's only top lane inner turret left in terms of standing goal.
And they're getting all of this before the Barons even spawn. They might have every turret outside of the base of KT's taken before that Baron becomes a point of contention. This is just a new level of Samsung that we just have been lacking severely in their last matches.
And new problems for KT that aren't apparent against other teams. Problems like Pawn and his inability to stand up to Crown over the course of the series. Game 1, a passenger, and game 2 and 3, a problem. Speaking of problems,
Juve came in with the TP, cutting them off, looking for a pick here. Realm Warp out for Pawn, keeps him alive, but Score can't say the same thing. He goes down, immediately getting popped, and Samsung just keeps tacking on kill after kill to that scoreboard, taking away the camps, and KT look completely and utterly lost.
they can't force anything. They don't have an Ashe to engage, and an engagement is just going to be more deaths on the side of KT Rolster. Samsung can play all 3 lanes in a manner. Despite the rise, despite the gangplank, KT Rolster cannot. Ara again has been a monster this game. Juve is getting to unkillable status much earlier than you'd expect given the Maokai matchup as well. And if it is Samsung to win this game, they'll actually only be 1 series behind KT. So, you know, we were penciling in KT for guaranteed semifinals, and they may have to do more work to get there.
See right now Samsung in such a good spot. They can't get complacent, they can't get overconfident and assume that they have the win here, because one slip up could be enough. Just start spiraling things out of control and back into the hands of KT Rolster. But as it stands, Samsung look very well poised to finish this out.
And the big issue that becomes for KT is that when the pink control wards go down, who's face checking to get vision and stopping Baron from going down? Because Baron hasn't spawned, but...
Oh, well, he gets the blue buff at least.
The Baron is going to be the biggest headache for KT, because we already talked about it in draft when they selected the Gangplank. There is free food for Crown to pick up easy kills when they try to come down and put down vision. But the farm numbers are good. The scaling is starting to happen, but to what end, Achilles?
I mean, there's so many ways to stop Score from coming into the pit. Over the wall from QV, rooting him. You know, boulder shot over the wall, as well as just the various stuns and roots that Samsung have. So as long as they can make those connect, Score's just going to have one hell of a time even trying to get into the Baron pit to steal it away should Samsung start it up.
Or he'll be instantly killed because he doesn't have any magic resist either.
Is that too? Meb trying to push an advantage against QV. He just turns back, says, you know what, I'll just kill your barrel.
And even though Gangplank has really good pushing capabilities, the lane is so long that it's going to take forever for Gangplank to actually push in. And the cannon barrage on the other 4 members is usually enough if you start snowballing, but snowballing's never happened, so not convinced that KT can win 4v4s, even if Gangplank is largely occupying the time of the Maokai.
I mean, maybe if you don't have the Sterak's Gauge, you have, you know, a more aggressive item coming through. Maybe then you have at least a hope in an extended skirmish, getting those big pops onto the back line of Ruler and Core JJ. But this is slowing down the damage for sure that Smeb is able to outplay.
I mean, Sterak's Gauge is uniquely efficient on Gangplank because of how it interacts with his Q. The base damage there really helps. One of the reasons why Sheen proc onto the Q is so strong, so I think it's fine, but if the game has a longer laning phase and the Sterak's Gauge makes you hard to turret dive and you keep farming and you're just equalizing, then it's a great pickup. But because it was built just after the turret went down, he already had Drum's Fist, he kind of was priced into it. It was a bit of a no-win situation for the itemization for Gangplank, and as the game has gone on, no items right now are going to help Gangplank turn things around. KT will at least clear Baron vision, but going to be a free Ocean Drake to Samsung.
See where Samsung go from here to try to keep that pressure applied. Top inner turret still standing at the moment for KT. Mountain Drake will be the next one to come up. Would be 2 stacks of that for Samsung.
The farming's still happening. That's the one thing you can be happy for, is that, look, Deft is 500 gold ahead of his opponent. Horn's way behind, but sadly KT fans have to get used to that recently. And Gangplank is keeping up farm and gold with Maokai as well. So we talked about easy objectives. They're almost all dead, only this inner turret and top lane. It seems like Samsung has so many tools, like you said, to either rush the Baron or peel away from the Baron or interrupt score and take the Baron even in the face of KT Rolster. They can land this Baron that they're set up to. It should be the game closer, the clincher, you would say, for Samsung Galaxy.
Samsung maybe now finally making that push onto this tier 2. See KT just have to play so far back. It's not even worth offering up the Cannonball Barrage. This is just going to go down.
Not impossible to turret dive, but the explosive cast can present some headaches in that regard. Smeb solo pushing with no vision, because if he's not, then it's complete map control over to Samsung, so
yeah,
he has to be a bit of the suicide push. Feels a bit like revive teleport Karthus, but that's what he needs to do.
Oh, that's a bad feeling to have.
To be forced to split push with no vision, yeah, it feels real bad, man.
I mean to feel like revive teleport Karthus.
Effective.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time. No revive anymore.
Not anymore. So, it's a decently harsh way of saying that he's not doing a damn thing.
That Scrying Warp is the true MVP.
Yeah. Stopping them from pushing in, so Smeb will be able to get this inner turret. Only the second one, but now Samsung will go ahead, start up the Baron.
What's the way to do now? This is the pivotal moment. They've got to find a way.
Deft has to make it back here very quickly. The Mountain Drake going to be helping speed this up for Samsung. Cannon Barrage comes down, scores in the pit. Baron's really low. True Shot Barrage comes through, catches a couple members of Samsung. He got it! Smite off, it's going to be score! Coming away with the Baron, but he gets taken out immediately by Samsung. Curtain Call coming through. Realm Warp thrown down by Pawn, but he gets rooted. It gets canceled, and he gets deleted. Can they find more? Smeb cleansing off the root with the orange, will be able to make it back to the base, but Mana cannot say the same. The Bola connects, as does the Twisted Advance. He goes down, and Samsung may not have the Baron, but they get so many kills off the backside of it.
It's 3 for 1, though, and the Baron, Achilleos, so it's still something for KT.
Deft fires back. He's able to take out Haru, so they lose one. And now Smeb and Deft are going to go on the counter push, maybe try to knock down this tier 1 turret in mid. And Baron empowered minions. Let's see if they can get it, but that smite from Score might have just undone so much that Samsung has established in this game thus far.
And it's just amazing that a Cannon Barrage onto a Baron and Score around to smite, that was the exact scenario where things fell apart in the summer final. This time Score again is the hero. So frequently this season, even against Jin-Air, he was required to come in with a smite steal. The ball's on him.
36.
He holds the smite. The old man mechanics not holding down Score against the young man in Haru. And if they get a full team wipe, maybe it's okay, but the Realm Warp doesn't lead to anything. 3 for 1, and a Baron is a huge win for KT, who had no hope in hell, who had no chance realistically to take that Baron. Score makes it happen, and maybe KT have new life.
Good play by here on Deft, right at the end, knowing Haru's pathing comes in and snipes him out as well. So KT, they get a couple kills. Just the one, rather. TP's coming in really deep up the lane, though. KT, they're just going to kite towards the pit.
Yeah, they do have Karma for the AoE move speed, so not as much of a disaster. They're going as long as possible. This means we're likely going to see a fight because they're not moving towards their base.
Yeah, KT instead pushing in, looking for that tier 1 turret in top. Baron Power minions getting offered up. We'll be able to take it out, and they're just going to keep cutting down the lane. Samsung now on the opposite side
now
of
they're
the
out of
river.
position.
And this could be really risky for them to try to get back in.
Got the Baron buff minions to fight around as well.
Scrying Plant comes out. They see everybody. They have to be careful with these barrels, getting the opening damage down onto Samsung.
No flash onto Cuvee makes engage a little bit tricky.
Deft gets caught. Curtain Call coming through. Strangledorn's thrown down. They will pop up the Ezreal. One more shot would do it, but it gets body blocked by Mata. Fourth and final, not going to get too much damage down. And Haru, he has to kite back. Cube all on his lonesome. Pushed forward, has to retreat as best as he can. Crown finds Score, gets a stun on the pawn. They lock him up with the deadly flourish, but he's able to make it out. The unleashed power will not take him down. And KT will head for the hills. They lose one, they get a turret.
Already such a huge team fight, even given the disadvantage that KT is at. Oh, comes through. Will not snipe any away. Bit of lifesteal for Deft, and he's healthier and can keep going in that fight. Blade the Ruin King definitely coming next. So much tension in this game. We're not at the semi-final stage, but it feels like it. Opening up onto Deft, who takes 2 shots at the start. Falls low through heal, Mata's there. And even though Cube starts to close the distance, watch Deft, kiting backwards, Score. Trying to be a solo frontliner. No Shen, remember it's a gangplank in this game. Keeps kiting backwards. Only a single kill for a turret still. A good trade for KT Rolster, and it gets them more items. There's the Cutlass. When Blade of the Ruin King is complete, you delete Deft, or maybe he starts the kite back that we've seen from so many of these top-tier Ezreals. The teleport's down now. A little bit more safety for KT. We can finally take a deep breath, but probably not for much longer.
Nope. Next Mountain Drake getting ready to spawn, just a couple seconds away. Would be 2 stacks for Samsung. They're already primed to take this. You see KT, they don't want to overstep. Will go ahead and just concede this to Samsung.
I mean, Mountain Drake just gets the Baron lower faster for Score to steal it away.
It's a very optimistic way to think about it. Well, it just seems like Score plus Cannon Barrage equals a steal.
Yes, guaranteed steal. Which way? We're not sure.
Yeah, it can go any which way, but just means a steal will happen.
Wow, Smeb's tanky. Had a lot of chocolate bars, I used to call them, on the health bar. Mostly coming through from Asterix Gage. Pawn, no.
Oh. Yeah. Doesn't pop the cleanse. He's not that worried about it.
Score's like, Crown's like, come on, guys, I'm finally having the game.
If he doesn't close out this game on Syndra, it's going to be, it's going to feel pretty bad, you'd have to say. Samsung, though, pushing
not
it.
There.
They're going to be looking for this turret. We'll be able to take it out. Cannon Barrage comes down. Smeb's just going to keep split pushing in the top side.
They're giving up this inhibitor for free.
Inhib will fall. How much time can KT buy for Smeb to get inside the base? They're cutting back already.
Gangplank does a lot of damage to turrets, and you're right. They keep
can
following,
turn around
they keep
a fight.
following.
Stranglethorns come down. Scrying Orb spotting them out. First recall's going to get started. Smeb will be able to knock down this turret. Can they get back in time to stop
Still no
this?
recall.
Yep, recall does come through in the end from Haru and Crown, so the inhib will not get popped.
Still a decent trade. Remember, he has teleport and can kill super minions pretty fast if he's bot lane, can Smeb.
He can, but that, I mean, it is the bot lane, so he's got to be as far away from his team as humanly possible. Thankfully, he does have the teleport available, so Baron.
Cannon Barrage for delay to get a teleport ward down. He kills the super minions fast, not a tank. It's a gangplank with AoE clear, so in this particular case, it's probably fine. But, oh, the high drama. It's what we live for. Casters, players, everyone lives for games like this where 2 top teams around the world are in very much the mud pit trying to find out who will come out ahead, because it was very one-way traffic in Game 1 and Game 2, but it looked like it would be like that in Game 3 until Score intervened.
Yeah. Brought in a traffic jam for sure.
Everyone's a suicide pusher. Now it's the Rise.
Oh, just keep working their way down.
What's vision, you ask, from a KT side? We can't afford any of that.
It's a crutch. Don't need any of it. Samsung, however.
Def takes a W for half his health.
And that pops him down quite a bit. Cannon Barrage is available.
They try the dive. Rise is backing.
No damage in onto the turret yet. Ruler takes a couple shots here. He's going to be low. Haru bringing up the wave in mid. Used Thrill of the Hunt, so won't be able to threaten from the flank with that anymore. See, though, Crown just trying to keep chucking these spheres into the face of Deft.
So the aggressive play from Rise delays the super minions quite a long time, so this play around top takes longer and longer. Baron respawns. They're trying to spawn camp it. They do.
Core JJ's in vision right now with Crown, so they know that they're not involved, but they have to have some idea that the rest of the team is starting up this Baron. I mean, double Mountain Drake is there.
Oh, Ruler might die.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage comes down. Ruler goes low, pops the heal. Still not that healthy. Has to soak up the Honey Fruit. And Samsung likely just have to go ahead and heal back from this.
And because of the push, they don't have to worry about their bot lane super minions pushing in. They can push out in a way that most teams can't. So Risk versus reward. Most teams would say don't push without vision, but it worked out for KT.
Curtain call coming through to clear out the minion wave.
Teleport.
TP really deep in the backside, coming in from Cuvee. Mata and Smeb already low. Can they find the picks? Or JJ going low, but now Cuvee just soaking up all the damage at the front lines. Cast comes out, pops Ruler back just a little bit.
Cuvee's dying for
But
free.
Cuvee, he's got to flash away, takes one more Mystic shot, but it's not enough to kill him. Now Haru jumps into the back, looking for Mata. Can't find the assassination, but Smeb takes him down in turn. Unleash Power goes through on to score, barely makes it out with his life. So far, a 1-for-0 in favor of KT. Several members dangerously low, but Samsung cannot continue the push. They cannot go for Baron.
These late game team fights are such great shot calling from KT, always choosing the right, but DPSing out both frontliners. The exhaust instantly onto the Rengar. Pawn gets back, he can wave clear. No semi-global from him, but they get their minion waves back into a good spot, which was only because they took down the smite of Horus. They can't just brute force the Baron when they see this wave clear coming through. Oh, the tensions. Only 2,000 gold. It's basically no lead at all for Samsung Galaxy. And if they lose this one, the PTSD is going to be there when we get to the playoffs, because we're almost certainly going to see these teams facing at some point in the playoffs. Why does it always go this way is what Samsung will wonder.
Let's see. They're not out of the woods yet.
Far from it.
But they're still in a decent position at the moment. Double Mountain Drake to work down that Baron, should they be able to turn onto it. Wave being pushed in the bottom side by Pawn, making sure that those super creeps are not going to be a threat to the Nexus turrets.
Still doesn't have the QSS, so Cuvee having no summoners up is the only thing that's really giving him safety. Both Haru and Cuvee aren't really frontliners when they both don't have flash, so the latitude for KT is quite surprisingly large at this point.
Poke coming back and forth. Smeb trying to chip out where he can. It's a little bit of damage down on the Cuvee.
Super Minion Wave pushing in again. Will have to be dealt with soon. Def doesn't have True Shot Barrage.
Samsung just going to have to buy time. You'd think that they'd be sending Smeb since he has the teleport available, but it might just be Pawn that goes ahead and backs off. But right now, they're still holding off on this. Score getting locked up, goes low. Twisted Advance takes him way out of the fight, but poor JJ gets deleted. Curtain call opened up by Ruler on the backside. No one there to threaten him. Shots rain through. Smeb gets taken out on the backside by Haru. Comes up with the kill. Stun won't land on the Pawn. He'll be able to kite back, but Samsung getting rid of the gangplank. The super creeps getting ready to start knocking down those Nexus turrets. Do they turn for the Baron? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
Inhibitor respawns, so waiting for the minions to leash back onto the inhibitor.
Score's alive. He's in position.
Oh,
He's
if he does it
dangerously
again,
low.
if he does it again, Achilles, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Sapling's there to spot him out. They see him coming around. Doesn't get rooted by the Deadly Flourish. Baron going low. True Shot Barrage comes down, chucking them down where he can. Comes in for it. Doesn't get it this time. Is smote away by Haru. And he gets popped immediately by the Unleashed Power. But Crown has been traded by Deft. Comes up with a kill. Rooted down. Followed up into the Deadly Flourish. He gets taken out. Ruler comes up with a kill. They get rid of Mata. They're going to get rid of Pawn. That's the ace. That's the Baron over to Samsung.
This could be Samsung finishing the game. Look at the respawns here. Still 5 seconds for score. He's the only one. 4 members strong is Samsung. And if KT have to always steal away a Baron, they have bigger problems than losing a regular season series against Samsung Galaxy. So KT have things to work on regardless. Inhibitor's going to fall in mid, that's for sure. And this should probably be the game.
It definitely looks that way. 30 seconds still on Pawn. Score far away. It's Smeb against the world at the moment. We'll see if he can do a damn thing to stop this push, but it just does not seem likely. Ruler, full HP with the Jhin, gonna be popping down the Nexus turrets. The first one falls. Cannon Barrage desperately trying to clear out the wave, and it might have just done enough. Cuvee starting to kite back out of mana on the Maokai, down to half HP, and Samsung, they will extend the game by their own choice. They will exit the base.
The Crown couldn't come rolling in either, had to deal with the minions pushing onto the inhibitor, so new life in a game that looked like it was killed. Bit more time to breathe, a bit more time to reevaluate. Some completed items at the Guardian Angel now on Gangplank. I didn't actually catch how Gangplank was so far up in the fight and died so early. Ended up trading Zyra for Gangplank and then, well, couldn't quite get the steal. Amazingly, we don't have the Elder Dragon on the map yet. That's still 6 minutes away.
I know. Triple Mountain Drake over to Samsung. Might take one more Baron to finish out this game.
And if he stole it away here, it would have been madness. Came in close, but wasn't to pick it up. Turn on the team fight does get Crown, but that's all. And they try to fight against the Baron buff, hoping they can go for the sick outplay, but that particular route onto Deft is what won them the fight. Deft couldn't open up space anymore. Didn't have QSS ready to pop, and didn't quite decide the game, but maybe it's close enough now. 3 Mountain Drakes just hitting on turrets. They're gonna go down like paper.
Yeah, and now there's only 2 more standing that could possibly be eliminated here for Samsung. That final inhib turret plus inhibitor, and then that last Nexus turret that is currently standing. Almost 7,000 gold in the lead, but at this point, it's not mattering so much. It's just all about the team fights. Who can get the picks? We'll see Haru bringing up the wave in mid. Bottom wave is moving up steadily on its own. It's going to be so much that KT has to deal with. Pawn and Smeb can clear out these minion waves fairly quickly, but can they do it fast enough before severe damage is done to the remaining structures? Cannon Barrage comes down, turned down to half HP. Ground gets popped, knocked back in by the explosive gas, but he's able to flash out to safety, at least for now. Smeb going low, Realm Warp into the back. Pawn on a suicide mission just kills himself. Ruler finds the kill, opens up with the curtain call. Now Haru looking for an entry into the back, goes in, finds a double kill for Ruler by locking down Score. They'll pop the Guardian Angel of Smeb. He's gonna come back in completely surrounded by all members of Samsung, and they have finally done it with just Deft and Mana left alive. The Nexus exposed, it'll go down 37 minutes. Samsung finally beat KT in a series in the regular season.
The regular season has always been the stomping ground for KT over Samsung. This time, it's the promised land for Samsung. 2 years and the second round robin to actually pick up a regular season set. But they do it today. Haru coming back in and being the protagonist of the story if you're a Samsung fan. They take the victory in KT. Some gaping holes in what was previously looking to be a well-oiled machine. Score should not need to, series after series, steal away Baron to pick up slim victories for KT Rolster. And this is concerning stuff for them. They still have a lot to work on. I think Pawn is very much now established as a weak link if your mid laner is in form. The draft's also a bit questionable. Now, if they'd gone for the Shen, would they have won the game? Not necessarily. We don't know. It would have been a very different game. But Gameplank on the back foot so early with his turret going down. Didn't really get to the unassailable part. Never put the Maokai behind. Cuvée was massive this game on the Maokai. And something about this second round robin. 2017, people will remember the second round robin. The Telecom Wars, it goes 3 games. SKT Afrika goes 3 games. This series goes the distance as well. We keep getting these series that deliver between the best teams, which just tells us that the preview for the main course, the entree for the main course that will be the best of 5 gauntlet stage. Oh boy, don't put a price on that one. Be there, because it's going to be amazing.
I mean, this is going to be one of the best playoff runs that we have ever seen, not only just in Korea, but probably in the world. It's going to be absolutely fantastic when we get to the end of the split, but there's still a ways to go. But Samsung, they're one step closer with that victory over KT. 1 game behind them, 1 win behind them. And now move to a +7 match score.
And of the top 5, I think Samsung had the most questions about them because they've been good, as you'd think. You know, they did so well at Worlds and at the end of last year. But how good? Cuvée, for example, pretty down season. Crown, trying to experiment on his champion pool. Success? Intermittent. We didn't really know where Samsung was at. It didn't look like they were really competition for the telecom teams. And this is our first confirmation that yes, they are. They are competition. We know already that the Afrika Freaks are competition. And it's not just circle the date of the final, KT versus SKT. Afrika could make it there. Certainly, Samsung Galaxy now have shown us that they can probably make it there. Is SKT going to be in the final? Probably. But everything else? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're not sure how good KT is, struggling in their last match against Jin Air, now losing this one against Samsung. We're really not going to get too many answers until a week from Saturday when Samsung takes to the Rift in our first game of the day versus SK Telecom yet again. That will be the time that we find out just how good Samsung really is.
I love the fact that we still have questions. We've had seasons where, honestly, the finals, everything else was decided very early. With ROX Tigers dominating the regular season, in both splits it was who will face ROX Tigers, and we thought it was going to be SKT twice. KT surprised us in the summer season.
Now they get surprised with a loss at the hands of Samsung. You
Definitely
see the damage here. I mean, Smeb did so much, as did Deft, but Crown, I think you've earned the right to pick the Syndra.
Great to have a big performance. Now you have to actually respect and potentially ban away Syndra, especially in the second round of the draft, which is often taken. Our MVP goes over to Haru, though. Two great games, both of them on the Rengar in this series. He looked a cut above Ambition. Could have told you that before today's set, but they risked it. They went with Ambition because Haru had that horror matchup against Score the last time these two teams faced. And now Haru still in the hunt for first place on the MVP ladder.
Tied for third with SK Telecom T1's Faker. What a great place to be.
This is
as
the
a
Haru
rookie.
play. The aggression early in the game, Ambition would never consider it, but it gets Samsung an advantage. And at times, they were titanically ahead of KT, but a Baron steal put them even. This game was very, very even until the moves around the Baron, the catch around the Baron, and then Score couldn't do it. He can't be expected to steal away Baron time after time again. I don't know why KT get into these bailout situations, but that's unfortunately been their recent history. Maybe you're not so surprised against Samsung, but given the history you are against Jin Air, it's certainly not acceptable, but was necessary.
Yeah.
So Samsung pick up the victory. Their fans finally feeling some regular season relief over KT Rolster.
For sure.
And the season keeps delivering.
And I mean, Crown just holding his own against Pawn so well, outplaying him very much throughout the games here today. It's really good stuff from him. Says, you know what, you may be on the second team in the league, but I'm the #2 mid here in Korea. And he earns that right for sure.
And I'm going to be waiting until the last week of Freaka versus KT, because there's another interesting game to find out just how good KT Rolster are. They're pretty good, but are they top 2? We're not sure now.
We'll find out when that comes down to that. For now, we have an interview with our MVPs, Haru and Crown. So Joel, take it away with translation, because we got to hear from these guys.
Thank you very much. We really do, as Samsung, really get a comeback win against KT Rolster 2-1, and we're here with today's MVPs, Haru and Crown, for the interview. Great performance by these guys. Congratulations on the win, guys. How do you guys feel? Ever since 2 years ago, ever since I came into this team had a grudge on KT, never being able to beat them in a series, but you know, finally it's good to get that curse out of the way. It's a really happy moment for me. And Haru, you were a really significant figure in this team where it seemed like the jungle position was going down, but you really revived the team with your efforts. I think, you know, if you remember the Longzhu game, when our team as a whole we had a lot of nerve-wracking, but you know, we were able to come back. I think this was the same situation. Crown, another surprising thing was you let Pawn play the LeBlanc and you picked Ryze into it. How was that? Yeah, facing off of LeBlanc is always a fear mission, but I had my confidence up, and I felt like, you know, as long as I did my part, we should be able to come back and win. And I think Ryze is still a very good pick. And you saw that the top jungle came up with a catastrophe in the very early parts of the game, which led you guys to a lot of disadvantage. How was that at first? Yeah, I thought that, you know, as long as, you know, we could get over that hole and, you know, look for more opportunities, and I think we have a video highlight of showing where that is. This is level 5 1v1. Were you sure of this solo kill? Yeah, I think this was more important in the aspect that we got a 2v2, a pick-off right here. And I think from here, I think we were very confident that we could snowball this game. I think we were continuously on KT's head of, you know, pulling the aggro on them and, you know, baiting them into these easy kills for us. And that really led to, you know, more and more opportunities for us. You know, with the Ryze, we were, you know, seeing you with the ghost, you know, really running excitedly. Haru, what did you think about that? You know, I kind of saw that from the side, and, you know, he was getting a solo kill. He seemed so excited about it. And it seemed like Samsung did the right part today where, you know, KT was being overly aggressive in some parts and you guys took advantage of that. Yeah, I feel like, you know, as long as he baited them in at the right time, they would be willing to come in over aggressively. And I think those were the opportunities that we took advantage of.
되었었던 게 역시나 굉장히 크게 작용했던 것 같습니다. 그리고 저는 이제 하루 선수의 랭가 플레이를 보면서 참 개인적으로 감탄을 많이 했어요.
And something that's amazing is your Rengar play, Haru, is that every time you play it is very amazing.
진짜 조예가 깊은 모습을
And it seems like you know the exact calculative parts of, you know, what each skills does and get your angles on.
좀 많이 OP인 챔프라서
Yeah, I think Rengar is still a very OP champ right now.
많이 써가지고 만약에 너프 할 거면
And I think, you know, if Riot wants to nerf Rengar, they need to nerf the damage, just period.
멋진 활약들이 다 나오면서 계속해서 밀어붙이는 그림이었어요.
Yeah, it seems like Samsung, ever since you guys got the advantage, just kept going on and on and on and just pushing that advantage, but it just all suddenly stopped with the Baron steal from KT. How was that? Yeah, we were actually wanting to, you know, rush for that Baron, and we felt like we were going to get it, but the GP ult really threw us off, and, you know, and score came in with the right time, and I made a mistake with the smite. And I think we have a video highlight of that. Crown, what were you feeling right there? I think our decision was supposed to be, you know, catch out the Gragas fast and, you know, take the Baron away later, but I think we were pretty indecisive in that part.
그리고 저 상황이 이어지고 난 이후에 전황에 대한 판단을 어떻게 하나요?
And continuing on from that turnaround play from KT, how did you guys come back from that?
유리한 상황이었거든요.
Because KT were in the lead in some way after that play.
이제 바론을 먹히고 저한테 이제 에라이 그냥 다 잡자 해서
After getting stolen the Baron, you know, we just kind of let go of ourselves and say, you know, let's just kill all of them. That's the best way we can do it, and, you know.
이제 나오는 거를
And I felt like, you know, when we saw those opportunities when, you know, KT was a little bit overextended in some ways, we felt like, you know, we want to take those little bit of chances and kill off one at a time. And I think that's how we slowly crept back into the game.
웨이브 이용을 하고
And using the waves to our advantage was a big thing for us too.
이대로 가면 혹시 하는 생각을 하셨나요? 아니면 상황이
Right now in this current form you guys are at, do you guys feel like you guys can reach much higher in the league?
싸움만 열면 그냥 무난하게
Yeah, I think if we get those right team opportunities and team fight opportunities, I think those are the things that really makes us better.
텀이 굉장히 핵심 라인 중 하나였잖아요.
And your bot duo was the unsung hero today, where, you know, Ruler and Core JJ did a spectacular job in their parts.
네. 혹시 뭐 코치진이나 선수들이 뭐
Were there any comments on the bot lane between the teammates and the coaching staff?
그 범위를 넓혀서 굉장히 삼성다운 조합을
If we want to elaborate on that, today was a very Samsung-esque game, if you know what I mean. Do you want to elaborate on that?
바텀 조합은 좀 아마 진자이라가 강한 조합일 거예요. 그래서
Yeah, I think, you know, Ruler being confident on the Jhin in a less favorable matchup against Ezreal, I think his confidence really allowed us to, you know, be more confident overall as a team.
탑이 할 게 많긴 했는데 뱀픽에
And with the top two, you know, Maokai had a lot of work that he had to cut up for, and he did a spectacular job of doing his part and, you know, shutting down the lane as much as possible.
계기가 혹시 첫 번째 경기에서 큐베 선수 막 저격 막 당하고 그랬는데 혹시 좀 당황하거나 그런
And in the first game, you saw that Cuvée was really banned against him in many cases. Were you not surprised by that?
잘 풀리진 않았는데
Yeah, I think we were very surprised by how the ban pick phase went, and we really didn't know a way to come back, but I think we did well overall.
선수들이 보여줬다라는 생각이 드는데 그러면 마지막으로 하루 선수가 대표
Lastly, Haru, would you like to say something to your fans out here today?
오늘 응원하러 와주셔서 감사하고
Thank you for coming out to support us today.
처럼 좋은 경기를
I think as long as we get, you know, plays like that over again for the rest of the season, I think we'll be fine.
오늘 KT를 꺾으면서 누구
And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
앞으로도
Thank you very much, Joel. Very well and hard-earned victory here from Samsung. So, you know, if your enemy, they steal the Baron from you, screw it. Just kill them. Just kill them all. says Crown.
R/Korean advice from Crown. What is it with these mid laners and their sick advice?
I don't know. They're just the best at it. But, man.
What a great day of games.
Absolutely. I mean, every set delivered. Longzhu versus Rocks Tigers going 3 games, albeit a very short series, was still wildly exciting. And this one, you know, it kind of felt like a telecom war, Papa Smithy. It was the battle, those top 2 spots. KT will still be in number 1 or in number 2 over top of Samsung quite comfortably at the moment, but Samsung definitely on their heels.
And a telecom war brings its own hype regardless of where SKT and KT are. It's exciting that we get other matchups not involving both, that have the same level of high drama, because I'm hoping that Afrika versus KT, Samsung versus SKT, all the possible permutations of playoffs games have that sort of drama, because so far the second round robin has been crazy. We'll continue it on Saturday, MVP versus Jin Air to kick things off, and then we see the other telecom team, SKT, probably going to be a little bit less high drama against BBQ.
Yeah, we'll see how MVP handles Jin Air after their recent upswing in their performance. They want to maintain their spot in 4th at the moment. And then closing things out over at the Gangnam studio, it's going to be Kongju Monster versus Samsung. Should be another win for them, you'd have to say. They just pad the stats. Try to get closer to that second place spot. And then Rocks Tigers versus Afrika Freaks. Could be a close one, you'd have to say, given the performances from both of those teams as of late. So not really sure what's going to happen there on Sunday. Could really go either way. But, I mean, we have even more amazing games coming up in the coming weeks. But we have no time to talk about them, so we'll get back to that on Saturday. We have the day off tomorrow, so we'll see you on Saturday. You have a good one. See you then.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let 'em break us down. 'Cause I just really wanna love somebody, just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us
In a world so shallow, we got a shot at some by us ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. So
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let 'em break us down. 'Cause I just really wanna love somebody, just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde factor, mama. I'm a